Young Money. Hey, yo, Fur.
Yeah.
Young Money. Young Money. Hey, yo, Fur.
Yeah. Ride with the mob, through our law. Check you and me, and do your job. Earth is the name, Ben Baller did the chain. Torn off what a watch, Prezi plain Jane. Yamagini chain, rest in peace to my superior. Hermes to feed a village in Liberia. TMZ taking pictures, causing my hysteria. Mama see me on BET and start tearing up. I start killing niggas, how'd you get that track? I get to the Honda mix when you risk your life. Uncle used to skim up, selling mix at night. I was only 8 years old, watching Nick at night. Uncle Psycho was in that bathroom bucket. Hope that they don't cut him. Suicidal thoughts brought to me with no inventory. He was pitching things, selling things, mad hungry. Grandma had the arthritis in her hands bad. She was pumping pills like weapons, it's so sketchy. I'll fuck a bitch for the irony. I said, meet you at your house if your bitch keep eyeing me. Ride with the mob, to our law. Check you and me, do your job. Word is the name, big baller did the chain. Torn off for the watch, Prezi plain Jane. Ride with the mob, to our law. Check you and me, do your job. Word is the name, big baller did the chain. Torn off for the watch, Prezi plain Jane. Ride with the mob, suck a nigga, ride with the mob, suck a nigga, ride with the mob, suck a nigga,
Hey yo, I'ma explain why you probably never see me. I push a Lamborghini, show your magic like Houdini. My body shaped like genie, booty dreamy, ways is teeny. Yes, I told him to get sober, so he stream me when he leave me. I go hard in the face, Biggie Fire, give me the loot. I'm a classy millionaire, bitches ain't got the coast. C-O-U-T-H, cause you can't spell it. If I call him, then he coming home, running Derek. Bitches must be eating because I swear that bottom that's how you know that you my son. I should've spelled you as a fat. All these bitches rocking bitches cause they follow in the leader. I just switch it up on home and rock that afro like Lupita. I don't keep up with the business, but I do know happens. I'm with the PG, and by all I mean I'm Mega. The bitches they got to check in with the queen. I'm the alpha, the omega, everything in between. Oh, ride with Manon, mashallah. Check in with me, pin to your job. Queen is the name, Raffaello to the chain. This is Monte, Patty plain Jane. Ride with Minaj, mashallah. Check in with me, pin to your job. Queen is the name, Raffaello to the chain. This is Monte, Patty plain Jane. Eat a Barbie, this is something. Eat a Barbie, this is something. Eat a Barbie, this is something. Eat a Barbie, this is something.
suck a nigga, nigga, so. Suck a nigga, nigga, hollow. Queen for the kings and the queens.
Hey, yo.
All right. Let me see the chat if everything is working properly. Okay. Someone likes the intro. Yes, the intro is called Plain Jane. I forgot by who it is. But either way, hopefully my audio is coming through well. I'll give it a couple seconds. This isn't Streamlabs, it's StreamYard. It's a little bit different, but hey, at least this time you'll see other people. Because aside from just me and Spooky being faces, or just like random little avatars, we have Mr. Snow and Chairmanwon, who are both showing their faces. It's almost Christmas time. Time to print out some frames. So, test, Gunny. Well, all right. I'm going to bring in everyone else. In the meantime, I'm assuming everyone can hear me. So, I'll go add Spooky, Mr. Snow, and Chairmanwon, all here together. Now, all right, let's go ahead and let me start off with mentioning, I guess, the nice festive outfit you're wearing, Chairmanwon. How has your Christmas been so far?
Pretty excellent. We got a little kind of sidetracked by my brother's a professional kayaker, and he's throwing our Christmas plans into disarray by fucking off to Africa to do some kayaking tomorrow. So we had to kind of push everything a little bit earlier. But besides my brother ruining Christmas, it's going really good.
Well, I mean, I guess that's a typical thing. I mean, Africa's not that far away from wherever you are in the East Coast.
In DC right now, but I live up in Baltimore.
I just took a boat, I bet. But, Mr. Snow, how about you?
I am doing excellent. Life is super good, having fun. I am actually cracking open an early Christmas gift.
Ooh.
So my office manager gave me 12 days of Johnny Walker.
Ooh, okay.
And so this is our Advent calendar. I have the best office staff ever. And so tonight we are going to start off with a little Black Label, and we'll see how the night goes and how many days we get into Christmas tonight.
Dude, we're gonna end up with a banned stream by the time he's done with that thing.
Well, luckily for us, we are also co-streaming to Odyssey as well. I'm not I think it should be on the YouTube post, and also I think on the Twitter post I made also about it. But there should be also an Odyssey link too that should be working. I'll try to go back and forth between those, but yeah, those are in case we do get pulled, there's at least that. But that looks wonderful. What about you, Spooky? How's yours go? Or how's your Christmas been?
I have one Christmas down, 2 more to go. So things are going well. Kiddo is cooperating for the most part. He's enjoying all of the spoiled gifts he's getting. It's a race between my dog and my kid to see who gets the most gifts. So far, the dog is winning. But he hasn't seen the rest of his grandparents yet, so he's got plenty of time to make up the lost.
Yeah, I have. When I'm visiting home right now for my family for Christmas, and we have a cat now, and it's wonderful because I'm allergic to cats.
I had a question for Chairman. So, isn't travel from Africa banned right now?
South Africa. There's really no good. Like not like South Africa, the country, but like the southern Dong area of Africa. No, that's all like north, and also like they can't really do much to stop Americans coming back to America. So he's just gonna hop in a plane and go and just like hope for the best for coming back.
I don't know, man. Sounds kind of racist. You know what I'm saying? Just I don't know.
They're racist against the Afrikaans, I guess.
Sounds like, in all honesty, but
you gotta check out that Biden character. He's a
very interesting one. Yeah, but okay. Well, yeah, for me, yeah.
Dude, I love Brandon. Brandon's the man.
Did you get your Brandon lower, by the way? I'm still salty that it costs cheaper, or it costs the same for a finished Let's Go Brandon lower as it did, or for like my Blem like normal PSA lower. Like I could have got the funny meme one for the same price. I would totally done that.
That's messed up. Yeah,
it is. It is.
Just go the Jemezru and just use a soldering iron on it, dude. Just stencil it in there yourself.
I could have. Yeah,
we could 3D print the logo and just rattle can it on there. Just create a stencil.
Actually, no. What was it? Yeezy did that, or he made a Let's Go Brandon one. He never published it like he did with the Mom's Demand one, but he did make it.
Props for Yeezy for doing that, because I know he doesn't like leaning into like the right wing stuff. So
in his defense, because I know he likes to take his lefty cred very seriously. He did that like right when it happened too. I want to say.
So he was new to the meme before it became like a boomer thing.
Yeah, no, it's kind of.
I just think he was really into NASCAR.
Oh yeah, of course.
That's my understanding.
I mean, it's one of those things where I feel like we're going to be hearing that for the next 4 years as well, because as we all know, boomers never know.
Oh yeah, it's going to be the new fucking Cracker Barrel wife meme.
Or like Snowflake.
Listen, we've got Orange Man, Cheeto Man, bad. It just fits. I mean, we've got Cheeto Man and Brandon. Brandon's eating some Cheetos. There's stuff going on out there.
Are you talking about my steak salesman, dude? Come on.
Only if it's well done.
Dude, your chat had me absolutely terrified when the intro was coming on. Someone was saying that like Medicare was streaming, and I was so sure.
Yeah, I was about to say
that's the
I was so sure that stream was Christmas. So I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna have to fucking hop off this stream.
Yeah, no, if I would have done that, that would have probably I would have probably stopped the stream myself too.
Yeah, like -0 views.
It's like, all right, guys, I think we all let's be honest here. We know what we want. Like,
we want Jim, not these sad cunts.
Right? Yeah, we can all go give Jim money instead of. Where I posted the link right now to the Odyssey on the chat. Let me see if I can pin that for the YouTube comments if you guys want that. Or okay, this isn't. I hope that pins. I'm not sure. Odyssey links are weird. They're not normal. But okay, I guess talking about the stuff that designs. how are your guys' works going? Spooky, I know you have the Belladonna.
Had. Yeah,
You
past
had.
tense.
If you want to get those things ready, but also we have Chairmanwon. You just released a new pack too.
It wasn't really a new, yeah. So I added like the mini 17 and 19 just because some dickheads on K wouldn't shut up about it. So I figured I'd finally do it.
You listened to K?
Oh well, I mean, you know,
He was bullied into submission.
I
Oh,
mean,
God.
you know, I like K. So if I browse K and I see people
Do you
saying
shirtfag?
mean things about me, no, oh God, no.
Okay.
God no! I will never use a trip code in my life.
Good.
I would sooner die.
Okay. Well, all right. I think the chat will like that. That's good. That's
yeah.
good.
No. Oh Jesus.
Yeah,
I never trip.
But just at least just to get this quicker, Mr. Snow, you're also working on. Well, guess you guys are both kind of on the same thing with the Glock. But Mr. Snow, you're working on the Taser one too, right?
Yeah, the Gatto Prod, which Chairman's going to help me out by
What a
adding some of
name.
his flavor to it. Yeah, the Gatto Prod's going to be a fun one. There was a pretty sweet moment today on Instagram, for those of you that don't follow me there, where I went live on Instagram and took about 6 or 7 solid hits from the old Prioritaser here.
Taser.
It was a good time. Yeah.
Now, was it? I didn't get to catch it. Was it like your wife or was it you that did that?
Oh no, I totally did it myself. That was self-inflicted. My wife won't come within 10 feet of this thing.
Good choice.
Yeah.
It doubles as a social distancing device. It has many purposes.
It has a crowd control aspect to it. I want to say, like, if you were to point a gun at me and then just starts like arcing like that, I'd be a little scared myself too. I didn't know how to react with that as well.
So I was talking to Riptide Rails today, a friend of mine. I'm just going to name drop as much as I can because that's what I do. Talking to buddy Riptide today, and he asked for a wireless controller for the Gatto Prod for his bait bucket to scare the birds away. So he's got a problem. Like he goes fishing, he's got a bait bucket, and the birds will come and start stealing his bait, and he's looking for a little key fob to be able to hit it and make the sound and scare the birds away. It was about a 5-minute Amazon search, and the parts are on the way.
That is.
I was really hoping you were going to say that you guys were going to make it like a full kit for 3 Riptides, but
yeah, you buy whatever, the new ejector, the new metal ejector they're adding for the FGC9. You also get a nice little bird scarer.
That totally might happen. I know DB Firearms is looking to put together some kits. He and I have been working on it as well. So it actually just entered like an alpha stage where I put the files out there among the folks that I work with tonight, actually, like 30 minutes ago. So the Gatto Prod is going out into the wild as of this evening.
shit.
There you go.
Incredible.
We all gotta watch out.
All right. Oh, would you look at that? We have our first Chinese. I haven't seen these ones in a while. How do I ban this user? I'll put this user and time that.
Oh, the .xyz people. Nice.
Yeah, no, I haven't had one of those before in a while. Like they showed up when I just started the channel and everything, but they kind of just flew off.
Girls.
Yeah, it's a shame.
That's how you know you're arriving.
You're right. But okay, well, talking about links that don't work. And Spooky, how did the Belladonna go?
Yeah, past tense. That's great. I'm really glad you're using that kind of verbiage there.
That's not good foreshadowing, that language.
No. So as we all know, it had a little bit of an issue. It did not handle the pressure from the round. It did not handle the gas. It just managed to. Oh God, the baby. Hang on, turn this over quick. Sorry.
Believe it or not, not everyone uses Twitter here. So luckily for those people are probably better off in their life. But go ahead and explain to them.
I disagree. The shit posting stadium is my favorite place. Now, anyway, so yeah, it does have a problem where the gas just escapes through too much of the frame, and that causes it to, explode, which is fine. I assume that would happen. The good news is, even though the frame exploded, the barrels did not. So interesting there. But I know how to fix it. I know what my plan of action is. It's actually going to look really fucking sick when we're done with it. It's basically just going to have a giant vent port in the middle of the frame that vents, I want to say I think my goal was 60 degrees outward away
It's
from
like
the shooter.
It's like a cylinder gap for a revolver.
Basically, yeah, I think it's exactly right. It's
You're
just gonna be
jetting.
like-
It's a jet
just-
place. Yeah.
It's just gonna jet out the excess gas because it's already got like a rifle barrel inside of the adapter anyway, so it's gonna be perfectly fine once it's already exiting the adapter.
So
I think
wait.
It's gonna be a
I
fiery
think Chairman's looking
explosion.
deeply into your eyes to try to figure out the set me.
No. I'm just you used Twitter too much, so it took me a minute to get caught up on what happened here. So
Oh yeah, you got to go through all the anime ass first.
Yeah,
it's a
I'm
lot-
right.
it's a
I was
lot
trying to
of
scroll
scrolling.
it so I can show it to everyone as well because
It's a lot of. Oh, please show
Yeah,
them.
like,
Please
I
show
haven't
them the
showed them yet.
devastation.
I haven't shared the screen yet because I feel like some
go to my
people might
media
not
tab.
remember it. Yeah, I'm going to the. Oh,
it's a break action
Yes,
38 special using an AR fire control group.
correct.
That's a
Fucking
terrible
dope
idea.
project. That's
Hey.
awesome.
Whoa, what did Snow say? Terrible.
It's a terrible idea. No, I'm messing with you.
It is a terrible. I mean, it exploded.
That's a
Like,
terrible
clearly I
idea.
was
Of
out
course,
my
it's not going to
mind.
work. Of course, you're going to have a
Clearly.
cylinder gap issue. You're going to port that.
Oh, I know.
I
was
mean-
fucking sleep deprived when I thought of this idea. I was like,
Wait a minute. Let's just be
What if
clear.
we-
Spooky. What is your Twitter handle for those of us out there?
It is my friend Spooky. My good friend is not _ Spooky Guns. He's a great friend of mine.
Is this the one that also sells the bolts, or is it a different one?
No, that's my Cambodian associate.
Okay.
Spookware.
I have to make. Well, see,
So
this
wait,
is
you
the
guys
problem.
are not the same. Let me just. You guys are not
Had
the
a
same
whole
people, right?
stream getting this figured out. Okay, all right. We were there.
Well, I'm not going to say anything like perhaps maybe Spooky told me, hey, I'm going to go bring in this other voice like through the Discord call. Just
I hired
pretend
this
like it's
guy just like Jesse did to beat me up. Okay, he's not
a
my
Fiverr
game
actor.
lover.
Don't question him.
Because I missed the Belladonna disaster, and I don't know, like,
I wouldn't say it's a disaster. It's really a learning opportunity. All right.
fair.
Because now we're gonna get a sweet ass break action that has a fiery fucking explosion every time you shoot it.
Okay, so I'm showing it on stream for everyone. This is the end result of it.
Wait, show them the beginning. Show them the one
Uh,
of it built against the wall so they know what it looked like.
Do you have it here? You
Yeah,
don't
keep
have
going a little bit. It's like a little further down.
One picture back. It's like one picture back on my media tab.
This is okay. Well, you also have other things there that I'm not
Okay,
sure
well,
whether
this
Twitter's
one-
going to give me a second. Let me go.
Ooh, that's nice. I
But
see.
these are the
yeah.
breaks that Spooky is talking about. It's
Isn't it just gorgeous? Look at that.
I don't know. That already looks ported to me.
Well, now you know how big you need to make the ports. It's naturally evident.
There you go. Perfect gauge right there.
yeah, but the bigger issue, I want to say, the bigger crime out of all of this was you didn't film it, and that's the saddest part about it, is you didn't film it.
Okay.
And I think-
in a rush. I'll film the next time.
So
Okay,
what caliber is that thing again?
38 special.
Okay, I have a picture of it. All right, this is the one. It looks pretty. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, let me go ahead, bring that back up again, share screen, and okay, don't tick box. Remember, Spooky, if you have even more pictures, you can share too as well.
All the pictures I've taken of that thing are online. So
So here is what it
Well,
looked like before you broke. I would say it looks kind of pretty. It looks like, are those pop-up
gorgeous.
sites?
no, the ones that are attached, yes, and it does have printed on iron sights that are hard set. I think at 25 yards.
Why not 100?
Yeah, fuck.
Wishful
So-
thinking, bud.
So it's a break action, and
Yep.
you're using steel liners, and you're
It's
chambering them.
It's a 20 gauge adapter. So it's
Oh,
actually a adapter
makes more
for a
sense.
shotgun that actually takes a lot of calibers, but this one is.
Yeah.
I feel like I think 38
That's
special is
actually-
the lightest
That's
caliber, just
That's
above
a really
22.
good idea.
yeah. There's a ton of those, the 12 gauge adapters that go to
You
all
can
those
get
different
you can get
barrel
12
inserts
one.
and things like that.
So,
Chairman, we should steal that for our black powder
Oh fuck yeah!
ignition rifles.
Hell yeah!
I mean,
And
for
I'll-
me, the first thing I see about this is you could totally also use a printed fire control group too for this as well. So if like
Yep.
people that are people that say, oh, there's not enough, like I guess.
the more
Other-
fun.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah, there's not enough, I guess, other things that are, I guess, not fully based on kits or like I guess all regulated
Yep.
parts type of a thing. This is kind of, I guess, another possibility. I'm pretty sure too you can also make those liners I'm not sure exactly how those liners work,
So-
exactly the slug stuff, but I feel like you can
Yeah.
probably ECM that stuff too.
When we eventually go into beta, the receiver I'm just going to make a ton of. So I'll make it in 12 gauge. We'll make it so it takes just a regular pipe, I guess. We'll do a whole bunch of receivers that anybody can print. So if they want to put a fucking metal pipe in there, they can do it. We'll do a lot of things. I think RK was hitting me up today. He was like, "Hey, can we make this thing shoot 37 millimeter? Come on, man."
I mean, we could probably make it shoot. Well, I guess it depends a lot on the pressure too.
He said it's actually surprisingly low pressure and low recoil energy.
Yeah, it's
So-
incredibly low for 37mm. Although we did have a little mishap with the
I
Are We
saw.
Cool Yet guys.
I saw. Yeah, there.
Yeah.
So,
Goon
Um,
Goon had a little issue, and there were some stitches involved today.
what I was gonna say.
Mm.
Oh, did he? Oh shit. So he's okay.
Well,
Yeah, he's all
hope-
right. He's all right, but that's exciting.
So someone will eventually be able to do their name no handy for real. For sure.
But real,
Like, we'll
though.
get there.
No stolen valor.
I was going to thing for the Belladonna, the rear assembly. All of the operations on it are completely powered with springs and stuff that you can get in an AR LPK. So the latch itself uses the mag release spring, and the firing pin reset uses the bolt catch spring.
Way to destroy the aftermarket,
Sorry.
parts kits for the 3D printers.
Hey, I will say this though: like if you're building a Mod 9 or an FGC 9, those are the ones that you don't really even use. So like I have a bunch of those laying around.
Yep, I had a bunch
So-
laying around, so made it super easy.
But I mean, I personally think this is one of the cooler. I guess this is a nice, full DIY type of a thing, like stuff that Suckboy Tony is doing. That's a
Mhm.
completely different ball game. But this is like I would say a little bit closer to like a Liberator or Songbird type of a thing.
Big Liberator, with a capital B.
Well,
Bigerator.
I mean, you said you're going to turn this into a massive break possibly as well. So for
I
all
was,
of
I
us,
was thinking it was going to turn into a massive bolt action. That would be like the end goal. Would be like changing this thing from break action to a bolt. But
well,
I don't know. It's gonna see
I
how
have bolt action dreams, but the
We all have
plastic is
bolt
just
action dreams.
yeah.
but
Well, I'm a
for
bolt
this,
action guy.
oh yeah, no, I've seen some of those streams that you had where you showed through your collection. That stuff's incredible. But like Spooky, you were exploring. Well, this one, of course, obviously is not suppressed because that would be you would need your stamp on that.
No,
But this is
yeah, exactly.
but you said in theory, this is supposed to be integrally suppressed, right?
In theory, I don't know how that dream's going to go from here on out. We'll see. But
Right.
that was the original plan. Was
With
that
that, if you're having that level of cylinder gap, suppressing is going to be a
it's
real
never
problem.
it's not going to happen.
No.
So.
Yeah, my thing was I just said because I know most breaks you just cut out the holes for the baffles and congratulations, now you have a break.
We can talk
But-
about the choo-choo break if you need to. I
Well,
understand.
that was actually someone actually mentioned that was, hey Snow, how is the choo choo break going on?
It's not.
That's a sad thing. I don't have it with me right now, but if I were back in my apartment, I would have blown the little break. I loved it. It's really fun. I bet my neighbors love it.
Yeah, it's really cool. But the problem with firearms and brakes are whistles. Problems with whistles is whistles work on air flow. You have to be able to create that high. And I learned a lot about whistles really fast. I mean, I made so many whistles. And I have young children. My wife hates it.
Oh, it's so loud. No,
Oh.
I think I played a video on. Oh, that was an older video I uploaded. That's gonna take a long time on Twitter, but it was me blowing the whistle. It's a very high pitched noise.
Oh, it's bad.
But-
But so you need that high and low pressure, and as the air is flowing across it, oscillating between high and low pressure pockets, that's what creates that tone and that whistle, that vibration. And the problem with a firearm is it doesn't really present flow as much as blast. So I mean, outside of like filling an airbag full of firearm muzzle blasts that then you squeeze out like some horrible Scottish choo-choo whistle of atrociousness, I don't know what to do.
I see someone on Odyssey. I was looking at the Odyssey chat. Odyssey Amnesia gave me one Libre coin. Thank you very much. But he said, I hope we're going to talk about all the hot takes on Twitter this week.
Oh, we'll get there.
We're going to get there, specifically about the anonymity one, and then I guess the wonderful guns and Bitcoin.
Oh, don't worry. I've sent you my birth certificate already, AG. Okay. I want to make sure I was well vetted.
I thought it was
to be at least Christmas Day number 4 before we go there.
Don't worry. We're hopefully going to get. We're going to get enough drink in us. It'll be fun. Don't worry. We don't want to start it now while everyone's still sober. We want to get at least like a couple more, I guess, whiskeys for Mr. Snow, a couple more beers for Chairmanwon, and then Spooky doing Everclear.
Listen, we don't play. It's Christmas vacation. It's over.
And then Dorkmo also gave me 1 Libre coin as well. Thank you very much, saying Twitter alert crew. Yes.
Well, I was going to say, we thankfully know that Spooky is, in fact, an anime girl named Spooky, so I think we're in the clear.
Spooky lore is very difficult. I'm not going to...
It's very dense. There's a lot of lore, a lot of plot.
Like, the fact that he's using 2 laptops right now so he can also chat as RK Spookware and himself is just... I mean, he takes the commitment so much further. I've never seen such a showman since
this is a slice of life plot in the making.
Don't, and there'll also be anime too, but they'll be probably later on for right now. But okay, so I guess so we know how the Belladonna worked in the end. We kind of figured
worked. Yes, worked. Yeah, I mean it's still fired. The bullet went down range.
7mm camera. It's launcher.
Yeah. There we go. Now we're talking, and then we'll make it a cannon. Those aren't regulated.
Right, but I will say that video is the one where it made me feel uncomfortable watching that one. It was a thump and grind. It was a thump and grind, I believe. The guy that had his
the explosion.
Yeah,
that's gonna get coined around by the antis now. I hope you know that.
Well, which one? There's been 2. So Goon had his explosion, and another member, I don't know if that one's public, actually broke his thumb.
I heard about that.
37mm.
I heard about that, but I remember hearing it in I think the Wait Forward chat.
Yeah.
Is the Belladonna going to be the winner when it comes to non-exploding 37mm?
So this is a $30 action camera off of Amazon, which, by the way, you can get Amazon insurance for this for a free replacement for like $4.
Oh, I see where this is going. All right.
And there may or may not be in the works a 3D printed enclosure to go 37mm with this.
Oh my God.
Well, remember to follow Mr. Snow on Twitter and Instagram specifically to learn a little bit more of those updates. I'll be sure to put that in the links once we're in very soon. But
I have a link tree now. Put that, it has everything.
Oh, I should probably get one of those. It's probably
Linktree is fantastic. Everybody should have Linktree.
What is Linktree?
So Linktree is an external third-party source that you like. I've got a linktree.com/Mr. Snow Makes, all one word. And it literally, you go there and it has links to my YouTube page, my Twitter account, my Instagram account, and I need to add Odyssey. So you go one place and there's all of my different locations.
That makes sense.
It's really handy. And they let you make a custom URL, linktree.com/Mr. Snow Makes.
It's no handy, not handy.
I did find you. I am following you. I wanted to make sure that I had the right Spooky follow.
I mean, both of them are wonderful treats to follow. I would say one has less anime on it, though. I will say that.
That is a goddamn shame.
But
is the ghost not anime? Am I old? Am I disconnected?
Yeah. Yes, the ghost is not anime. I believe it was some. Oh God, I think we found out who did it. I don't remember. Maybe that'll be an RK Spookware can probably talk about that one a little bit more.
He's in the chat.
Oh, Queer Armor says, "God damn it! I have to make it thump and grind now entirely to make that shell camera with that sound."
Oh, he's got my sticker. Oh, my friend's sticker. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. I really want to make a thump.
My good friend.
I want to make a thump and grind. The only issue is I don't have any place to actually shoot it. I don't know what range will just let me fire a flare cannon, I guess, in there. Indoor range. It seems like a bad idea.
I thought
we live in America, right?
Yeah, I thought moving to Texas, I'd have like a bunch. I thought I'd show up and you'd show me where all the cool ranges are. But if I can't even fire flares there, like
hopefully, my friend, you are going out in the nice like East Texas, like kind of like ranch area. You know, you're moving to the same city here that I'm from, which I'm gonna say right now, it's probably you're not gonna get that here.
Oh yeah.
To any large city in Texas, you're not gonna.
Yeah. But no, hey, so I actually got the. So we're closing in like 2 weeks.
Oh, you got the house?
Yeah, we're closing in 2 weeks. We're past the option period. So
Man.
AG in like middle of next month, I'll be friggin' 10 minutes away from you.
Well, you, me, 3D print in general, maybe even Citizen Hush too. We can probably work some things out. Maybe Hush can take you to the cool range.
Well, I mean, Hush and General are already coming to my housewarming, so you're obviously invited too.
Well, thank you so much. Then we'll talk about that one later. But so we talked about that. You were talking about, or you made. So I kind of want to at least get this a little bit out of the way before we go into the fun little.
I'm not telling you my shoe size, AG. It's not going to happen.
It's 6.5 female, and we know it is. But before we get into the Huffington Post one thing, I was going to ask you. So, what is the difference between, I guess, like a 17 mini, 19? I don't understand what the 19 mini, that type. I don't do Glocks.
They just have the subcompact grip on them, so they're just 17 or 19 slide with a 26 length grip on it. It's super easy. Should have done it when I originally did the Gigapack stuff, but I thought it was stupid, so I forced my opinions on everyone. And then Kay told me that I was stupid, and because I unquestionably listened to everything that Kay says, I decided to revise my opinion.
Was Siege there?
Sieg?
Yeah.
I fucking hate that guy.
Everyone hates him.
Anyone who trips, I fucking hate.
Oh god, I hope he doesn't fucking.
Except for Armitard, they should fucking like find a way to global trip that man.
There's a couple of them every time I go see them. Like, oh, it's these guys. All right, like you'll see the thread's going well, then you start seeing names like, oh god, okay, well this is going well. This is going too well for everyone's liking, I guess.
I know,
but
it's just a shame because like K is probably my favorite like single place on the internet, and to see Trips like coming up and just shitting up good threads, it just puts a tear in my eye.
Well, there was, I mean, when I moved to the wonderful article stuff, I mean, there was the wonderful also Vice article about K where they got the Trips to be the voice of K, which was just even better.
You'll have to DM me that after the stream.
I need to see that.
I never saw that.
It's horrible. It's exactly what you think it is. I think my first interaction with Spooky was me finding someone pretending. It was Spooky saying something, or it wasn't Spooky, but everyone kept saying it was Spooky for some reason. And then I think I screenshot it. It was basically something about who is Spooky. Oh, he's the guy that makes the Firebolt and Waffle Mags and also puts tits on guns.
Hell yeah.
I'm not sure if you still have that as your banner or anything, but that was great. But
my banner is the mags. I think it's the Waffle Mag.
Oh, that's a shame. But oh well. But I guess we could probably move on to the wonderful article then about. So okay, Chairman and Mr. Snow, you guys are. I know, Chairman, you're going to the Bear Arms Bitcoin. What about you, Mr. Snow? You're in Florida, so I'd assume yes, but
I'm a speaker at the event, my friend.
Okay,
we both are.
So is Chairman.
I remember it early on. I was technically a speaker too when they accidentally messed up and they called me AG Leaks again.
Nice.
I saw myself there. I was like, oh, that's okay. Do I need to go check my schedule?
They have given me a like 30-minute time slot to basically go over the basics of 3D printing. Like, where do you go? How does it work? So just give like a basic rundown of, if you want to make 2A firearms, this is how you do that.
1 minute on printing, 29 minutes on printed guns.
Something like that. Yeah. Like it's more like, here's where you go to get the information. And here's like 10 minutes of ask me some questions. And if it's not an interesting question, I'm just going to skip you.
Well, I mean, be sure to, or you can at least mention in the matter of minutes and then try to say all the fun buzz, like the fun media words for it. I mean, if I were giving a speech, I would definitely do it. In the matter of minutes, anyone can do it. Like just like downloading a song type of a thing.
Listen, you wouldn't download a car, AG.
You'd be very shocked to find out my answer to that, but don't worry.
You wouldn't download a car.
Well, let me pull it up. But Chairman, what about you? Both of you guys didn't go to the one beforehand in Texas, right?
Nah, I had just started I had just like printed my first 1022 at that point. That was, I mean, less than a year ago, but a long time for, it was way before I was like heavily involved in 3D printed guns.
Yeah, but let me pull this up because this is a beautiful article because it names drops a lot of people in it, which is great too.
No, I was so sad I didn't make it.
I'm sad too.
I'm still waiting till I get served a lawsuit. I really want one.
I'm so sad because like every single time I always get like they'll confuse me with AG leaks, which by the way I'm not AG leaks by the way, but they'll every now and then people mix me up with him like, oh please for the love of God link my channel, please for the love of God link my channel. Nope, they figured it out. Okay, it's not. They found out the right one, which is
They don't want to
sad.
they don't want to give you what you want.
Right. I mean, I want the free publicity, but okay, I guess I can't have that this time. But from what I remember hearing from a couple of people that went there, I want to say, like, there's only a couple of videos from it. I think it's the one from the Printed General, but there was apparently, like, from the people that were there explained to me, there's a lot of like people filming and things like that. A lot of journalists there that I guess this was the culmination of it. They just waited a year for it, which I guess you guys should be on the fun lookout for that. I wonder how that's going to go for the next time. Hopefully.
I mean, I'm sure it's going to be an absolute shit show, but I mean, I want to go to Miami. I want to hang out with like Mr. Snow and Suckboy and like other cool like people.
Jeff Rodriguez is going to be there. PSR is going to be there.
Yeah, it's just like, I mean, the more people 3D printed guns and like, eventually one is going to be used in like some type of high profile crime. Like, I don't know, like don't talk to journalists obviously, but like once it's just one of those things that like it's there's gonna be more and more attention on it.
Eventually somebody's frame's gonna make it on an evidence table in South America.
Oh yeah, I mean, or someone's frame will go be handed to a cop and type of a thing. Who knows? A lot of fun things.
My frame got handed to the ATF in the Vice documentary.
Yeah, that was
my frame. The cop was like, the Fed at the ATF was like, oh, that's cool, actually.
I mean, he seemed like, yeah, he was like, this is really cool. Like, also, like, they must have found like the most just either the most clueless ATF agent or like he was just like, oh wow, I've never seen this. This is incredible.
When the ATF agent starts talking about 3D printed bomblets dropped from drones, that guy was the biggest influence on that video.
Yeah, no, I was like, shit, that's a good idea. Like, oh no, why have I never thought of that? Like, yes, yeah.
The ATF guy was like, yeah, we're worried about 3D printed bomblets from drones. We don't want to see that happen.
Like I like to think like you guys got really lucky on the ATF agent you got, because like think about like what most of the journalists will do. Like, I mean, think about P80 Ralph. Oh, he just happened to find the wrong journalist that went to like knock on YouTube's door type of thing. You guys got lucky in the whole, oh, we found the one cool ATF agent that's giving us more advice than actually doing anything. Like, oh yeah, what do you mean people can drop 3D printed bombs off of 3D printed yeah, keep talking about that. Let me hear that. You could tell the Vice journal was more of like a, oh, okay, all right. I don't know. This isn't the way I was expecting this to go.
Who's the real influencer on this documentary? I see the ATF as the influencer on that documentary because everybody else did legal stuff. I mean, and that's one of the cool things about the documentary. I got to hand it to the documentary is, listen, we've got a record from an ATF agent saying these guys are having a good time and what they're doing is totally legal. He says that in the documentary. So that's cool. It worked out.
I mean, the one that me and RK and SpookyDev all three of us watched together. I mean, that one, I watched it. It was on a test stream, actually. The one right before this. It was basically the guy that it was a Vice journal that decided, I'm going to learn about gun culture type of a thing. And for some reason, he was shocked that everyone instantly denied him the moment he said, oh, I'm a Vice journal. I'm going to talk about guns. Couldn't understand why, of course. But for some reason, I guess people just didn't like that. He met up with a couple of channels. I want to say he met up with, I think, a Black Gun Association in Atlanta, some liberal gun owner, whatever I think it's like liberal Socialist gun owners.
RA or whatever.
It was not Socialist RA, but it was like liberal gun owners.
Like off Reddit?
Yes, literally yes. But there was also one guy who was the NFA review channel, and he made his own video afterwards, basically saying, yeah, actually the guy, like I looked at some of his work he apparently was fair on preppers type of things. Like, I'll give him a chance. He got very lucky as well, I would say. That Vice journal, despite I guess being unable to hit the broadside of a barn, he at least was willing to learn, I guess. And I'll give it. It pains me to give credit to Vice journal, but he at least tried.
Yeah, Keegan was a good guy. So I mean, I got to spend quite a bit of time with Keegan. That was a journalist that was in the video. His name is Keegan Hamilton. He was a decent dude, and he was just there, curious, And those are the best kind of journalists, the curious ones. This HuffPost article, this is not a journalist.
But she went to journalist school, dude. Come on.
So that's something I kind of wanted to also mention. So this is a really interesting article, and like where you can kind of, it's a common theme you'll see constantly happening. I would say probably more recently, like the past 4 years, but the actual Guns Bitcoin account came out with their own statements of the actual questions and what their responses were fully. And you can see, oh, would you look at that? You left that part out. Oh, that's a shocker there. Okay, well, that's interesting. Wonder why you did that. And then a bunch of other questions that just didn't get answered. And then how they kind of changed the wording on a lot of things too.
Yeah, Ragnar, who is the one that kind of organizes this, put that out there in Twitter today of, hey, here's the question she asked and how she cut the quote in half to put a slant on it. But Ragnar on Twitter is not going to have the same reach that this person does through. Yeah,
well, he doesn't have a blue check, if I remember correctly.
He
doesn't
not
have the authority of a media or institutions or the bastion of free speech like the Huffington Post is. But like this, this article, and like the same one with P80 Ralph, where it's like Chairman, did you ever see the video that, like the actual interview with P80 Ralph? I know he posted the Streamlab.
No, oh God, no. I mean, like,
I watched it.
Ralph's a good friend. Him and I live in kind of the same general area and hang out. But I couldn't even. I mean, I knew it was going to be a disaster. If he had talked to me at all before he decided to do that, I would have told him to run for the hills. But
I
couldn't watch it.
I watched it. I think he did a very good job. I don't think he published it, so I won't show that because I don't know what he wants to do with that. Also, I don't know if I can find it still. But he did a good job. I want to say he covered his points well. You can tell though very much in the article, they basically just took the couple of questions, like the two quotes they wanted from him, and that was it. And they basically wrote then they wrote to YouTube, hey, so why is this channel able to break all the rules and can still stay up? Or hey, I would say if we were to look at this interpretation, they're clearly breaking the rules. How do they still have a channel? Like,
well, that was the big problem there. It's because
the journalist was really smarmy about it too, because they were being really kind to him. They were being really nice to him. In fact, I would say I would have never expected, if I were P80 Ralph, I could understand how I would almost get blindsided by it too, actually.
No, the journalist wasn't wrong. I mean, listen, I love Ralph. I've been on many of his streams. He's in my cell phone number. He can call me whenever he wants. But was he breaking the YouTube terms of service? Yes. So he was. And, that's
He's very useful videos. He has really good videos.
This article right here. Is there a right-wing movement to boost untraceable ghost guns? Probably. Yeah, I would agree with that. But is that the primary source? No, I don't think it is. So, I mean, is this article wrong? No, I don't actually think there's anything in this article that I would say is actually wrong. It's just putting the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable to say that
these guys are defining, like, it's a tautology, because they're defining, like, the desire to expand and defend Second Amendment rights as right wing. So it's like, of course, it's like if that's your definition of right wing, then yeah, of course.
Yeah, it jumps from A plus B suddenly equals C. It's a bad logical fallacy that they're linking things that are no link, but aren't necessarily untrue. It's a classic fallacy argument, as well as a great tool for terrible journalists.
I mean, when I was reading the stuff that I want to say, the gun or Firearms and Bitcoin account posted, it's more, you can clearly tell, like they knew what the answer, like they knew exactly what they said. It was, well, okay, this isn't necessarily what we wanted to put out there. All right, let's just cut and piece it together so it pushes the right narrative. It was clearly narrative building is what this whole thing is. And you can just read it. If you ever, I guess, follow any of us online, you'll probably notice the couple of fun, like, words that a lot of the media, like Everytown, those other political action committees like to use it. The 80% lower kits, 3D printed guns, and about how, these are untraceable.
Untraceable.
absolutely untraceable. God forbid, they would ever go try to find, I guess, people's credit card transactions. Like let's be honest, if the ATF wants to find you, they'll be able to find you unless you buy it from cash, which I don't know.
You're not dating your handler? Come on, man.
I don't have that much of a game. But my favorite thing, too, is when you just scroll just a little bit down, what's the first thing we see here? Since January 6th. Out of nowhere, by the way, I read through this whole thing a little bit beforehand. I skimmed through it. Not once did they really mention it. They just they just have to put there the nice January 6th. However, the industry around these weapons have moved away from mainstream websites like Facebook and YouTube because we got banned.
Yeah, I was gonna say we never really had like a strong presence on there because we always got fucking banned.
But because you got banned and we can't control it, interested parties now congregate on the decentral private social media platforms like Zion. By the way,
I've never heard of Zion. By the way, yeah. I've never heard of that platform.
Neither have I. Snow, Chairman.
I'm going to look it up now. Sounds like a good advertisement.
Yeah, sounds
like people I want to be with.
Exactly, right? Same reason why I wanted my channel to be introduced here, but I guess, well, you can't win everything. But library doesn't really exist anymore, I want to say.
Yeah, didn't it?
Library's Odyssey.
Yeah, it's Odyssey now. But I think the library site still exists, but it's like it's not really, I don't think you can use it really anymore. I think they told everyone to use Odyssey, but
also, I don't know anybody in our community that's on Gab. I don't know if anybody.
I have one single person that always tells me to get on Gab. One guy tells me, he always keeps telling me, get on Gab, get on Gab, get on Gab. I'm like,
is it the creator of Gab? Because
no, it's not him, but it's some guy. He's nice to me and I like him, but like, I already have enough feds that follow me. I don't need an entire site full of feds as well. It's just okay. But Gab is. I do know. Well,
yeah, you can always pump those numbers up, champ.
I know that's fun to say, but do you?
Well, you got a good point there.
Everybody always says that kind of stuff. And I know it's a joke, just like the same thing with I lost it in a boating accident. Yeah, listen, that stuff's fun, but did you really? I mean,
I think there's like 8 ATF agents or something. There's like a weirdly small number.
And honestly, they don't care about us.
ATF, I wouldn't say think more of FBI type of the domestic terrorism type of a thing. That's the one I would go with.
Yeah, if
that's a totally different.
They're going after parents. They're going to come after us.
Well, Gab. I mean, I'm not sure if you remember what Gab or the big thing that got Gab like removed instantly. What everyone remembers it for, right? Do you remember the thing in Pittsburgh, a certain synagogue thing?
Oh,
yeah, that was Gab. And
okay.
Then the only
fair.
people after that, then it's kind of Gab got removed from everything, and then now it's I guess it's where people fed post. That's every time I go to Gab, that's usually what it's for. So
I just don't get the whole thing because it's like, I mean, those things are fucking like the decentralized ones are just going to be full of feds. Like if you're going to post about illegal shit, you're not going to do it on fucking Gab.
I mean, the guy he wasn't. I'm not sure whether he was.
Yeah, you're gonna do it on LinkedIn, okay?
Yeah, it's like just something like, or just I don't know, like fucking like. Well, drive down the street and yell out the side of a bus. You'll reach more people than fucking Gab. Like
the more interesting thing is like it's just the way they decided to paint all of it, because it's clearly about the mainstream sites. Well, I mean, you even saw the thing with P.A.D. Ralph, the others, where the NBC article where it's like, well, look, you might not be breaking the rule, or for some other people, they might not be breaking the rules, but they should be, type of a thing. I think even Everytown wrote another article, which I was going to talk about beforehand until this one dropped, but it was about well, look, we have all these list of people that are doing. I think they had the 3D print general, his Glock video, where he basically just said, yeah, here's a Glock I printed. Okay, let me go shoot it now.
No wonder he got all those new subs.
Yeah, I know. He got a nice shout out there. But like it's like you're not necessarily breaking the rules, but they want you to be. They're pushing for YouTube, saying, how dare you not ban these people? Look, these are people that are breaking the rules. I think they also have one of the older Pew videos of it's the guide one, which I guess you can make connections of what the guide is, but he doesn't really necessarily say it's guns. And then there's also the full auto seer, the Mom's Demand full auto seer release video, which if I remember correctly, if I spoke to Pew about it, he said all those videos of anyone shooting full auto, those guys have SOTs. So those guys are doing it legally. It's not, it looks sketchy
it'd be up to someone else to prove otherwise. I mean, I wouldn't hop on video shooting a full auto unless it was.
Yeah, I guess someone
Totally
thought
compliant.
Not up
those
to
guys.
me.
I mean, those guys decided, all right, I'll be the one that does it. So those videos are they tried also getting taken down as well, but those are also, I mean, technically legal too. But it's this idea of, okay, well, everyone that we ban is clearly, or everyone we don't like, we're just going to label far right. So, and those people that get banned, well, they're going to have to move to other places. So let's just go label those things also, or far right, the decentralized networks. Hell, I think like if they really wanted to go with that type of angle, they should have gone with BitChute more than Library Odyssey, because Odyssey has a lot. Odyssey, or I'm not sure if you guys have ever checked BitChute or gone to Odyssey much, but Odyssey,
Odyssey, sure.
BitChute's a lot more further. Like if you were to call a far right place, I would say BitChute's much more closer to that. Odyssey
I
has
just wish their search function fucking worked.
Just go
Yeah.
to GunTube. That place is a desert wasteland of users, but there's tons of like independently made content creation sites for for 2A stuff. I mean, you got like Warrior Poet Society. You got there's
Odyssey.
tons of
You
people.
have left wing. You have like I think David Pacman uploads all his videos there too. He's a prominent left wing commentator. That's very much. I don't think he's pro gun at all actually, but like it's not.
Odyssey makes sense. Like Odyssey, I think has like an actual like thing. Like they have like a use case where it's like, okay, if you're making content and it's like YouTube or whatever, yeah, just like also post it to Odyssey, because if something happens, because fucking like YouTube changes their mind about whatever, like depending on like what day of the week it is, and there's no consistency. So like, yeah, I mean, post everything there, because then at least if like you get like struck or something like that, you can still shoot people over to the content.
Well, yeah, it's a good archive of anything. I mean, for me, I've always thought, well, Odyssey allows gun files to be there. All right, that's probably
Yeah, fuck yeah.
side
I
of
mean,
things.
that's why I'm on Odyssey.
Yeah, like that's why I trust Odyssey more than most of the other alt tech sites, specifically just because they allow gun files. All right, that's probably a good.
So I will play within the rules of YouTube terms of service to be able to create that market, because YouTube is still one of the best places to create an audience. I don't think. I would say probably 10% of it is actually real in terms of like, so I've got like 12,000 roughly 12,000 followers on YouTube, but maybe like 1,000 people actually follow me. That's realistic. And yeah, so if I create something, I will talk about it up to the point of YouTube terms of service. And then I will say, if you want more info, go to the Odyssey. That's how you handle that.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's from someone was asking me that too. It's like, why don't you just only post on Odyssey? I mean, Odyssey is nice and everything. I like it because they have better terms and service. But the issue with Odyssey, I would say, is that it's not really good unless you're like posting things every single day, because you need to like pay Libra or you need to pay the Libra coin so it actually gets promoted, but you need to pay a bunch of that. It's not the best, I would say.
So AG, I just learned that I have admin privileges that I can change your screen layout.
I was about to. I just realized that as well because you cut off the thing. Are you going to show something as well?
Oh yeah. So I was going to show one of my favorite Twitter interactions of the past week that really made me quite happy. So I recently followed all the folks from like Mom's Demand and all that stuff.
Oh, you weren't banned by Shannon Watts. I remember that. That's a big deal. Good job.
I don't think I have been yet. I have to go check.
Give it time. Give it time.
Yeah. So I had Dr. Paula from every town in Mom's Demand tell me that, you know, I need a new hobby. And she says that woodworking does not produce a deadly weapon. So she made that very clear that woodworking is a better hobby than 3D printing guns, because we don't produce deadly weapons as wood makers.
Well, that's clearly a less than lethal bow.
You could have centered the woodworked AR lower.
I don't know what you guys are talking about. That's a weapon of war, all right? That is, people died from that. More people, I would say.
So yeah, this is my 80-pound English longbow that I made a couple of years, like probably a decade ago.
80 pounds?
Yeah, it's a beast.
Manly.
I enjoy it.
You expect to kill the French with that?
Probably not at distances that are required, but it was just a good time of, you know, these are the folks that we are dealing with, and it is, you know, lost all sense.
When I saw that tweet, I just thought of that guy who made a AR lower out of a 2x4. There was like a guy on, I can't remember if it was Instagram or Twitter that sent me that stuff. I think it was Instagram, American guy
I tweeted all this stuff. He had a Lego block made AR lower.
Oh, the Lego AR, dude.
I
That thing's
post
awesome.
that all the time.
Yeah,
I love it so much.
So he super glued Lego blocks together, then drilled out the location for the pins and created a functional Lego AR lower. And then he also took made one out of like plywood, like basically like the firebolt out of plywood. It's fantastic.
I mean, it has a similar dimensions, I would say, but my favorite part too is like, and I think Legos are ABS too, right?
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
that's I mean, I don't know how, or I remember it's quite blocky. I wonder how much like extra he did to that. But it's a very interesting looking gun. I don't have it on me right now.
Also, like, what the fuck? Have moms fucking heard of pointy sticks before? Like, that was kind of
Baseball
like
bats and
yeah,
clubs.
like, what?
And,
How do you think they became moms, dude?
you know,
Very good point there.
I have a real problem with her lack of vampire knowledge.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Yeah, but this is also a fun little thing we can all. Going back to this thing, here's a nice thing that I kind of think we can also delve into the wonderful picture that the thumbnail to this video as well. But here they're also mentioning, I guess, how the far right use anonymity. You know, the influencers and leaders of the Ghost Gun movement are overwhelmingly anonymous online characters, and the Bear Arm Bitcoin conference encourages attendees to use pseudonyms and otherwise obscure their real identities. Guns and Bitcoin also does not allow live photos or videos at its events. Privacy is a human right. Oh, this is the Bear Arms Bitcoin stuff. So there's no this is, I guess, good enough, but it's basically saying, yeah, don't show your face. But
They obviously haven't met Rob Pikus.
well, of course.
Yes.
I've only met Rob once, and I'll say I had a rather cordial interaction with him. He was very nice to me. That was the primary arms day, but you guys probably have met more. But
Anyway, speaking of anonymity, is my screen black for you guys?
no, it's white. We can see you.
Oh, you can see me? I can't see myself. That's weird.
Yeah,
You
you
know, I
doxed
see the
yourself.
Marty McFly of Christmas Pass.
But so this is something that I at least have some sort of investment for, at least, because me and Spooky, we both don't. I guess I've showed my face a little more than Spooky has. But I wear,
This is my real name, dude. I don't know what you're talking
my real name is AG too. It's Alexis Grogovich type of a thing. But
yeah. Spooky show us
Beautiful name.
real name.
yeah, it's beautiful. It rolls off the
I've
tongue.
seen AG in his Slavic squad. I've seen your KGB
Oh, it's
ID card.
if it weren't so hot right now, I would totally go shooting with it. The issue is it's like 80 degrees outside in Texas. Like, oh, I'm not gonna. That's a terrible idea.
Wait, is it actually 80 degrees in San Antonio?
Oh, it's so
right
hot.
now?
It was like 30 yesterday, and then it went up to 80 today. It's ridiculous.
So my wife has been in San Antonio for like the last month, and I've
Oh, it was super cold before. It was a week of cold, and then that's we could talk about that later. But I guess the point.
it's just fucked up. Like, my wife isn't even talking to me about it. I'm just saying. So it's unseasonably hot in San Antonio right
Texas, now. No, Texas. You can go through an entire season, like entire year's worth of seasons in a week.
No, I'm just saying. Yeah, but we're both transplants. So she's down there. We're talking every day. She's not telling me about the weather. I have to learn the fucking San Antonio weather from my buddy AG on stream, not from my loving wife. I'm just saying that's a little fucked up.
It just means that your conversations with your wife are deeper than the weather. I think this is really what we all strive to.
And this is why we have Snow here. He's great at diffusing. Thank you, Mr. Snow. Okay, let's go back to anonymity. All right. So me and Spooky, we both don't really show our faces at all, but you guys do. Chairman,
That's where we're getting to.
Yeah, you guys do show you show your face. Mr. Snow, you show your face. Like,
there's a couple of people on this community that show their face, like Control.
Yeah, Control Pew, Vin, Jeff Rodriguez. I mean, he gives his full name, actually.
Fucking Suckboy Tony.
Yep.
Is his name Suckboy Tony?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah,
I think his mother was Suck Girl Tonita.
I didn't realize it was a family name. Silly me.
Yeah, but I think that's the fan.
But like, I mean, let me see if I can pull up the. I didn't change the background for the stream on that one. That's a shame. But so I guess we could probably mention. Some people are mentioning Pinkus. Do you want to talk about at least what you were, specifically you were at the event that I guess caused a big issue with most people when it came to anonymity as well?
Yeah, this was kind of totally fucked because I was just there to steal free slides from JSD.
I got that. I love JSD, but
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, JSD fucking rules. And so they had like 3 booths there. So I figured every time that Jordan said I could take a slide, what that really meant was I could take a slide from every booth. Because each booth would just say they gave me 1 slide, or however many slides he said I could have.
Is Jordan in this stream? I need to invite him. Hold on.
Oh, I'd love to know you. Personally, I'll tell this to everyone. If you guys are interested in getting any sort of or nice Glock parts, JSD is fantastic.
JSD fucking rules. Wait, so I'm seeing this. I'm like, is my video seriously normal?
Yeah, you're totally
you're normal. Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy, dude. It's totally fucked on mine. It's like,
yeah, we can see you, so don't do anything weird. Don't touch yourself, type of stuff. You're good.
Yeah, I was about to, because like it's totally weird. But no, I mean the JSD slides rule. They're made out of like excellent metal compared to like similarly priced slides. Like I'd say that sometimes you need a little bit of hand fitting between the upper parts and like.
They changed that. So they actually adjusted their specs. So they used to be like 8 months ago, roughly. Their specs were super tight, and you genuinely.
Yeah, that's what I had found, is that like I was getting a lot of tight fits, and I needed to like bust out the polishing wheel on like a few parts to you needed to use some.
I went to lapping compound, so that's what I was using. I'd put lapping compound on the rails, and I would work in a JSD slide. But probably about 3-4 months ago, they actually changed their tolerances from the machine shop, and they're great now.
Yeah, I mean, so my thing with JSD is always like, I mean, the one thing you can't change about a slide is the quality of the metallurgy. And for the price that you're getting for a JSD slide, you're getting damn good metallurgy. Like the metal is really good. And you know, my issue had been the tolerancing, and tolerancing is a fix. You know, you can polish things down and get everything running super smooth. But if they've been bumping their tolerancing out a hair, I mean, that solves everything.
And you obviously haven't built enough 1911s to know about tolerancing.
Boy, you should get a 3011. 3011s are fantastic because
3011s are actually easier than 1911s.
Oh, oh god, that's the video if I wasn't constantly moving around and studying for the MCAT, I would have that one done already. But yeah,
just build one of the SIG 3 P320s. Same thing.
But yeah, the high power is worse, by the way. The high power is so much more hand fitting. Dear God, that's a lot. I haven't did a very good job on it, but dear God, high powers themselves are just a fun treat to work on if you've never done anything.
It's the same vein.
But I do want to say one thing about JSD. They're fantastic. God, I would love to get a slide, but that's all. But either way, you were talking about the event though.
So I had never met any of the guys who were there before. There was 2A 3D print, nice shirt by the way, super cool dude. Fucking Pinkus, and then P80 Ralph and DLD After Dark, and Crumpus.
John Crump.
Yeah, John Crump. Crump. So, you know, I mean, I didn't think anything was like weird or off. And then like I got to talking with Pinkus, and like, you know, he talked about, you know, I had no backstory on this. Like I didn't know about the Makers match or anything, or like that he was, you know, kind of like Snow, correct me if I'm wrong, kind of like the guy behind it.
He's the one that made it happen. I think that's fair to say.
So, you know, I didn't really know anything. And like he did kind of like go on this, like he opened up a conversation about like, oh, like, you know, it's cool that you're here in person, like, you know, like anonymity, showing your face, like name to a face, super cool. And I was like, yeah, man, like happy to be here, you know, doesn't matter to me. As far as I'm concerned, like the glowies already know who I am. So, and like my job doesn't care. So whatever, you know, like to me, it's like, okay, yeah, like I just don't care. And then, so I thought that was like cool conversation. And I was like, yeah, you know, like that's cool. Like I don't care. I don't have a dog in my fight if people want to like show their face or like do it or not. But like, I see where you're coming from. Like it does like help normalize it when like, you know, people can like meet a person and like see cool 3D printed guns that they might want to own themselves. Like, yeah, I mean, I took that seems like a reasonable opinion to have. And then he hops on Twitter and starts fucking blasting people. And like, you know, it's and like I'm tagged in some of this shit, and it's like, whoa. This is just not what I was thinking about when I was like having this conversation with you. I didn't expect any of this to fucking be on Twitter. Like, you know, this isn't the right way to do it. Like, he's not a 3D printed gun designer. He doesn't 3D print guns. He's not part of the community. And I have a big problem with someone coming into any community and trying to affect change from the outside, especially by putting people on blast. Like, if he wants to promote 3D printed gun designers that do put their face out there, I think that's fine. But like, there's a big difference between that and like coming down on people who don't, which is most people, and most of the people who've been doing some of the best work out there. It's just like carrots, not sticks, and it just really like it really pissed me off that I got like dragged into that. And I am salty about it. Like,
it killed my phone battery that day.
Well, I mean, were you on the original thread that went like 17 days of just nonstop? It was the original Makers Match one. I hope you weren't on that.
No. I wasn't on the original Makers. So okay. Like I was coming into this like I had never even heard of this dude. Because like remember, I was not in this community at all this time last year. Like,
yeah, I mean, for me, the biggest thing is like I have nothing but respect for the people that are willing to show their face, like you and Mr. Snow. I think that's personally. Fine. I mean, if you guys, for me, it's more of like the type of stuff I do, and at least I also don't want my fam. Like I don't want. It's just one of those things where I just prefer not to have it in my life, but I want to show people exactly. Oh, it's not that hard type of a thing. I at least want to kind of show everyone it's not that big of a deal. I don't really get the unnecessary. The hostility towards, I guess, people being anonymous to me is just a very it's
so weird. So weird.
No, it actually totally makes sense, but you have to holy context. So Pincus is actually a 3D printer. He has actually modified his own files.
Oh, okay.
QA pointed out he's working on a SIG PDW frame that he did a couple months ago based on a SIG 320. That's actually pretty cool. I don't know if it'll ever be released. Obviously, Pincus worked directly with Are We Cool Yet and Guns for Everyone, a not-for-profit, to set up the Makers Match. So, I mean, the guy's done stuff. But I
have nothing against the guy at all myself. I mean, I
don't have I don't have a problem with carrots. Like, fucking throw all the carrots you want, shove them up your ass, like have people eat them out your ass. I don't care. Like, if you want to, like, I mean, he has a pretty big following. Like, boost creators that like you think are like doing the right thing and, you know, doing what you want to do, but don't publicly blast people for not conforming to like your idea of like a good 3D printing designer. I just that really rubbed me the wrong way.
Well, here's what I think never got communicated. Okay. And I think this was communicated well. I don't think Rob has a problem with anonymity because I am not necessarily throwing out my full name and address.
Sure, and I'm not either. Like,
yeah, exactly. I don't think he has no issue with that. And he tagged us in that post saying, you know, thanks for being out here, being normal. What he has a problem with is the people that come in and make those sniper comments behind anonymity and just drag him for comments that he may or may not have made. You know, that, I mean, one of my favorite misunderstandings is the 3D printed DRM issue.
Yeah, that one was a bit confusing. I listened to the full thing. I would say it's a lot more. Yeah, it was.
Do you mind just like yelling at each other about waifus for like
Absolutely.
30 seconds while I take a piss? Because I actually do really want to hear this.
Okay, yeah.
So I'll find a distracting content. Oh, distracting content. I got it. We'll talk about puppies. Until Chairman McGregor returns, we'll have a moment of bliss and calm before the Pincus storm, because I will share a picture of the joy of me becoming the real John Wick. Hashtag the real John Wick.
But that involves your dog getting stolen, I believe.
What I'm saying is I'm ready to go all out.
He's ready, AG. Just let the man go.
I'm saying that, you know, I am ready to Ruby Ridge over a dog
Oh my god.
Ooh.
like this one. This is my new dog. I am picking this dog up tomorrow.
Oh my god.
And if you tell me you are not a fellow Ruby Ridge armored up, ready to go
I
over
think I
this
just heard
dog.
I think I heard your handler just, sigh and just be like, oh, he is cute.
Yeah. I just got a
Exactly.
notification from my agent saying keep an eye on him a little bit closer. But okay.
So this is the wonders of a Cavalier Poodle blend. And it is literally 2 pounds of fluff ball currently.
Aw.
Do you have any idea how small 2 pounds of this cuteness? I'm done.
Just
I've
make
been
sure you have
fighting-
a tannerite vest ready for her. If she's gonna go, she's gonna go with a bang.
Listen, if you think that I'm not going to 3D print a spare mag holster for this dog, I don't know what world you have been paying attention to,
If you
because that is
play-
priority.
Yeah, you want to play
Like
Metal Gear
priority number
Solid
3.
5. Like they have this nice thing for like it's called D-Dog. It's kind of a wolf, but it's a dog. They have a nice little vest for it too. You give it a nice little loadout. It's really adorable. You should look at it actually.
No, I am all in. I am ready to Ruby Ridge over this dog. We're
you,
ready to go.
as you should be.
Absolutely.
It's adorable.
What's the
Look at
name?
that dog.
So that's a fun thing.
Oh,
We are terrible people in the fact that we are buying this from a breeder. I admit that's a bad habit, but I have kids that have allergy issues, so we had to do that thing. So it is currently, it doesn't really have a name, and I am opposed. So we're picking it up tomorrow. It'll be 8 weeks old tomorrow, which is the soonest we can. Excuse me.
yeah, that's the
Johnny-
soonest you can pick up a dog.
Exactly. Johnny Walker's coming back to visit me here. As soon as you can pick up the dog. So the breeder named it Donner, which I am not about that. Not gonna name it after a reindeer.
Oh, I was thinking Donner Party.
Solid. Hadn't gone there yet. So yeah, there's Chewy has been on the table. My wife wants to name it Henry. We'll
Chewy's a
find
great
it.
name.
We
Looks
need
like
to
he
live.
looks like a Douglas to me.
Douglas is we need to live with the dog for a week or two. My 10-year-old says Kylo, which
Don't.
exactly. He's 10.
Don't
What
let
does
don't
he
let
know?
him make that kind of mistake.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. Okay, so back to the
thank you.
question. That was a great peaceful sideline to calm down
do,
the chat.
Do the DRM thing because I think that's a big thing that a lot of people just.
So just to be very clear, I don't know anything about this. Like I'm coming into this totally blind. All I know about is the one interaction I've had and how it got translated to Twitter, which I'm not really happy about, but I don't know any of the deep lore on this.
Yeah, so there was an interview done where Pincus talked about being sorry AG, I'm taking over your stream here a little bit.
Go ahead. No, you're fine. You know more about this than I do, so go ahead.
So, oh no, I don't. I lied. I don't know how to make myself the one that's the big one.
Oh, I can do that for you. It's this one, I think. Oh wait, no, I can.
See?
Oh, you're right. All right. Well, this is interesting.
Now listen. Now we're playing. If
Playing
anybody
musical
out there
chairs.
has motion sickness from this, I apologize. That Chairman
Let's
and I
just
are
leave it
switching
at this.
places. Let's just go back to our place.
Whoa! I got
Exactly. So Chairman went on a stream. Chairman. Pincus went on a stream and talked about the idea of a future of 3D printing where there could be DRM, digital rights management, on a 3D printed file. That means that file is only good for 5 prints and then it essentially self-destructs. Yeah, Chairman's got problems and we did it. There it goes. Nice. So DRM, digital rights management, on the concept of a 3D printed file, that you could 3D print this gun, you got 5 attempts, and then it's no longer going to be any good. And everybody lost their ever-loving mind saying that Pincus is putting out there a concept of restricting 3D printed gun rights. That's where it went. And the honesty of it is he doesn't actually like that idea, but is it a good idea for a company like Remington, a company like SIG, a company that wants to actually make money doing this? Is that a valid option for the big boys to come in and play with us plebs?
I mean, that just, I don't know. I can see why people would jump down his throat on that. And
Yeah,
if
totally.
that's the way it got communicated, and there's nothing else there. Like that's fine, but you know, it is your responsibility to like address miscommunications. You know what I mean? And I mean, obviously, like the entire idea is totally unworkable outside of like proprietary systems.
Absolutely, it is not realistic.
There's no way that'd be enforceable
because 3D printers themselves are open source. It is impossible. So it was a comment. It was a discussion. It was an idea.
Sure, and like I don't support people like getting jumped down their throat for like throwing out like harebrained takes among friends. Like,
yep,
you know, it's like doubling down on a harebrained take that I think separates the like fuck up men from the fuck up boys. And I don't know, just on this whole anonymity thing, like at least on Twitter, I've just seen like doubling down. So like, you know, if this guy has like, you know, fucking like A+ takes on like everything else, and this is his one harebrained take, okay, but like
no, he doesn't.
Yeah, but it's just like, you know, if you're gonna make harebrained, if you're gonna have fucking harebrained takes, blast them out to Twitter and like double down on them all while I'm tagged in it. Like, I don't know, I got a problem with that. Like, you know, just like don't fucking blast harebrained takes like that out there.
I mean, for me, I guess maybe because I'm a little bit biased in the situation. I mean, for me, I always, every time whenever it comes down to, oh, you can't be anonymous online. You can't, it's usually a way of saying, I want to go find your personal information because you called me a mean name online and I want to basically ruin your life.
Yeah,
I think there's a meme image that's always around. It's like, I want to go find the wank with the Vegeta profile picture that called me a mean name so I can get their bank to like remove them. Like,
but at the same token, if our
to be fair, it's a Dragon Ball Z profile picture, they should get banned from a bank.
I mean,
if our lawmakers and the mass public, and this is a problem. This gets back to the morality, ethical, legal conversation that Chairman and I have had a few times, that morality leads to, you know, what the majority of people sees as the right or wrong of the world. That's morality. And morality is what ends up writing laws. Okay. On the undefined element that is ethics. Ethics like life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. That is ethics for the most part. But even that can be argued and justified in weird ways. If our chief, I'm not.
I know, we know what you mean by our. It's a hypothetical situation.
Yes, and
you're not the spokesperson for 3D printed guns.
Correct. And I'm not throwing PSR under the bus here. That is not my intention. I love Jared and PSR. And for those of you that get the Jared reference, good for you. Few and far between. So PSR wears a mask, which is awesome. Part of his brand, part of the story, and fun. Absolutely. But is PSR the guy you want to put in front of senators that are making laws? Is PSR the guy that you want to put in front of the common United States citizen that's going to vote on 3D printed 2A laws? Is Jay Stark the premier, probably one of the most widely recognized from the documentary? Is Jay Stark the guy you want to put in front of senators and Moms Demand Action as our spokesperson in the 3D printer community for what it means to be a ghost gun manufacturer?
Okay, so you're making a pragmatic argument then. You're saying, you know, you don't want to go immediately like the most extreme example of, hey, we should get PSR to, you know, appeal to the senators. We should get someone who's more centrist, more moderate, I guess.
I think these are two different conversations. Like, I don't have a problem with people making 3D printed guns fun and accessible. I mean, that's part of the reason why I do what I do, because, you know, I come at it from an industrial designer standpoint where, you know, making something desirable is a function of aesthetics, which is a function of, you know, that's actually nothing to do with like the mechanics of something itself. And so like I totally empathize with this whole like kind of disconnected view of, hey, we're going to just make something appealing. But I think there's a big difference between kind of like having a laser focus on that goal and just like throwing a fucking shit bomb on Twitter and like, you know, so like I don't know. I mean, maybe
It
it's
was-
like a good with a bad thing.
It was
but, like,
poorly communicated. I think what he says versus what he means are often two different things, and you have to dig down and almost know the man, which is terrible position to be for a social media figure.
and it's just like, I mean, I don't know. Like, I mean, carrots not sticks, and like the last thing you fucking do is like, start I mean, there's nothing fucking that people like more in the 3D printed gun community than a fucking Twitter war. Like,
Absolutely.
don't fucking start one. And like coming in with like the hottest of takes of like, okay, don't be anonymous when designing 3D printed guns is just,
As I mean, as someone who's more of, I guess I would say, type of, I don't know the better way to describe it, but like, the online type of troll part of me,
yeah.
a bit of me has to say, like, I see it and I think, well, all right, this is, in all honesty, to some extent, there is some, I guess, truth to some extent, but in all on, like, the nice thing about anonymity is that you're going to get, I guess, people's truest opinions. You're going to get the truest feelings that they have, because when you don't have, at least sometimes I would say, whenever you want to say something that you really feel, it might not be necessarily the thing you want out there, type of a thing. Like, oh, I like guns a lot. No one around me knows I like guns a lot, or they don't even know they even have a 3D printer for God's sake.
Same.
So
We have-
like,
I want super chat. Finish that thought, but then we got a super chat.
Oh, I got a super chat. You're at $10. You're goodness gracious.
Finish your
We'll
thought.
get to it. Finish your thought.
Great. Also, I modded a bunch of different people. I think James, I might have also modded you too, or Evil SD for sure. But you take care of the spammers. But the main thing is, as someone who's always, or it's a common thing I would always hear about. Oh, well, how could you be not like anonymity only brings trolls type of a thing. To some extent, I don't know a better way of describing this, but people mix up a lot of the time, I guess, genuine criticism with, I guess, oh, well, it's just trolling. A little bit, to some extent, you at least have to listen to at least what everyone else is saying. If they don't have a profile picture, they don't have their name attached to a type of a thing, I mean, you might need to consider, but if a bunch of people just keep telling you the exact same thing, maybe it's just, there might be a little bit more to it type of a thing. Pink has, oh, you're muted, Chairman. You're muted.
So no, I mean, but I've always taken the opposite opinion where, like, I mean, that's what I love about like 4chan.
No, yeah, it's same here.
Yeah, it's just like, I mean, the whole idea that like the anonymity of an opinion, I think, is more valuable than like attaching a face to it when when it's an opinion and it's a discussion. And what I always have loved about 4chan specifically is like, what gets boosted isn't opinions everyone agrees with, it's opinions everyone disagrees with. Like, you don't see fucking like 50 fucking like reply tags on a post that everyone agrees with. You see that on like shit that like pisses people off.
Well, it's the difference between Reddit and like type of 4chan type of thing. Like Reddit, it's the whenever you can edit something, you'll be like, oh, well, thanks so much for everyone. Thanks for the goal type of a thing of I'm trying to make sure everyone likes me type of a thing. 4chan's more
Well, yeah,
like,
it's just a system that rewards like groupthink versus a system that rewards like actually fucking like throwing a curveball and making people think.
It's a lot of fun. I completely agree.
Who is this 4chan?
Hacker. But let's read this one. Paul Henning.
Hit it.
He gave us $10. He said, "Tell John, lawmakers don't matter, and their laws don't matter. And if he disagrees, I noticed he was drinking a beer. We only have
He
them
was not
because
drinking a beer.
It's okay. We'll gloss over that in a moment.
No, that's unnecessary. I can't pronounce the other one. Is it Scofflaws?
Scofflaws.
Scofflaws. And radicals ignored politics and the law.
Scofflaws are just saying that they don't care about the law, that they can do whatever they want, and that's a morality argument, that if the majority of the people don't follow the law, is it actually a law?
And also, can we talk about Paul Henning's profile picture? Excellent AK girl.
Yeah, I was going to mention that.
I can hear the articles of Confederation in his post. I'm just saying. All right.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I follow him on Twitter based on the profile picture. So you got me on the second part. I'm with you. But the first part I got a problem with. Lawmakers don't matter and their laws don't matter. There's a reason I'm not making machine guns because I have the capability. There's a reason I'm
all
not,
do.
that I pay my $200 NFA stamp taxes, is because while it's easy to say laws don't matter, I'm not gonna go to prison.
Sure. And hey, I just want to address Isaiah's comment real quick. I didn't mention this at the time, but like, you know, I think PSR is probably like the worst example that anyone could use for like, oh, like, you know, this is someone who's going to be like anathema to normies. Because like normies fucking love PSR. Like, I mean, his fucking like prancing around with a,
Yeah, no,
the
Glock
pink
one.
Glock thing. I mean, that's like been one of the most popular like gun memes that's been shared in the past.
Those aren't
few
normies
months.
though. Those are internet culture normies.
Sure. But
those are Gen Z normies, and they don't vote hardly at all. And they don't have any money that actually moves politics.
Sure. This fucking politics thing though, like I just don't fucking see I don't see this like bright line that I think you see where it's like I don't think everything in the community has to like kind of function in this politic way. Like I totally agree, like there needs to be a fucking like Bob Ross of 3D printed guns that you can like stick in front of Congress.
Yes, my goal is more Fred Rogers.
Well, you know, fucking close down the Minecraft fucking slave camp and we'll talk.
Hey, that was private information. That was between you and I behind locker room closed doors.
It's not a slave camp, it's an Amazon warehouse.
Rent a room, you two. Rent a room. But
we are in Miami, coming up in Bitguns Bitcoin.
Great, and be sure to buy your tickets as well.
Yes,
be sure to mention that I'm the one that sent you there. By the way, by all means, maybe they might
buy their hat.
I may have been up till 2 a.m. playing Minecraft, creating an Amazon warehouse. That may be true.
I was up till 2 a.m. playing a visual novel or eroge game as well. That's also another fun thing. But let's keep.
Mr. Snow said that he was enslaving the local population in Minecraft, and I was like, wait, like in Minecraft or like in Minecraft? Because I know you live in Florida.
Go ahead.
You got another super chat there.
Oh, I was going to read some of the Odyssey chats as well, because this is also co-streamed on Odyssey. The couple that are there, great job, or thank you guys for going on Odyssey. But someone said Myanmar Resistance Army is just a hobby. They should take up woodworking.
Whoa!
They need to register serialized identity numbers. Rob Dingus pinked off. IDK, you make nonsense. You deserve to take it. You deserve to be called out. And then someone said, "What is the group's opinions on taking or talking to cops? What? Okay, let me read this better. What is the group's opinions on talking to cops criticism from the Pincus thread? I'll just tell this: don't talk to cops. That's
rule number one. Never fucking talk to cops.
Just don't talk to cops unless you need to. But I'm not sure what the rest of that part is. I don't have nothing. I've never really interacted enough with Pincus to have the. I don't have a real opinion on Pincus.
I think that's dumb. I mean, I think if you're possibly the target of a criminal investigation or in any way involved, yeah, don't fucking talk to cops. Like, if you're on the street not doing anything illegal, or in the case of like this thing with Pincus, like at a gun show not doing anything illegal, you look like more of a weirdo just like telling a cop to go fuck themselves than just having a normal conversation. And you're not doing anything illegal. I think that criticism is silly, and I don't think Pincus did anything wrong there.
I've had some fun, I've had a lot of fun experience with cops more than anything else. One of my favorite experiences is whenever I was being a DD around like really late at night. My friends were horribly drunk in the car, like horribly drunk. And one of them was also like a Lolbert. I get pulled over. I'm driving a Honda Civic, and the cop comes over to my window, and I'm just like, oh yeah, what's the problem? Apparently my car gets matched description, like, or of a stolen car. Like 4 or 5 other cop cars just like surround me while we're talking. And my other friend's like, no, don't talk to him. Don't you dare talk to him. All right, don't fucking, you know your rights. All right, type of.
I am a sovereign citizen traveling.
Yeah, he's basically almost.
This is
doing
my
that.
land boat.
Oh my God! Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Like, I can get out of this. I can get out of this type of a thing. But I mean, eventually, I did get out of it actually. But it's I've had very interesting experiences with cops more than anything else.
Well, also, like, I don't know, some of that is colored just like my wife's family is all law enforcement, like extended family too, and I don't know, like that was never an experience I had. So like I used to take more of like kind of like just like a hardline libertarian stance to it. These days, I don't really like feel that kind of like hardline stance in my bones about like never talking to cops ever. If a cop knocked on my door, I'd definitely like not fucking talk to them. If I'm fucking like in a bar and an off-duty cop is having a beer next to me, I'm not gonna fucking be like, oh, you're an off-duty cop. Like I'm not gonna fucking have a normal conversation with you. That's more or less how I see it now.
And I know a lot of cops, and I have a lot of cops that are friends. So I mean, I agree with that. If there's an investigation capacity, because yes, anything you say can and will be used against you,
and not for you.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
I agree with this idea of don't talk to the police because they are not on your side per se. But at the same token, they're just sorry, say that again, Spooky.
It's definitely situational. Like you're not gonna go up to a cop when you're walking in the parade and be like, "Fuck off, cop! You're a fucking piece of shit, bootlegger, mother." You're gonna be
at a fucking gun show. The room that we were set up in was right next to where the cops were set up to do the fucking like check-ins for guns and shit. So like there was a fucking table with all the cops on it, an open door, and then a shit ton of 3D printed guns and P80s and people building P80s. That was just the layout of the building. Like there was direct line of sight there. Like it wasn't fucking like a cop didn't fucking like pull up in a squad car and walk in and start talking to Pincus. A cop was there fucking zip tying the bolts on people's rifles for 2 hours, saw cool shit happening in there, and walked in because it was cool shit. Like, I mean, that was the situation. Like, those guys were in line of sight that entire time, fucking doing their job, checking people into the gun show. Like,
there are cool cops, and there are cool, dare I say it, there are really cool ATF agents. There's that old retired ATF agent that's on some of the streams all the time. I can't remember his name at the moment.
Was he the one that did the bump stock thing?
Yeah, and well, he was the guy that like found a guy that had an full auto AK-47 that he brought back from Vietnam hanging over his fireplace, and he's like, "No, I'm not going to prosecute that guy. We're going to take that, we're going to confiscate it, but we're not going to prosecute him because I mean, this guy's a war hero." And he had to fight his bosses for that stance. That cops, ATF agents, they do have a level of. So this is one of the terrible things about United States law, is that cops and district attorneys don't have to prosecute. They have the ability to look at a law and say, no, we're not going to do that. And this is one of the most unfair things about our justice system, that leads into whole lots of racial and socioeconomic issues that are brutal. RK had a super chat that we glossed over while you were.
I was meaning to read
Odyssey.
it later, but I was going to read that. That was a free men don't go to prison. They grave along with the men that stand against them.
How many drinks have you had? I'm going to read them now. So what it said was,
oh no, I'm horribly dyslexic. No, it's anyone that's watched my other streams, I just cannot. Like, it takes me an eternity. Yeah, Understood. No, it's bad.
So what RK said in that super chat was, free men don't go to prison, they go to the grave, along with men that stand against them. And that is an awesome take if we were Revolutionary War with our muskets. But I have young kids and a family, and I have a great job and a great life that, and it's this fine line between, it's a fine line between tyranny and inconvenience. Giving up my bump stock and cutting up my bump stock was an inconvenience. I was out $200. who cares? They come for my guns. Now we're going to have a different conversation. It will probably involve explosions.
That's the part of incrementation, like the
yeah.
incrementism type of a thing where, it's
tough, man.
Oh, they call it a slippery slope for a reason.
Well,
Yeah.
right. Yeah, that's exactly the thing of it. It's
Wait,
how many
Spooky, you didn't know that was a fallacy?
Right, it's a
No,
fallacy.
man, what? Yeah, I know.
fallacy.
I am learned up on my Reddit lore. Okay, don't you worry.
Because that's the type of a thing that people were assuming. If anything, it was going to be, fine, we'll just try our best. Ban. Do you really need 30? Like, do you need above 30 rounds type of a thing, or do you really need high capacity mag? What about 30? Like, do you really need 30 rounds though?
I mean, here.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Well, the nice thing though is like, it's kind of it depends on how you want to describe nice. I mean, I want to say at least the current administration's tried a very much more of like a heavy. The ATF has tried a heavy-handed type of approach where just most people just say no, fuck, like no.
14-inch shoestring.
I'm just not going to do that. Like, no, stupid. It's stupid.
That's my favorite.
In which I'll give them that regard of like, okay, well, I think if they realize if they just completely ban pistol braces, oh well, then okay, well, might as well just if I were.
And so that's an example of a scofflaw. So
right.
If that's a perfect example. If suddenly pistol braces were banned tomorrow and nobody actually said, I'm going to go with turn in and throw away, is it really a law? So those are some of the examples. To some extent, vaccination rulings were a scofflaw. That's a big one. That's a fun one.
Did they even do that? Or if I remember correctly, didn't they just say that and then nothing really kind of happened from it? It was like we're going to do this.
Wasn't that Chipman?
It's a scofflaw.
Wasn't that Chipman's idea? I don't know if that ever got implemented.
It didn't. It never did. That's the thing. Actually, I think
like that fucking scoring structure. They wanted us to go and tally.
This
like
article talks about it. I want to say
different animal.
They never did. Yeah.
So there's some two big ones out there. So we've had a commentary period over the redefining of what is a receiver. That is still out there. We had a commentary period that the ATF is trying to redefine what it means to have a firearm receiver. And their basic goal is to be able to make what is currently like for an AR-15 currently has like one restricted part that is the lower. They want to make an AR-15 have like 8 or 9 restricted parts that have to be serialized. So the home industry would basically, for a season, have a real problem until they just built FGC-9s and Cobras.
Well, also, I mean, the big reason I don't think that's ever going to fly is because, yeah, I think there's zero chance of that going through. I think they're gonna get fucking serialization for any transfers. That seems like something they probably will get. I don't think this receiver redefinition has any chance of going through. It is way too much of a sea change.
I agree. So that's one, and there's a lot of, as much as some of those in the comments don't care for them, congressmen and senators are standing up and saying, you guys are crazy. You can't, the ATF is not a legislative branch that gets to reinterpret the law. There's a few senators out there that have said, you guys are overstepping. The second one, it's a completely separate issue, is that point system for what it means to be are braces legal and what defines an SBR versus a brace pistol. And it's all nonsense. If you read the actual documents, which I have, the actual documents basically say, here's your checklist for what qualifies as a SBR, not a brace pistol. But the very first paragraph of this sheet basically says the ATF reserves the right to declare it an SBR regardless of your points.
Okay, you mentioned that part. I was going to say my favorite part of the whole checklist was the little preface.
The arbitrary clause.
Yeah, the preface that said even if you was it the one that was the honey badger, the one that was basically did all the things proper, but just because it was you guys,
even if you
complied, but
brace
still
pistol is within the point for settlements, if we want to declare it an SBR, you're a felon.
I don't like it, so that means it's banned type of a thing.
That is a real thing.
To counter his point about the ATF not being a legislative branch, we currently have a non-legislative branch, the CDC, saying that landlords can't fucking kick people out because we're in the middle of a pandemic, right? So it's not out of the question to say the ATF couldn't overstep their bounds.
The ATF overstepping.
Well, I mean,
It
first
is,
off,
no.
look at states like California, look at states like New York. It doesn't matter type of a like it's based or if I want to say correct, if I'm trying to remember this correctly, didn't California once have we were talking about receivers and stuff. It was specifically in California. I don't remember exactly what the case was, but the way the judge was basically describing it was some guy that was building, I want to say, full auto receivers inside of like a garage or something. He got pulled. Eventually, I want to say he got raided or something, and he's in the court. And then like the way the judge was looking, yeah, the judge was looking is like, wait a second, so you're describing this as a receiver. So like I don't remember exactly the complete details of the case, but essentially it was the judge seemed very close to basically saying an AR-15 is not a firearm.
Yeah, so they actually ended up like dismissing that case.
Yeah, they dismissed the case at the
trial
end
because the problem was that the guy had created full auto lowers, but per the ATF definition, because it didn't actually contain the bolt, it wasn't nice. Because
give me a second, I'm blocking it. Good.
Solid. Way to go.
I want to see stripping without clothing.
It's not real.
That seems like
it's an
like an
IP grabber.
epistemological challenge. How
I
can
just
someone
love
strip
that-
without clothing?
I just love that that's like, I mean, I know what he was trying to do by blocking the chat, but I love that he highlighted it. That just really that warms my heart. Oh, let's block this. And he's done it. So I props to AG that this popped up, and he's done a fantastic job of getting rid of that stuff, but whoopsie daisy on that one.
Sorry.
Yeah. So the judge basically said, your full auto lowers don't actually fit the federal definition of what a receiver is. And that's kind of what, in essence, started this ball rolling to an extent of redefining what a receiver is. Because an AR-15 doesn't actually fit the age-old definition per the ATF of what a firearm receiver is.
Yeah, and so the big problem with this though is like I've been, I didn't really understand this, and then I started talking to some more like industry people, and like the entire rule change would the amount that it would fuck the United States firearms industry is insane, because fucking like all these parts are globally sourced. So
but that's
like,
kind of the point.
Yeah, no, but like fucking like the ATF doesn't care about like fucking Colt. Like they care about fucking P80.
To an extent. The problem is, once again, it goes back to that lobbyist politicians power grab of, you say they don't care about Colt. Well, certain people do care about Colt, and this is a way to hurt them. And if you have the right, do we want to touch like the 3%er ideology on your stream, bud?
I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea what any of the 3%er stuff is. My immediate assumption of them is, yeah, I don't. If I remember correctly, let me see if I remember. It's like, isn't that the idea of, was it like 3% of the revolution, or like people in the colonies didn't want to like revolution? It was
the other way around.
No, it was the other way around.
So glossing over it is saying that a very small percentage of people can lead to drastic change. Right. And this is where like moral majority breaks down, that it's not necessarily the majority of the people's morality that is creating laws. It's that 3% that can create it. Right. And to be honest, I mean, I think we're more or less talking about just, it's like what we think is kind of right. It's more of a theoretical. We're getting very theoretical at that point.
Yeah, John, Chad is theoretically calling you fat.
Yeah, I saw that, but
it's rude though. Don't do that. He's not that.
Why the low jabs, Isaiah? Come on, man.
Well, no. So it's a great human nature argument, actually. I love.
Everyone knows the true ways to go after height, though. That's the real way of doing it.
See, I'm over 6 foot, so they can't really get me there. I don't think.
I'm a manlet. So someone. Yeah. I was so pissed off because someone got me in the fucking picture with Picus. I think
that was me.
That was you.
That was me.
Dude,
that was me. I stood next to Pincus, like, wait, Pincus isn't that tall.
No, you got my height to the fucking inch.
I knew it. It's like you're 5'10". You had to be 5'10". I guessed it. Like it was right. Like Pincus is just about like a little bit below me, and you're like right around Pincus.
Unfortunately, you outed yourself as browsing fit, so.
I mean, well, I guess you're not wrong. I mean,
How many
Six-pack wouldn't get
decimates
itself
is
somehow.
pink is tall? Just that's all we need to know for a metric.
But he got me there. You're right there. But yeah.
So the right, the left, the internet subculture, human nature says when somebody we don't disagree with, we're going to take things out of context. Just like that Huff Post went with a narrative of against what we, so that writer of the Huff Post had a ideology they wanted to say, and they went with that narrative. Just like people will go on there and even though he's backpedaling now, whatever that, I don't know what that's all about, but say, no, I didn't mean to call you fat, because we called him out on it, I guess. It's what can you argue? How can I make the other person less human? How can I devalue what they're saying and attack them directly because it fits my narrative?
Well, that's a really good point. I mean, actually, perfect.
We are just as guilty as the other side.
Well, perfectly timing of that. I mean, you have a perfect time, because I mean, if you were to even like one of the other points I wanted to mention specifically was they talk about the Boogaloo movement, my favorite, which is I'm not sure how well if you guys do know the Boogaloo movement well enough. I'm not sure how I guess how well informed you guys are about them. But majority of them, I want to say, are far left.
Doing over there, man.
They're far left. A lot of the Boogaloo people I do know are not. They very much will go out of their way to tell you how they're not far right. In fact, many of them are very much leftist. They just very much enjoy the fact they have guns. If really the only thing I would say would make them, I guess, if you want to consider far right, would just be the idea of them liking guns. Would you call the socialist, or what is a socialist gun club type of a thing? Would you call them far right just because they like guns? Not really, but that's my favorite thing. That it always happens every single time. Why? Good question.
Well, I mean, yeah. So, man, I mean, are there people that identify with the Boogaloo movement that are extremist?
Probably.
Absolutely.
I'd say that.
So hold on. So let's go further there. Are there journalists that write HuffPost articles that are extremists for the left? And obviously, yes. So
we have to play the fun game of what is real leftism.
Yeah. No. So beyond that, do we get to take an extremist and identify an extremist with the whole? Are all journalists extremists?
That's a very good question. I know the journalists I do know myself personally, the people that I knew that studied journalism school, I would probably say yes, but I wouldn't be able to say that for every single journalist.
Are all cops are all ATF agents and all cops terrible? It's fun to say yes. I get it. I understand it. But the answer is no. Most of them are normal people, but it's that small minority that speaks so loud. I mean, this is a great jumping off point to the, are we cool yet versus deterrent dispensed.
We're going to do it. We're going to do Wafer Wars.
I'm going to take it there.
Oh, well, I mean, Mr. Snow is part of Are We Cool Yet? I mean,
yeah. So I've been a member for Are We Cool Yet for a little over a year. And,
I mean, technically so am I.
I mean,
you were voted in. I wasn't there for that. I don't know how I missed that. I totally would have brought that to light and fixed that problem.
Well, yeah.
My account's in
I'll
there.
no one knows who I am. But
it's a small portion. So it's like the mob. I love mobs. So if you've ever done any study on psychology of mob mentality, the mob is only as good as its dumbest, loudest member. It's the dumbest, loudest member that generally drives a mob. We could bring that into January 6th ideology. We could bring that into Are We Cool Yet? Deterrent suspense. We can bring that into cops, ATFs. We can bring that into our chats and there's some other really cool psychological events of 99% of my comments on YouTube and social media are positive. But I probably give more attention to the 1% negative because it impacts me more emotionally.
Oh, the worst one I've had was someone said your laugh are terrible. That one hurt in a personal level.
I like your laugh.
It hurt.
You have a wonderful laugh.
Well, thank you so much.
It brightens my day.
Yeah, but someone said that, and that was just like, that's just just okay, fine, all right. Like out of all the ones, like, oh, you're a retard, oh, you're this thing, like that was the one that I read, like, oh, that's just
Yeah, but you're our retard, AG, okay?
But I mean, okay, you can call me whatever. That one though, that one cut deep. Like it's like a
So there's a Harvard study. There's a Harvard study about the difference in the power of emotion between finding $100 and losing $100. And they found that the emotional power of losing, the emotional power of negativity, is much stronger than positive. My father, when he raised me, still raising me, part of that is one of his favorite phrases I grew up listening to is he would say, one oh boy replaces 50 attaboys.
That's a good phrase.
One oh boy replaces 50 attaboys. And it talks to that strength of negative emotion versus positive. I can do everything right in my life, but one screw up will live with me. And just think about it in your own personal life. You know, when you go to bed dreaming and thinking about like the stupid stuff you did in middle school and high school, you still have nightmares of, at least I do, of stupid, embarrassing moments. But very, very, I mean, I can remember moments in my life where I did something stupid that are that powerful all these years later.
We all do, dude.
Yeah, exactly. and that's just, but that's the point, is that's part of who we are. And those negative emotions have so much more power than what we got right. And that applies. So we take that and we can move that over and apply that to all kinds of crazy stuff. That's really incredible and explains why human nature and why we do what we do. And it's really hard to give people the benefit of the doubt, but it is possible.
yeah.
That's beautiful, Snow.
And I'm
I guess-
only on my second day of Johnny Walker Christmas.
I thought you were about to say I'm only human.
No.
I thought you were going to mention that you're a father. Like that just.
No, we've been through Black Label, Double Black, and we're moving on to green.
Yeah, I'm reliving my Japanese life with drinking some delicious Asahi beer. I'm on number
Ooh.
5. Yeah, so it's not that bad.
I'm gonna go grab another beer too. I'm at my parents' house at the moment.
Actually, same here as well. Yeah, so we're all good. Don't worry about that.
I love the relationship you have with your mom and your too nice bottle of wine. That was a great moment.
Okay, so I was on Ralph's stream the other day, and I gacked a bottle of wine out of the. So actually, COVID ended up solving all my problems for me, thankfully. But so I gacked a bottle of wine out of the wine rack, and I did spend a solid like 5 to 5 minutes like actually reading all the labels and deciding what was the cheapest shit on the rack. And so I yanked a bottle out and I was like, all right, cool. This is cool. And I like started drinking and I'm like, oh yeah, this tastes cheap. Like awesome. Found a cheap like table bottle. Fucking my mom comes in while I'm streaming with Ralph and she's like, what the fuck? That's like a $60 bottle of wine that I bought for family friend coming over in a few days. And I'm like, oh, thankfully I muted the stream before that happened. But man, you can't tell anything from wine bottles these days. Like people try to like play down. I remember when I was a teenager, you could tell a cheap bottle of wine because it looked like cheap wine. These days, fucking really nice wine looks like cheap wine, and it makes your mom mad at you. Terrible.
Personally, I blame Trader Joe's and $5 Chuck,
which is actually quite good.
Trader fucking Joe's.
Well, I mean, fun fact about
capital.
cheap wine. I mean, as a person who's studied this type of thing, it's actually for cheap wine. They do a bunch of fun things to where I guess it ages quicker. So for like cheap wine, you want to drink it as soon as you get it because it's not like you do a couple of gene changes on certain enzymes, and now you're getting it to age significantly faster. If you wait too long, you end up getting vinegar. It's actually a very special way of, I guess, mimicking, aged wine flavor with cheap wine. I can get way more in deep to that, but there's no reason.
Yeah, there's some really cool science behind that, actually.
As a person who studied biochemistry, it was one of the classes I could have taken. It was a shame that, of course, COVID happened. But if it wasn't for that, I would have probably taken that class. It's really interesting. That and the coffee class, that would have been also fun. But
so while chairman gets a drink,
I
think I need to do a reveal on AG Cast.
Go ahead, by all means. I won't stop you. I was going to go pull up the other article, or pull up the article again, and read the other funny parts I was going to go to. But
the true identity that I have this. I have your identification card.
Oh.
Okay, thank goodness. All right, great. I thought you were going to send the other one. Oh, good. Oh, yeah, you got me there.
So it's a well-known fact that the Slav runs strong. Feet on the ground, comrade found. Heels in the air.
The heels are not in the air. What are you talking about there?
That's what I'm saying. I'm looking at those heels, man. You nailed it.
Believe it or not, a lot of people in Asia, like it's I want to say it's like an Asia thing, if anything. Almost like everyone over there, they taught me how to squat. It took a while, but eventually you figure it out.
Sorry, finish that. I'm interrupting. I apologize.
You need to have a wide base, if anything. If you don't have a wide base, you're gonna tip over. You're gonna fall. It's a weird. I don't know how to describe it. Actually, it's kind of complicated.
It's fair. Yeah, you got to have a wider squat than you think you do. I had I've trained a lot with bolt action rifles, particularly practical rifle from Randy Kane is one of the guys that I train with a lot. And he teaches, how to properly fight in a squat shooting position. So it's cool.
Oh, I mean, I'm trying to remember exactly. There was because I know there's certain different shooting patterns. I want to say there's one where the challenge I've always had was shooting one squatted. I think you have to have your hands on your knees, I want to say.
So it's like your elbows on your knees.
Elbows on your knees, right?
When you get into this, so proper shooting positions for rifles are all about skeletal support. You don't want muscle support. You want to limit muscle fatigue as much as possible. So a proper squat is you have your elbows on your knees, so everything is supported by skeletal structure.
Right.
That's the idea.
Now, I will say one thing, because this is kind of I was looking through it just and everything. I'm not sure if I should just wait for Chairmanwon, but I was going to talk about the wonderful speaker that was, I guess, the Cody Wilson thing for the Huffington Post article. It's actually kind of the nice woman.
I didn't know that. Yeah, why don't you pull that up and we can make fun of Chairman for not knowing.
Well, I think he made it at the end here. He might not know it. Well, allow me to read this. I've been practicing myself. That's the one benefit of playing a visual novel on Twitch is that, I mean, I can't read for shit on stream, but I'm forced to read with those streams, and it's gotten me better, although I'm still horribly dyslexic.
Everybody has different skill sets, and one of my favorite skill sets in the world is people that mess up like old adages. Like people that say a watch clock never boils. Those are some of my favorite people in the world.
I just can't read. I will have like several different mistakes where I'll just keep screwing it up. It's wonderful that people do show up still for those anyways on Twitch. It's beautiful, actually. I respect all of them. They do come.
Chairman just had to go steal his mom's vape and some more wine.
Oh, you know what?
Is your mom doing mango? Is she doing mango jewel pods?
No, she's hanging out with my brother, and they're playing Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 on GameCube. So
that's if it's on a CRT monitor, it would just be.
Nah, it's just on normal. I mean, I play CRT in like my office.
I know you do.
I saw the CRT TV. Yeah, it's nice. Did you play Smash on it?
Oh fuck yeah! No, so that's set up for N64, Dreamcast, and GameCube, and they're all pixel perfect. I mean, the N64 gets line doubled to 480p, but besides that, it's all.
Chairman, do you have a Switch?
Yeah, I do. I
have Smash Brothers Ultimate.
I don't like Ultimate. This is going to be the most boomer thing I've ever said, but really the only N64. Not Melee. The only Smash I play competitively is N64.
So you're just bad then. You can't play Melee. All right.
No, I like, dude. I'm like.
Can you wait
so you know where I live? I live in the Baltimore, D.C. area. Like I'm very highly ranked in N64 for like the competitive scene in the area.
I'll DM you later for some fun Twitch Ultimate streams at some point, but don't worry.
Dude, I'll hop on. Like, I like Ultimate casually, but like, I
will wreck you. It's unimportant though.
I've never played Smash Brothers.
The most important.
You have a Switch too, Mr. Snow?
I do, but I've never played Smash Brothers. Ever.
Smash
Any
Brothers,
of
and
them.
then we can talk about this on Twitch. This would be more of a Twitch thing. But
I understand.
That's something.
Now,
Look forward to
fuck
all
you.
the few of that.
Absolutely fuck you for saying Twitch. Fuck
He
you.
does. I've played video games with him on Twitch. We played some Halo Infinite.
Well, see, believe it or not,
we're playing Infinite. I play some Infinite.
Oh, Infinite's a lot of fun.
I played with AG.
Are you guys playing on PC?
Too. Yeah, no, we play on well, you can play on either of them actually.
Oh, yeah. Is it crossplay?
It's crossplay, yeah. So it's.
I just wrapped up the campaign 2 days ago, so I'm ready to start the multiplayer.
Well, trust me, this will be a fun thing to. I'll DM you guys about this later. But if anything, we were talking something about the wonderful Boogaloo movement as well, and I was going to mention about how, they had a mention this wonderful article that we were reading. Believe it or not, it was a couple minutes. It feels like just a couple minutes ago, but it was talking about, of course, the wonderful controversial things about, Cody Wilson. Of course, that's the name that has to be mentioned anytime 3D printed stuff happens. And the video is. There's a wonderful video. If I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, this video is, I think, 3D Print General's video. It's laden with boogaloo and extremist symbols. I want to say there's one person wearing like a Hawaiian shirt in the background. But this is the image of, I guess, Cody Wilson that they were showing off. It looks just like him.
Yeah, that's Cody.
It's basically Cody. I'm not sure.
I always knew he was a Tassandre slice of life protagonist.
Correct. Yeah. No. So this is clearly Cody. But. I just really, let me see if I can find the right one where it talks about a lot of the boogaloo themed things and stuff like that. If you can, or if this would be a fun game for like bingo as well, I would say, if you're reading this article of like how many words can we check off for this one as well. They've already mentioned January 6th, which would have been one of the first ones. I would say that was the free space. They mentioned boogaloo, of course. They mentioned Cody Wilson. Oh, they also mentioned Kyle Rittenhouse as well for some reason, because that's also a very important thing.
Yeah, he 3D prints guns.
And he does Bitcoin.
Of course, we all know this.
He's known for Bitcoin and 3D printed guns.
Right. Yeah. What else?
Well, I was watching the Ricada streams. I was looking for those hot Bitcoin tips.
Of course, yeah, I know. I was waiting every single time when he was on the stage, man. That was my favorite part. He was like 4 Doors More Whores was more about. It was about him selling the.
Dude,
NFT
I literally got up and fucking like yelled when they put him on fucking cross or fucking put him up as a witness. I was like,
dude, I was in Puerto Rico at that time. It was like it was.
Wait, you were in Puerto Rico when that happened too?
Oh yeah. Oh god. Like half the trials
in the
airport. Yeah.
I was in Puerto Rico when that happened.
You're full of shit.
I'm not full of shit at all. We had a Nissan Versa that broke down the first day. We were based out of fucking San Juan. What's the big city?
Dude, yeah, okay, well, shit, yeah, we missed out on.
we might have been right next to each other.
There's a. Wait, no, I've seen you before. Yeah, I might have actually. We can talk about this later.
Nobody looks the same in person. Nobody looks the same in person. I mean, what they look like on a screen and what they look like in person.
Yeah,
totally different.
I look like
there's a couple of white dudes there. Let's be honest. He stood out like a fucking sore thumb.
I look like a midget here. In real life, I'm a strapping 5'10".
Right, yeah, you're a strapping 5'10". You really stand out against the 5'9s. I bet.
I look like a guy that runs a 15-minute mile, but in reality,
you run a 16-minute mile.
No, 12.
Oh.
I mean, just say you're a Florida man, and then I guess people will. You could probably get a couple people to buy that. But
there he is again. Good for them.
So,
goodness
I'm
gracious.
really curious about this. Strips without clothing.
It's because they don't ban you.
Stripping?
Good question.
Duct tape.
Possibly. Maybe they're talking about. I don't know. Maybe they're
dental floss.
It is Christmas season after all. Maybe they're just unpacking, or maybe they're doing some unboxings. Who knows?
Ooh, nice.
But
double entendre.
Either way, the fun thing about this was I don't think I have it pulled up, but they're talking with the Samurai Walt guy where they couldn't really find much about. They couldn't find much about him, so they decided, okay, well, he also apparently liked a Pepe the Frog image, and then he also decided to make. I think he retweeted a couple of posts with the acquittal of the 17-year-old murderer. Of course, my bad. Of course, he was acquitted, but he's a murderer and far right. Of course, he's a symbol of the far right. as we all know, that is the that is how it goes. Of course, there is a legal case, and he ended up. I think Kyle Rittenhouse, for some odd reason,
Actually,
won.
wait. Can we break down this paragraph a little more? Because this is just actually nonsensical.
Oh no! So this is a beautiful thing of why I like to tell people don't speak to journalists altogether, because this article, this exact paragraph is a beautiful like case study, I would say.
So let's start with obscure imagery, like the "Don't Tread on Me" stake. So wait. She knows that the imagery is so unobscure that she can just describe it with words and people know what it is, but she's calling it obscure.
Well, no, she says
like obscure imagery would be something that you can't describe in 4 words.
I mean, well, my favorite's the blatantly alt-right iconography, like Pepe the Frog. Well, of course, it's blatantly all-right, like just. Like
the question that we all want to know is how rare were those Pepes?
Well, I mean, I would assume. I feel like this is 2021. This is current year. I would say these are probably less Pepes or more Poos now. The little like the weird-looking frog one, which is.
I mean, Joe Rogan, man. You and Joe Rogan.
Right, he's moving to Texas after all. Let's be honest. Next, we'll see Chairmanwon and Joe Rogan podcast talking about COVID misinformation, of course.
I will
far right
go,
topics.
I will only go on Joe Rogan if we can only talk about waifus.
just light a nice joint. Talk about weed and then other shit too.
No,
I'm here to talk Pepes.
I don't talk about weed. I only talk if I'm on Rogan, it's waifus only. Laser focus stream.
Well, it's
Why would my Alexa device trigger on that? Weird.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I will say this paragraph is beautiful. I joke about it, but there's a certain extent of like this is why I recommend just don't fucking talk to journalists at all together.
Yeah.
They're gonna. This is like a type of a thing you would say of like this person clearly gave a statement, but they're just not gonna. They're gonna talk about this is this guy here. He like just think about this. It's on Twitter. Samurai Wallet and Guns and Bitcoin pages follow characters masked behind the obscure imagery, like "Don't tread on me, mask," "Don't tread on me, snake," as well as some blatantly alt-right iconography, like Pepe the Frog. I can't pronounce that last name.
How many anime profile pictures I'd follow? They would just like literally call me a pedophile because like someone has to have some profile picture from Made in Abyss or something on there.
Yeah. You had some of that on Twitter through my feed, or somebody's feed. Yeah. So I mean, okay, I hear you don't talk to journalists, but there's a double-edged sword there that if we don't talk to them, they're gonna make it up on their own.
Well, you see, that's why you just mess with them, though.
No, I mean there is an extent of there's a non-winnable situation. And this person, whoever wrote this, it's not even worth mentioning.
We know their name.
I know, but it's not worth it. I'm not going to empower their name. I don't even care. Yeah, well, no. There's a line, and they didn't get there because they're not that important.
Wrong.
This person will not go down in history. So the idea is, her story. We have to talk to journalists. We do have to talk to cops. We have to talk to these people. That's my stance. That's my belief system. Because if we don't, they're going to make it up anyway. But
yeah, well, I half agree with you. Like cops, normal dudes who live in the community, journalists. Fucking talking to journalists.
I agree. I mean, I hear you. I do. But the journalists that we do talk to that are poisoned anyway are going to write articles like this whether we would talk to them or not.
Yeah, but so it might as well not have our names on it. Like if they're just going to write like obvious fucking falsehoods.
But Keegan Hamilton with Vice documentary, I think that correct me if I'm wrong, has over 1 million views now, and the number of people that got into 3D printing because of watching the Vice documentary on the gunmakers match is a legion.
Sure,
I would argue the Harahan one's a little bit better, though.
Forgive me, which one?
That's the one with Stark in it, Jay Stark.
I'm not a fan.
You're not a fan of that one?
No, the Popular Front one. Don't like it.
Seems fine to me. I don't have any problem with it. I mean, obviously, like everything in life is situationally dependent, but like, I don't know, like if a journalist wants to talk to you, it's for them. It's not for you.
Let me be clear. I think the journalist did a great job in the Popular Front documentary. I'm going back to the hot take. PSR and Jay Stark are not the people I think that the 3D printing community wants as their spokespeople.
Well, it's not. I think Jay Stark is out as the spokesperson, but
no, not necessarily. The legacy of.
I mean, I'll say. I want to say.
But like this isn't. I don't know. Like Snow, like you and I usually don't disagree on anything, but like I don't know. Like I don't get where you're coming from on this.
Well, there's a really good point though. I want to say Jeff Rodriguez actually made this exact point himself. It was more or less that 3D printing itself started as a way of, I guess, circumventing gun control to begin with, type of a thing. And what we could best describe what Jay Stark did was essentially that. Circumventing gun control.
I don't know. What I'm just not understanding is this, like, I don't know, like what's the end game with this? Like, what we like elect someone to speak for us? Like, I just don't really see this.
There's a certain point of gatekeeping that I will say is somewhat important, but
I mean, like, there's always going to be people who kind of like rise to the top of something.
And that's the point. It's not an election. I agree with you that is not what I'm saying at all. It's a natural process that we don't have necessarily control over. And it goes back to what I hearken as human nature.
I don't know, like, do you actually think there is like some element of control that can be exercised by the community, or do you? Because that's kind of like
no.
Okay,
define control.
We do agree. Like, I don't think about it because it's like there's no element of control that can be exercised. So.
I agree with that the people are going to define what they want to define out of. People are going to pick our representative despite our wishes. I agree with that. And I'm not saying that, as somebody in the chat said there, I am not the spokesman for 3D printing. Absolutely not. It comes down to individuality and your own choices. But it's a tough world when it comes to, though, the idea of lawmakers and politicians and all that stuff. And I keep coming back to that. I understand that.
And yeah, like Evil SD, like what we're talking about here, we're not talking about like people thinking that they're fucking top dog and can like choose the spokesperson or the leader of 3D printed guns. We're talking about what the external perception is and like how we either like lean into it or lean away from it. You know what I mean?
That's very well put. I mean, incredibly well put.
I have to. I mean, when I think about it, I mean, in all honesty, I will say it's one of those things where it's just like I'm trying to think of the right way of phrasing it. I will say that I feel like most people will view it as at least the way that Jay Stark did, type of a thing of, well, this is someone that completely, I guess, was willing to, I guess, break the law type of a thing for what he believed in. Whether or not you agree with that or not, that is, I feel like most people will see him as, I guess, for some reason, I'll say people see him as a spokesperson for that. I would say the Popular Front documentary probably did a very good, or part of that.
I totally agree with ass blasting Europors, so 100% behind Jay Stark.
Well, I mean, of course, for me there too, that's probably the bigger thing. It's more of like, if this Euro can do it, of course, obviously I can do it too. Then, I mean, it's legal for me. He's just doing this against. I mean,
no, there's absolutely nothing against Jay Stark. I think what he did was amazing. I love the concept of what he did and what he accomplished is really awesome for his circumstances. Totally. No, I think what he did was awesome. But we also need to see more voices. And I think that goes back to kind of what Pincus was saying, is that we need not only those that are in the mask, that are anonymous, that are doing their thing, standing up for their belief system, but we do need a public face as well. It's just, in my opinion, personally, not speaking for anybody, it is a needed element. Just like political parties. Political parties in themselves are a terrible thing of Democrat versus Republican. Even the founding fathers reported them as necessary evils. But here for those of you that want to be anonymous, which I think is awesome, go for it. Even Benjamin Franklin had an anonymous pen name. There is nothing wrong with anonymity.
No, and I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I take a very different view. My view. Sorry,
Go ahead.
AG.
No,
You.
I mean, my thing was this. I mean, well, first off, I'm assuming, actually, Chairman, how old are you again?
30.
Okay, so yeah, I guess I'm clearly the youngest one here. I want to say, I'm not sure whether or not this is completely a Zoomer thing, but it's more of like most people I want to say that I've spoke to, that I grew up with, it's kind of like a thing of you have your own little personal account type of a thing, and then you understand you have a fun alt account. I want to say the idea of, I need to be the personal face, so I'm going to go, I'm going to say my name, I'm going to be the one that is the spokesperson of everything type of a thing. That's much more of like an older type of generation type of thing. I want to say most people my age just kind of just know, like, it's never worth the type of a thing. Like, I'll use an alt account, I'll use several different alt accounts and at least people, I want to say most, people, Zoomers my fellow Zoomers will, I guess, use pseudonyms and anonymity more of a, because I've seen it numerous times myself, people that aren't anonymous, they get caught, or it's more of a liability to be completely, I guess, trying to do the whole type of I'm going to be the proud, the spokesperson of this type of thing. I'm going to stand behind everything I say. Like, hell, I've been in numerous organizations where they do they'll look at people's, personal, like, our accounts type of thing, and they'll read every single post to them of like, oh, well, you said this is one time type of thing. How can you explain that for me?
Well, I think that's like why we all love Jim. It's like his whole thing of like being incredibly influential, but like
still completely anonymous.
The moment that influence starts to manifest, it's like, oh, okay, like not what I want to be a part of. Fuck yeah, I totally get that. I don't know, man, like a clear answer to this is very hard, because we're talking about something that kind of like is the intersection of two kind of very different things, one of which is inherently political, which is, people's rights and, stopping dickhead politicians from like making totally fucked up laws. Well, yeah, like I get that that's like a totally political thing, but the other side of it is like this entire thing that we're all a part of is coming out of the movement of like, free and open source, which means what it says. So like, it's kind of like the movement of the movement the movement itself is at loggerheads with itself, where you have kind of two contradictory forces coming into play, where it's part of it is inherently political and you can't do politics anonymously.
Well, there's someone right here. I want to say it's a school of multidimensional institution. They said poster boys just become bigger targets. Cultivate persona, not celebrity. It's kind of that idea of the moment you have someone that is going to be a figurehead, the moment that someone becomes, I guess, the identity of a certain movement, well, then that person is going to be attacked for everything they've ever done before. They're going to look at every single thing. That's the problem of always having a figurehead. It will never be the perfect figure. You'll never find a perfect figurehead. And that's the issue. Is if you try to find that perfect person, you never will.
Anyone you choose is going to have a fucked up and hentai history.
Well, and generationally. I mean, it depends on, which founding father you look at. The fact that, most of our founding fathers had slaves on their plantation is not all that popular in today's culture. But that was completely acceptable in the culture of their age. So, there is no if you live long enough, you will become the villain kind of elements to all that. There's absolutely all of that. We need both sides of that. I think there is nothing wrong. I don't know how I can make that any clearer. There is nothing wrong with being the anonymous Jay Starks. There's nothing wrong with being the anonymous PSRs. I love their stuff. Can I be any clearer on that?
No,
we
you're fine. Yeah, I would
no,
say.
No, I'm reading the chat too.
Oh, go ahead.
We also need people that are going to be the face of a political movement, as kind of Chairman says. Chairman, I don't think we're disagreeing at all.
I just don't think that, I don't know. I'm not disagreeing in like the necessity of making the thing happen, just like the means,
Yeah, no, I'm totally with you.
I'm totally in with the ends. It's just like I think the means are kind of fucked.
I totally completely agree with that.
Well,
and like my whole thing with this is like I'm coming at it from like the standpoint of like industrial design, where it's like my personal opinion is the best way for 3D printed guns to be accepted is, make them stuff that like normal people really want. So like that's what I do, because I think if people look at like a fucking like Glock versus like something that they can 3D print, and it's like, oh wow, this thing that I can 3D print is like way fucking cooler, and actually I want that because like that looks dope. I mean, it's like affordances.
I mean, I'll give you that too, Chairman. I mean, you and Bulligan are the only reason why I would ever buy a Glock. I think Glocks are disgusting, ugly-looking guns.
Yeah,
but like,
they totally suck. But
but the issue, I'm
a pragmatist.
The benefit of them is that, of course, they're so plentiful and they're out. Like, I mean, I can easily buy. There's just a much bigger aftermarket for those than, let's say, like a Tech. I mean, the Tech 9 was wonderful for a lot of the early print stuff, but if you didn't catch it for the wonderful police buyback days, well, good luck trying to get a good, reasonably priced like Tech 9 type of a thing now. But I mean, I want to say this, at least coming from I mean, you were mentioning Jim earlier. Like I'm from that earlier type of like troll day, like that era of where I mean, I was still very young around that time period as well, but it's more of like it's this idea of at least people are, I want to say, I guess, it's like the everyday man at least able to speak to people that are, I guess, a higher up type of a thing, like not trying to be a political figure. It's the idea of a leaderless movement type of a thing.
Yeah.
I see a couple people mentioning, or there's a couple people in the chat talking about this specifically, about how, I want to say, or is it, guns are political. There's no way you can go around that type of a thing. I mean, there is some truth. There is truth to that to a certain extent, but it's, how can I describe this in the most or reasonable way?
To me, firearms are in the Second Amendment. That's kind of a done deal.
It's that type of a thing. It's the issue, I guess, of
Hey boys, I gotta bounce. My brother's fucking bouncing to Africa tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Enjoy your time with family.
Of course,
Want to get in a couple rounds of Super Mario Strikers, the best GameCube game most people have.
Dude, I would kick your ass in that. Fuck, we need to get an emulator for that one for you.
Oh, dude, we don't need an emulator. We got
He's got the real thing.
No, I got the fully modded SD carded HDMI GameCube, like ready to go.
When you come to San Antonio.
Yeah, it's like two.
We'll talk to each other about that.
By January 20th. I'm going to start the move on like the 14th. And then by the 20th, I should be like down there well and good.
Well, either way, then, Chairman, we could talk about that one specifically.
All right, I'll fuck you up in Strikers.
God, good luck with that. Good luck with that.
It sounds like we have a pending Halo Infinite.
We should totally twitch that.
Next week,
versus AG fucking Strikers show.
You're gonna get your ass handed to you.
All right, cool.
I had the game of my life.
Weeks, motherfucker.
Had the game of my life as AG's stream crashes.
Oh
That's
god,
what
yeah, that
happened.
was beautiful, beautiful.
Oh, there you
Either way,
go.
Good night, Chairman. But okay. By the way, what's the story of your thumbnail? So that's the fun thing about it was Chairman was specifically, Chairman was not necessarily happy about this moment. I guess it was this is I guess kind of an issue we've a little glossed over a bit. It's a shame that Chairman left it specifically, but it was about how this was the point of I guess showing talking to cops type of a thing. I just found Chairman's face hilarious in the whole video that this was going through. That I screenshotted it. You could see his just
The look of dread.
Like it was just like it's such a whimsical, fun video, and then you'll see a smile, then followed with just such sadness, like such dread. and that was like, okay, well, of course I could screenshot. I sent it to Chairman before I posted, like, hey, is this okay with you if I use this? It's like, this is hilarious. Please, by all means, do use it. I'm very glad he did like that.
What hot takes did I miss while I was putting Kiddo down?
So we were talking about specifically. Okay, let me try to remember it. I think we're talking about.
I'm on my third beer, by the way. I don't know how deep snow is, but we're gonna keep riding the train.
Well, we can put it in reference by
There
that.
we go. That's
that
right.
There we go. So we were talking about. I think we're talking about. I think I was mentioning something about how the old gym days and about anonymity, if I remember correctly. But it was more or less of the idea of. Let me see if I can
both.
I would say there's a very big importance of anonymity of a lot of these movements that have faces and everything like that. Well, the immediate thing that's going to happen is, of course, is that the head of the organization, the face of everything, is always going to be attacked. That is the usefulness of having, I guess, a decentralized organization, which is what this Huffington Post article. If I can summarize this whole thing about for this whole article for you guys, it's basically that it's decentralization is bad because we can't really, I guess, figure it out well enough. We're going to label these specific people, I want to say far right, but they use these very decentralized organizations. They use these decentralized sites that, well, we don't know everyone there, but we know that they're, Hitler drinks water too. So of course, anyone that drinks water is obviously like Hitler type of a thing. It's like that type of
You're not wrong, but I don't like the analogy.
I don't like the analogy. No one likes the analogy.
Exactly, but that's great. I mean, that's you're touching on some realms of if I was the common man in Nazi Germany, everybody wants to say they wouldn't have been the person,
right? When you have hindsight, when you know everything about everything, like when it's like a couple months afterwards, you can easily say, oh well, maybe that was an issue. If only I knew back then. Well, of course, if only you knew back then you wouldn't have been a part of it, or you would have done something. But it's a lot easier. It's a lot easier said than done, type of a thing. Like
in the heat of the moment, it's tough.
They're labeling everyone that uses all these, this whole article is basically about anyone that even prints guns has to be a far right extremist. Of course, I mean, hell, they even label Vin Nguyen, which is one of the nicest people you'll ever meet in the 3D gun community. I'll just say that Vin Nguyen is
Vin's fantastic.
Vin's a very nice person. Have you guys ever had
he
a chance
hasn't changed his name yet? That's tragic.
It's a tragic. Oh God, we should have mentioned that to him.
Oh, I did. Don't worry.
Oh, you did? Okay. It's one of those things where it's like, I mean, if anyone's ever been to the Rocket Chat, Vin himself is one of the very few people that always go around and still helping people, even when they ask the most basic questions, like, oh, how do I 3D print a Glock type of a thing? That happens almost every other day. It becomes annoying a bit, but he's still the guy that will always just be kind to everyone. It's when you start labeling people like that as a far right, crazy person, it just, you have to start wondering, at that point, are people? What does it even mean at that point? Like, if everyone's a far right person, then what does it?
If we're attacking Vin, if they are attacking Vin, that's crazy.
Yeah, there's two schools of thought on that one, and really, it boils down to either a shift of the Overton window, or B, it's just like naive, fucking.
Desperate
journalistic, desperate journalists trying to fucking grasp at straws and be like, oh, look at these far right fucking people printing us. And she probably doesn't even know a fucking thing about Vin. Yeah, all she knows is he has a tweet about a printed gun, right?
Love that Overton window comment. That is huge.
Yeah, I know. But it's probably B, where it's just she has no clue who he is, what he does, but all she knows is that he makes printed guns, and therefore he's part of a far right quote unquote movement.
Well, Yeah, so that's what I was saying earlier. These people are going to do what they're going to do regardless of us, whether we talk to them or not. But I think, I hope that this is not the this is not the article that's going to change anybody's mind on anything.
Well, see, this is the thing, though. You're correct. I mean, I don't think anyone is going to actually. Hell, this was basically really publicized by or was it Mom's Demand, or is it every? It doesn't matter.
Mom's Demand is the one that tweeted it out. Guns and Bitcoin had a reaction to it, but I mean, ultimately, it's going to be a nothing.
The thing is, though, this is the thing about it. Of course, well, yeah, no one really cares about it because it's such a. Unless you're involved, of course, you're just not going to know any of these things.
Yeah.
The point of this is it's more or less of, well, of course, to the accounts that are labeled. Well, Twitter, you see, this is an account that's publishing things that are clearly far right, or YouTube, how dare you allow such far right things happening? They're basically saying, oh, decentralized organizations, this is how the spooky far right is able to operate beyond our wishes, type of a thing. We're still able, we try to ban them, but they keep coming back because of these gosh darn alternative sites that allow them. It's
confirmation bias is strong.
Yeah, it's not meant to be able. They publish these articles all the time, not because it's supposed to convince people's minds. It's meant for those people that are like executives, these people that are higher ups that are able, that have to. Or are you gonna really? Do you want to be the far right conspiracy theorist that's discrediting the media that has this is a established organization that's had years of publications? Are you just going to just denounce them? What do you mean by that? These are journalists. They have
no. This is not journalism. This is editorialism. This is an opinion piece.
Of course, we know this. We know this.
So anybody that reads this, that's the point. Anybody that reads this anybody that has a modicum of common sense can know that this is not journalism. This is an editorial piece. So I really don't care about this piece.
Well, see,
it's not even on my radar.
Well, that's the point, though, is we can keep ignoring these as much as we want. I mean, hell, the NBC article, literally no one gives a shit about it. But the point is they were able to find someone. They were able to just yell at YouTube type of a thing. Hell, they keep yelling at YouTube nonstop. The thing is, they're basically telling everyone, hey, look, they're following these rules, but still, these rules shouldn't be there. Because, you're doing this thing called complying, but because you're complying, it's bad. I don't like it. It's not what I want. It's what happens in California with all their assault weapon ban type of thing. Hell, you can comply as much as you want, but it doesn't satisfy. It doesn't. Here's a fun argument though. Okay, go ahead.
Putting ourselves in somebody else's shoes.
Okay.
If 60% of the population wants an assault, California. If 60% of the population in California wants an assault weapons ban, who are we to say no?
Well, that's the thing, though. Is these are the only people that are still allowed to speak, though, because everyone that isn't.
First, 50%.
Well, the thing is, Twitter itself is like 12% of the U.S. population, and of that, like 80% are left wing. It's one of those things where it's like, are we really getting an accurate description type of a thing? How many states have been passing constitutional carry? How many states have been passing?
And that's the Overton window. That's the Overton window that I agree with. That that you have some parts of the extremists like California, and then yet you've got Texas passing the constitutional carry. Florida is about to pass a likely constitutional carry law. It swings back the other way, and this is just our reality. And that's not a bad thing.
The other thing is, like, how many of those people that are saying, oh yeah, ban assault rifles, are just saying that because they're tribalistic and they want to only because they want to be on the in group and they don't want to be seen as like, well, maybe this is bad, and then get cast as like an outsider, like, oh, what do you mean they're bad? They want to be seen as acceptable to the group that they're a part of.
Yeah, and that's where you have reporters with PTSD from an AR-15.
That's essentially this entire article. It's basically trying its best to kind of anyone that you're just supposed to read basically the headline of it. Oh, the far right. Oh, well, I hate the far right. So of course I'm just not. Now I know printed guns and 80% lowers. Those are the far right. You're not supposed to read any more of it. If you do read a couple of paragraphs in, oh, okay, well this is the far right. I mean, unless you actually read and understand the context of it, you're not going to really fully get it. But this whole thing is basically there to, I guess, polarize. I want to say the people that are there. Like we were talking about, constitutional carry and all this is passing everywhere. It leads on to this wonderful, like, I guess, discussion of every other, like, urban center type of a thing. Because like, oh, Texas, they passed constitutional carry, but you'd be shocked to find out how much of that actually is really just the specific state and just the legislative type of a thing. It's more of, I want to say, it's there just to really, I guess, polarize as many people as much as possible. Because I mean, hell, I read this too, and I think, well, this is just ridiculous. This is complete bullshit. And why are they even doing? How many articles has it been so far that I've seen of this exact same type of thing? And then they still keep doing this, and the people around me. I guess maybe because I'm in university, I have to deal with it more often than probably you guys do.
Totally.
But I hear it nonstop. I'll go walk to a certain place and I just hear people yelling on the street. Oh, can you believe Texas has a, you can technically carry on campus. It's a campus carry. I want to say it's only concealable. Depending on certain days, I'm trying to remember exactly how the laws work for it, but you'll have people just nonstop yelling about, oh, can you believe that this is happening? People are dying nonstop. Oh my God, how dare you? Perhaps I'm a little bit more of just radicalized in that regard because of it. But
didn't Texas have like a huge like concealable? So sorry to bring this up. There was like a concealable dildo movement at one point on college
Austin.
campuses?
That's a university. Texas, UT Austin. UT Austin is a cesspool. I like to refer as Austin, Houston is Sodom and Gomorrah. Austin's Sodom, but it's
I understand the keep Austin weird commentary and that kind of stuff.
It's Sodom. It's literally Sodom. But that was UT Austin. They had we're gonna carry dildos because it's gonna show all the. Believe it or not, it was Texas also. You can actually carry. I want to say they passed the concealable carry for guns for a while, or I want to say like a year beforehand, a couple of years beforehand. They didn't pass carryable, or you couldn't carry swords or knives or certain and a blade of a certain length. And the moment they were about to pass all of it, then there was a terrorist attack in Austin. I want to believe. I think someone came with like a long sword and then decided to slash people. I want to say they changed the law around that period, but that was one of the bigger ones. Within I think that protest when that law was getting passed, they had we're gonna have a dildo show. We're gonna have a huge protest. We're gonna carry around dildos. That's gonna show them.
I just remember the pictures. I don't remember the reason. I just remember.
I had friends that showed me Austin was completely locked down. It was terrible. Like my friends there are completely apolitical. Like this is ridiculous. I can't even drive anymore. They were so upset because of it because it's Austin.
I am super impressed by your viewers that we've been going for 2.5 hours and you've consistently kept somewhere around 47 to 50 people.
Oh, you gotta keep in mind,
our Sims are very strong.
It's the Twitch followers. These are the absolute champions of everyone else. Because
they like watching AG lose at Halo.
No, they like watching me read visual novels, in which, if you guys haven't noticed already so far, I can barely read to begin with. There's a reason why a lot of my videos seem a little bit unscripted, because I can't read script well enough. Thankfully, they've been helping me out. But
there's something incredibly powerful about a genuine person, and I, both of you guys are that. That are just who you are. You're not out here trying to get an audience. You're just being you, and you found your audience that agrees with. They enjoy you, so that's awesome.
Wolfland, we're very strange, and how it always happens. We are very autistic. No, yeah, I mean that's basically.
Terminally autistic.
But like, what I really. This is kind of those things. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm wondering how much of my audience is actually similarly close to my age, that type of a thing. Because, hell, like we had the 3D printed general himself. That was also one of the fun topics I wanted to mention. He got labeled a far right neo-Nazi type of a thing. I've met the 3D printed general. I've spoken to him personally. He's not that. He's not. It's ridiculous to even claim such a thing. But if you're like someone my age, you've probably been forced, if you're in university, you're forced to take your diversity class, you're forced to take all these things. I'm around the age period where I'm like right around the borderline of Zoomers, where you get to see the weird radicalism of, everyone just treat each other nicely, to, well, if you're white, you're automatically racist. That's just, there's no question about it. You see these things, and it's just like everyone around you becomes more radicalized, and it's just like this is weird. This is just dumb. And then you're seeing things like that, where it's people that are just somewhat centrist, if anything, like center left, are being just demonized for literally no reason, if anything. It's weird. It's just weird. I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't have a good answer for you there.
No,
I mean,
yeah, I'm the youngest one probably here, so that's probably
I mean, you can go to some of that. We are on universities. We are living in the fruits of
Isaiah
the
24. Similar.
postmodernism world. Here we are. So, truth is relative and your truth is your truth.
Well, I mean, it's one of those. I mean, I'm not sure exactly. I mean, I'm pretty sure both of you guys work real careers, right? Both you and Spooky, and like you guys have
I'm
other
what?
jobs. You guys both have other like actual jobs.
So I'm a financial advisor by trade. I'm a SEC licensed stockbroker.
Yeah. So I'm wondering how many diversity classes have you had yourself?
Oh yeah, no, corporate. So I mean, I work for a Fortune 400 company.
Don't throw yourself too much out there.
No, it's okay. This is all stuff I've mentioned on Twitter. I mean, I'm not. Once again, my face is out there. I'm not worried about it that much.
I'll sis and hush too. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, no, I'm all that stuff. It's fantastic. I had a great time in diversity trading, and so it's a question between equity versus equality. I am all for equality, but I believe the utopia that is the idealization of equity is impossible.
I mean, when I see the definition constantly keep changing of like the weirdest thing for me, this will always be the weirdest thing for me is the term, I guess, multiracial whiteness type of a thing. It's basically saying of I don't like this certain thing, so I'm just going to label it like, oh, you're a black dude or you're a Hispanic dude that just doesn't believe. Well, you're just going to call you white type of a thing. It's a weird thing where I mean I've been taught this in classes. Like this is an actual university class of being taught this. It's just strange. I don't know how you describe that. It's like
but that's nothing new.
I explained it to my parents, and they were just more of like just shocked.
It's relatively new. It like in our lifetime, I'd say it's new.
I mean, yeah, for me, it's more of like
since
I'm
the
being taught it.
70s.
70s,
I mean,
you think?
Yeah, critical race theory. I mean, and these concepts have been around since the 1970s.
The concepts, but I don't think they were mainstream until recently.
I think we didn't talk about them as much. I agree with that point. But I mean, when I was in college 20 some odd years ago, my roommate was an anthropology major that informed me that I as a white person, I'm the only race that has the ability to commit racism. That was 20 years ago.
I mean, for me, it's more of like it's a weird thing of I was able to kind of watch, I guess, how far I don't know whether or not maybe it's my age specifically, but I was just able to see how further things just kept getting pushed. I mean, I'm reading a couple of people's things here because I'm curious. It's really shocking. I see the YouTube analytics myself too. I have a very strong like 18 to like I want to say 25% percentage like viewage, and like some people are saying, yeah, radicalization is natural as people see more evidence for their views built up. Like you get to see these things in person where it's just like it's hard to describe.
No, I can break down my like 5-10 minute rant that I do all the time.
Go ahead, by all means.
Where John thinks the world went wrong, based on the 1970s and postmodernism, is that you have your own personal truth, and that your experiential truth is just as powerful as like the day that reality died. That experiential truth has just as much power as reality. So what happens is confirmation bias. That confirmation bias says that how I feel about things is my truth. And what I can do in the world of the internet is I can decide how I feel about something, and then I can go out there on the internet and find supporting information that supports how I feel about it. And this is now my truth. And that truth becomes part of my identity. And this is a problem due to the backfire effect. These are all psychological concerns. That the backfire effect says once an ideology becomes part of your identity, anytime you're brought differing information, it is not simply just new information. It actually has a physical, animalistic defense mechanism of physical pain to have new information that challenges your identity. It's called the backfire effect. So confirmation bias feeds this concept of who we are. And then we're able to take our confirmation bias supported by the internet and go out into social media and find a group of people that takes our confirmation bias, agrees with us, and now we have a tribe. And tribalism simply always leads to war and strife and struggle. The problem is, how do we combat that? How do we combat confirmation bias? How do we combat tribalism?
Well, I mean, I'm curious. What were you going to say?
So go ahead and ask your question, because this is a pretty well thought out part from my side.
Well, for me, my thing is I've been in several organizations, but specifically the main term that was always used was nonpartisan type of a thing. And that's kind of the tool, if anything, I've learned was more or less, if anything, this is what I could probably say what radicalized me to some extent, is that you hear the term human right always used a lot. It keeps moving its definition more and more to the point where, well, I mean, if it's a of course it's nonpartisan because of course it's a human right. Well, I mean, this is one of those things where, well, of course, do you want people to die? Guns mean people die. Well, of course. I mean, you aren't against that type of thing. So of course, this is me saying about how awful guns are and all. Basically, anyone that owns one is basically evil. That's just nonpartisan. It's just an obvious thing. It's a fact. And
that's a different argument. That's morality versus ethics.
Well, but that's the issue, though. Is, I mean, it becomes ingrained in type of a thing where, I mean, for me, that's what I heard nonstop of the.
No, you're right on. It's a conflation of the two, that some take their personal beliefs and ascribe them to others. And it depends on what you define a firearm. Is it a tool for death or a tool for defense?
Well, that's, I mean, one of my favorite conversations I had with what did you say, Spooky?
It's pretty arbitrary because, I mean, death can be used for good. Like none of us here would be like, oh yeah, she shot a rapist. That's a bad thing.
Well, I mean, this article they specifically mentioned. I mean, they don't even mention self-defense for when they mention Kyle.
Of course they don't, because they know that's a fucking.
Because this article is trash and doesn't.
Well,
yeah,
of course.
exactly.
I mean, it's a trash article. I mean, I was going to mention specifically. This is a favorite conversation I had with some of my coworkers specifically. One of the coworkers I had specifically said, I want to get a gun. I don't know what gun I want, but I want one that just works. I want one that I can get, that I can show to anyone, say, hey, I have a problem with this, fix it for me. The first thing I say is, get an AR-15. Just get whatever. You don't want a handgun because you're basically saying I want a long gun. I want something that I'm just going to be able to use.
I always said Smith & Wesson J-frame revolver.
Well, I mean, that would have been the cultured answer. Don't worry, the cultured answer comes. It was actually from a K-tard. His thing was, you should get the specific. I was going to say an SKS, but I'm pretty sure it was something else. It was another Russian rifle, but it wasn't. It was one of the. It's basically like an SKS. And then the other person was more of, I want to say, like a liberal Democrat type of a thing. Like, oh, you want to get like a Ruger 1020. He didn't say Ruger 1020 because he doesn't know any guns. But it's like, you want something that shoots a small bullet. 10-round mag. You don't need 30 round. He was basically just like arbitrarily describing, I want to say, assault weapon type of band things. Like, you don't need why would you need an adjustable sock? You want something with wood in it. It's going to be something. He just describing things that really don't mean anything, but it's like one of those. It's the words that you want to hear, I guess, for some reason.
So it's a fun conversation. I have that one all the time. That I talk about. Why are AR-15s scary?
Because they're black.
They're not. That's the thing, is like, if you want something specific, it's
they
good.
are scary to probably, I don't know what percentage of the population, because they are scary. There is a segment of the population that are incredibly scared by AR-15s, and that's where we had the assault weapons ban in 1994. So it goes back to my earlier comments of tribalism and how do we fix some of these issues. It really comes down to education. That when we were kids, the majority of us were scared of the dark when we were children because we didn't know what was there. We didn't understand it. But when we turned on the light, we saw that the dark wasn't that scary. So there's no difference between an AR-15 and a 30 carbine from 50 years ago that has wood furniture versus, they're both of them are just as lethal. Both of them are nothing more than tools. They just look different.
I mean, you see the thing with like a Mini 14 versus, an
Yeah, I was going to say the Mini 14.
Like people will say, oh, the Mini 14. Oh, well, that's perfectly reasonable, of course.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter that it shoots literally 5.56.
Yeah.
But it's just wood.
I had a whole rant today about the Gattle Prod. That's what I did was, I talked about the idea that, this thing looks super scary, but in reality, it's nothing worse than a little pinch in your arm. It's really not that big of a deal, but it appears incredibly frightening, but this thing is really not that big of a deal. It's nothing. It's really not. But it appears incredibly frightening. And yes, I absolutely just shocked my arm, and it's not a big deal.
He's also 5 whiskeys deep. I'm just saying.
Right.
No, well, I guess it depends. Yeah.
Florida man can handle a couple of shocks. Let's be honest.
No, I can go over the math of that, but it's really just not that big of a deal. It's fun. I mean, and that's some of the stories that some of the stuff I do is pretty showmanship of, I do have end goals. I do have, let's talk about this stuff. Let's have some deeper conversations.
I do want to mention there's a chat too that just popped up. It's Senpai Oreo. He said something about how I grew up on COD, Call of Duty, or y'all grew up on Doom. Oh, big difference on gun perception. I mean, if you played Call of Duty type of a thing, like just like me. I mean, the first gun I ever owned was a 3D printed gun. I've never really held guns or anything beforehand type of a thing. A lot of people my age too. I mean, majority of the games you played were usually some sort of first-person shooter type of thing. You see enough of those guns where you become like, oh, I mean, an AR-15 that's basically like an M4. Okay, great. I've seen those so many times. It just doesn't have the same shock to me. I guess I've seen it so often. I've seen in almost every single media that I've ever been a part, or at least I've witnessed.
Listen, I've got pictures of my 3-year-old shooting a 20 gauge. I was given my first rifle at the age of 5, a 22 rifle. It was an AR-7. Yeah, there's different levels of knowledge, and the lights got turned on early of how to treat them, how to respect them, and they're not scary.
Oh, they're terrifying to me originally, and I just had no idea. Of course, once I started figuring it out, eventually, like, okay, well, if I don't even have a bullet inside this, I'm not terrified. If there's no magazine, I've clearly checked it. Okay, there's no bullet. I don't have to worry about it. The biggest fear of mine was always like, oh God, what if I accidentally shoot something type of a thing?
Well, and there's healthy fear. There's a difference between respect, the healthy fear of respect, and fear of terror. There's some, not to get into the biblical concepts of it, but I mean, from Proverbs chapter 1, fear of the God, fear of the Lord is the basis of wisdom. But yet this is supposedly theoretically this ever-loving being. So, I mean, there's a difference between a fearful respect and a fearful of terror. Right.
And I mean, for me, I grew up basically in anti-gun household, anti-gun everything. It was more, I think it's more one of those things where it's just like if you don't know any better, if you don't have this knowledge,
if you're walking into the dark and the lights aren't on, it's scary.
It's correct. And that was for me the biggest thing I remember was that it was, I mean, the first gun I ever owned was an FGC-9 of all things. It was more of like holy crap, this is
that's awesome.
Yeah, exactly.
Can we take a moment to reflect how awesome that it is? The first gun you ever had was an FGC-9.
Correct. No, yeah, that the second was a Mod 9 too after that. But like for me, that was like my family, they refused to get me a gun. They were just more of like, oh well, we don't want that type of a thing. So of course, then the next thing was like, okay, well, like I won a couple of gift cards to get a 3D printer. I'm like, oh well, this will be fun. And then I built that. Eventually, my family figured out after a while of, oh wow, you have a lot of ammo for randomly sitting around your apartment. That's weird. What do you have this for? Like, that's a
They're,
interesting question.
they're fascinating machines.
Yeah, they're
That's
just fascinating.
really what they are.
I mean, it's very interesting because, like, my dad, he grew up absolutely just hating guns, type of a thing. And then every now and then, though, like, he'll see the news and he'll talk about the spooky ghost guns, the scary things, the ones that the terrorists use and everything. He'll see, and he's like, "Hey, isn't that the exact same thing that you have?" Like, you're right, it is. It's like that's weird. The way they're describing it doesn't sound right. Like, from what you've been doing, you're correct. It's not right.
I have absolutely no idea how many guns I have.
I can answer how many guns I have. It's just not money, but there are a few.
No, I mean, I literally don't know.
You do have a very fancy collection. I've seen a couple of those videos or those live streams you had. You have what I would dream to have. Hell, a bit Spooky too himself would love to have the ability to do what you do as well. You have a lathe as well.
Well, yeah. So I've got a lathe. I've got a mill.
In time, my son.
We got a CNC
correct.
machine, and that's all stuff that I fell into within the last year just because I wanted to increase the hobby. I have no training on any of this stuff. I just really enjoy doing it.
I mean, hell, I want to mention something too. As MMOB Breezy, I'm not sure if you remember him. He was the guy that had. Did you ever see the FGC9 Nerf gun? Someone made FGC9 that looks exactly like a Nerf gun.
Which one?
Right.
Well, you see,
at this point,
he uploaded his, and his was a Nerf gun. Like he attached a little Nerf logo on it. He had a nice little like a barrel shroud on it. He just mentioned too. My parents found out via the ATF. The ATF called them eventually. That is a fancy collection, but yeah.
Oh, that's like one of like 4 safes. I really don't know.
I was going to take a picture of it. I like to call it my assault crate.
Did Chairman come back?
Did he? Oh, he
What?
did. Let me go add him back. Okay, Chairman, you're back. But
my brother went to bed after I absolutely didn't destroy him in Super Mario Strikers. We went 3 games for 3 games.
Well, I'll beat you whenever you come to San Antonio, but that's unimportant. But the thing was, Emo Breezy. I'll link it on Twitter, I think, once I can find it. But it's essentially he uploaded a video of him shooting a Nerf, basically an FGC9 that looked like a Nerf gun. A couple of articles were written about him, specifically about it. But yeah.
I remember seeing that. It was
he got the ATF called on him,
like Nerf colors.
He's mentioning right now. The ATF called him. It's called his parents. Like that's
is your son okay?
Well, yeah, like there was a bunch of people saying, "Oh, that's basically an AOW." Oh, goodness gracious! We should.
Oh wait, I only have water. I need a beer. Sorry, 1 second.
Get a real drink. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. But yeah, like it's one of those, like, for me too. Like that would. Oh God, if
does he have a microwave in his room?
He's at his parents' house. Remember?
He's at his parents' house.
Does parents have a microwave in their room, just next to their desk?
I mean, it's like a hotel.
This is utility.
Well, it's maybe they sell an Airbnb as well. I mean, if I were thinking about it now, if I were if I were to have a family and my kids grow up and they leave, I'm gonna totally turn my house into an Airbnb. 2 stories? Oh, great! 2nd story, it's Airbnb. Easy, right?
Oh, you motherfucker!
Look at this is Snow basically flexing on us, basically saying, "Hey, look what I have.
Hey, look what I can do. I can reload whatever I want."
I mean, I understand where someone would like. I get that someone would refer to this as a flex, but I would say this is genuinely just normal life. And I know that's weird, but there are people out there like this. That,
normal life. I would wish I could live.
I wish this was my normal life. That's the dream.
I understand that, but that's part of the point of normalizing it all. Is that this is what we do. This is what I've done for years with me and my dad. It's a passed down generational thing that we just have a really good time.
That's my thing.
Terrible.
If I were to have a kid or something,
that crossbeam doesn't look to code.
Engineer over there, but
nice.
I would say, like, for me, like, this is the type of thing. Like, I don't blame my dad for not knowing guns. And in fact, if I mean, his history, he doesn't know guns at all.
The cop is looking at all of Snow's guns with a tone voice on his
He has a very disgruntled look. I can see. Like, he's like, that's an interesting thing. Yeah,
these are all FUD guns, though. These are all 1911s and shotguns.
Mr. Snow, what's your age again?
What?
What's now?
These
How old are
aren't
you again?
fun guns. There's
no,
a Mark 23 in there.
I'm just at the time I made the
Mark
comment.
23 is a fantastic gun, and I respect
That is
that.
not a fun gun. If there's a
With
Mark 23, you could throw a Mark 23 on a mountain of 1911s, and by
And
its intrinsic coolness, it
Mr.
would
Snow?
make that entire pile not fun.
Mr. Snow, I was telling you about how I was going to hopefully be able to visit you in around
Yes.
this time period.
I see that 5.7.
If I wasn't so unlucky,
Exactly.
if I wasn't so, I see that 5.7 too. If I wasn't so unlucky and I had an MCAT scheduled like early January, I would have. Oh boy, I would have.
Oh, cool. You'll be done with your NCAP by the time I get down to San Ann?
Well, you would. Let's hope I do well enough. There's a reason why I'm doing streams instead of videos, because editing is just an absolute slog.
No, dude, you got to do the. I mean, listen, I live in Baltimore. Half my friends are Hopkins cunts, so like.
My I'll tell you. You know, if anyone's been, this is 3 hours basically, and almost. I mean, my dad, he worked in close to Hopkins. There's you either in Hopkins or Maryland University.
Yeah.
He was explaining to me about how he had like it's a fantastic hospital, by the way. If you're able to get into med school over there,
What we say in Baltimore is if you get shot, go to Maryland. If you need experimental medical surgery, go to Hopkins.
right? And Hopkins is basically in Baltimore.
Yeah, no, Hopkins is Baltimore.
It is in the worst part of Baltimore. So this is the joke about all med schools.
That used to be the case, but they managed to arm security a wide enough cordon at this point and kick out all the poor black people that now the area that Hopkins, the hospital in, is.
My dad was there in the 80s. And
Totally.
He was explaining to me, as like, oh, doctors he knew over there were just like, he was like, oh, there are some doctors I knew. They got killed midway through their residency. Yeah, it's a shame. Like he was explaining. It's a very sad story.
But they basically managed to basically armed security a corridor from Hopkins to one of the nice parts of Baltimore, Fells Point. So now everything from Hopkins to Fells Point is nice.
I doubt there are very many medical school people that are here for this, but it's like the joke is any good medical school you want to go to is in literally like the slums. We're 2 hours in.
Well, no, but it's true.
The shitholes of like the city. Like it
so
is.
If you want to learn shock trauma, you don't
U.S. military. We send our trauma surgery. If you want to learn trauma, you go to Chicago. Like there's, I want to say I can't remember what branch of the military, but they'll send their doctors over to Chicago specifically because what better place to learn trauma? You're gonna see so many gunshots anyways when you get deployed. You're gonna Chicago's perfect.
So that's the thing. Like people like EMTs and firefighters get sent to Baltimore because they all come from fucking small towns. So you live in a fucking small town in the Midwest. You're gonna get one gunshot in a couple years.
Mr. Snow,
fucking come to Baltimore. You get a couple every day.
Mr. Snow, oh god, I saw that Mark 23.
Yeah, that was for Hammurabi. That actually knew what the lamb kit was.
I saw. I'm going to talk to my parents. Specifically, we're going to go visit our family over there. I might have to see whether, you know what? Let's see whether I could sneak a couple of days in. I don't know. You know, I do have to set me ready for fun things, but that's unimportant. We'll have to see because
I do not have my set me ready because it is.
Do not have your set me ready.
I have
at all.
everything printed. I'm sharing a little more than I want to there.
I do see the beautiful Mark 23 though. It's beautiful.
Hold on. Sorry, I got to share a window, not an actual full preview.
Oh God, it's beautiful.
Yeah, so there's the Mark 23. Yeah, it's one of the most. This is probably one of it took me a long time. It probably took about 8 years to build out this kit.
So for me, I told my gun store, fantastic gun store by the way. They had the Jericho in stock, but they had the USP. They only had the USP 9. If I'm going to get a USP, I'm going to get a 45. I don't care. I know 9mm is better. Oh my God. Yeah. 45 AARP. I know the memes. But I want a 45 USP. But if I can get a or if I'm going to get a 45 caliber pistol, that's going to be that big anyways. I might as well get the Mark 23, which by the way is a very large pistol. It's
a USP compact tactical.
Right. Oh God, I would have. The issue was they only had the USB 9, and they were telling me like specifically, we don't know when we're going to get a USB 45. We cannot promise you that we're going to get one again. In the end, I got a Jericho, which, in all honesty, it's a pistol I do like. I do enjoy. It's a very fun to shoot.
Jerichos are awesome.
They're
I don't have one.
I mean, AG, tell us why you actually bought a Jericho.
Because Cowboy Bebop exists.
Okay, yeah, just wanted to make sure that.
No, that's why everyone buys it. Unless you're like maybe.
We'll see. Snow was shaking his head because he.
Well, that's the reason I want one. I mean, I want one.
There's a certain. I want to say that was a funny. My brother he's a 45 Baby Eagle, which by the way is basically the Jericho.
Basically a Jericho.
Yeah, we
not
took
the right roll mark, so.
Yeah, I know. We took it. I'm like, because he bought it. He's like, oh well, I like Desert Eagles because I played Call of Duty, but it's not 50 AE, so I don't want it type of a thing. He didn't. This is a fun little conversation. Hopefully,
does your brother not understand?
No, he does not. No. I was basically his armorer. So he basically.
No, I
bought
wasn't talking about guns. I'm talking about anime.
Oh well, he doesn't know anime either. His main thing was he bought guns because my parents hated them, and it was like, oh, okay, well, he doesn't know how to do any. Like, he has a Bushmaster, he has a 45 ACP Baby Eagle that he got very lucky on getting, and he also got a 38 special, like Saturday Night Special type of a gun. Revolver. He's very good at shooting the revolver, believe it or not. He's pretty good at it. He cannot shoot the 45 Baby Eagle for shit. He just will limp wrist it and will always jam. When I took it with
for me, all of those CZ derived pistols, like I haven't been able to shoot them enough to actually get the recoil impulse. It's a weird recoil impulse in my opinion.
If it's not that.
I mean, Snow's given me that. I have trouble with it. Like I'm so trained on.
When you come back, when you come to San Antonio, I'll give you the Jericho. I'll let you shoot it. I guarantee you'll love the trigger.
I mean, I guarantee you I'll love it. It's just like
I think SIGs are better guns than Glocks.
I agree,
but I'm gonna go to the Glock just because the problem is, you know, when you've got 50,000 rounds through Glocks, that's just what you know. And that transition over to like a SIG is really tough.
I mean, my whole thing on it is just like very pragmatic. Glocks are just handguns at this point. Like a Glock is like Gen 3 Glock stuff has become so ubiquitous and is becoming so cheap that it's like I think Glock is rapidly approaching the point of like AR.
Well, yeah, this is the thing I was gonna first. This is like the original.
Or if not, it's already there. But
because
like
absolutely, because Gen 3s are out of the side of their patent, so that's why there's so many parts and clones.
For me, it's like that was the thing was like, what I really wanted Spooky here for specifically is he's working on AR. You're working on Glock. I remember I heard you specifically mentioning the reason why you like the Glock so much is because. Hell, if someone's going to make a gun, if someone's going to use a gun that I'm going to make, I mean, the Glock is just going to be the one.
Well, that's not quite what I meant by it. What I really meant by it is like the stuff that I do is very time intensive. Like I've heard this on K and on Twitter before, and I've done, you know, like original designs from the ground up before, and that takes quite a bit of time, and you know it's a lot of work with calipers and you have to do stuff, but the stuff that I do with the frames that I put out take so much more time than that. You wouldn't believe the time sink that the stuff that I put out takes. And that's why, I mean, like I shared with other SIG, Freeman, basically anyone who has the capacity to understand what I do. I'm very open about sharing the techniques that I use, the software that I use. Literally, I'll hop on a call with someone and show them exactly how I do the stippling.
I can't wait till Miami.
You use Blender, right?
I use a combination of Blender, Solid Edge, and SolidWorks, and Mesh Mixer now. I use a lot of programs for every single frame that I put out because no one program can give. Because
you're not going to do textures in a step file or typical CAD file. You're not going to do textures in that. You can, but it's not really what you want.
Not what I do.
No, correct. Yeah, I mean, correct.
So like, listen, I will take credit for developing the techniques to like do that type of stuff. on the frames that you see coming out now. Like, you know, Freeman and Sig, like they know how to do what I do because I hopped on calls with them. I showed them how to do it. I shared my text.
You spoke to
files.
Freeman, FDMA?
Yeah, of course.
God, I would love to speak to that dude. Yeah.
No, not FDMA Freeman. Freeman, like the guy who does the high point stuff. And
okay, that guy.
The Taurus stuff.
I have no idea who FDMA is. He's
a ghost.
He's a ghost.
But, you know, that's not the point. Like, the point is that it's a combination of a shit ton of work on solid modeling, like understanding ergonomics, like meeting with people, doing a lot of like ergonomic testing, and actually like making the files be good and print good and doing a lot of testing there. Like the aesthetic component and like, yeah, I didn't like invent the 3D printed Glock frame, but I have invented 3D printed frames for like Rugers and shit like that. And it's like the work that I've done on the Glock stuff, I mean, the amount of hours that have gone into it vastly eclipse any of like the original designs that I've done. And the only thing that would be feasible for is something like Glock, where there's such a huge market for it.
Well, that's the thing with like, at least like what Spooky does. It's the AR-15. It's like, I mean, AR-15 is just so ubiquitous in the U.S. where it's like, you can just get one.
I will let you know that the CAD work for the Gatto prod took me all of a whopping 45 minutes. Just to be clear.
Yeah, it's like, dude,
Spooky,
like,
unmuted. What is it?
I have to agree. I've gotten to a point where I can just whip up shit so fucking fast now.
Fuck, dude.
People are like, "Oh man, I want a 10-round AK." I'm like, "Okay, fine." And I'll like go whip it up in like 15 minutes.
Well, but part of that comes from you have a library of parts that gets built up over time, where you're not having to reinvent the wheel.
The waffle mag in of itself is just an incredible idea of like, well, I mean, you're basically just you're using still the AR-15 spring for even the AKs or AK mags, right?
Yep.
Which
and
is
it works like a fucking charm.
My kids have all my waffle mags.
This was one thing I did want to mention too, because Chairman, I know you mess with STL specifically. You mentioned specifically like, I don't. People asking why don't I give step files, because you'll use Blender and they'll pretty much just.
I mean, I can't give step. I mean, don't get me wrong. I spend the majority of my time in solid modeling, working in what you would call step files. I mean, basically like NURBS, parasolid stuff. That's 90% of the actual work. But once, like all of the stippling, that's a mesh operation. So
that's gonna have to be STL.
Well, and like, so like people have asked, okay, like, well, why don't you just put out like your unstippled files as STLs? Well, they're not safe to use. They're not safe to print. Because the stippling is an embossing operation. It adds material on. So I subtract material in my solids to account for the stipples. So my unstippled frames are they're too, like the grip part, anything that has a stipple on it, it's too flimsy to print. Like you get errors, you get, walls that aren't thick enough for Cura to understand them.
And speaking to that, I've got some Prusa Slicer files back when you were first releasing these that I printed and have holes in them. We talked about that when before you even knew me at all. And like my kids have those as toys now. They run around the house with Chairmanwon frames and waffle mags of failed prints. It's awesome.
Because like once you start really like trying to make Glocks ergonomic, you very quickly run into not having enough space.
Because your undercuts, some of those undercuts, like for the middle finger on the mag.
Yeah, there's parts where if you go up to anything above a 0.4 millimeter nozzle, you won't be able to get two walls in there.
Yeah, like it's a single wall.
Yeah, it's very highly optimized, and yeah, that shit takes time. So like I totally support people who say like, oh, And I agree with this. Like the stuff that pushes 3D printed guns forward is the mechanical engineers who are coming up with the new stuff. And I couldn't agree more with that. It's the position that I take myself.
Too bad we're all so autistic.
Oh, we're all autistic.
I mean, there's one thing I do want to mention specifically because you're talking about all these wonderful things. I did manage to recently speak to the you see the 3D printed UMP 45 guy. He's been using STLs the entire time through.
Probably working in Tinkercad.
Blender.
Blender. Believe
wow.
He was explaining to me too what he's been doing. I am shocked specifically because I've spoken to a couple developers. Spooky also himself. So
I desperately want to know where he got that file.
Oh yeah, so I have it right now showing up on here. This is the UMP 45. It's working perfectly fine. I spoke to him specifically. He said, I wanted to make a UMP that worked, and I did. He made the STLs and everything.
So that's kind of like the thing with 3D modeling. Like you can, if you have the drive to do it, like, and the mechanical engineering ability to do it, you can really do anything with any tool.
Right.
I come from a very white privilege, not white, but just privileged place where people paid me for 10 years to learn, in my opinion, the best CAD on the planet, Solid Edge / NX. Like,
I mean, my school gives SolidWorks for free, so I completely understand why you do that.
And I mean, like, SolidWorks, love it, use it, but Solid Edge is much better, and NX blows it all out of the water. Like, so Solid Edge NX is dope. It's the best solid modeling tool, and I'll fight anyone.
I know Spooky loves SolidWorks, and also know Vin loves Fusion. It seems very, everyone has their own butter. Everyone has their own thing they love, they use specifically. I'm guessing it's whichever one you're most comfortable with is probably the best one.
Sure, but I guess what I'm getting at is like I'm coming from a place where, like, you know, Solid Edge has like been my thing for 8 hours a day for 10 years. So it's like the stuff I can make Solid Edge do is far and above beyond what most people are capable of in solids. And like, I mean, the stipples are what's flashy, but like, really, like, I think the bread and butter of what I do is the solid models. And it kind of rankles me that I don't put them out there, because like I think that's where the real beauty is. But I don't release solids for good reasons.
You know, people want the stipples.
Well, no, it's just like
it's a safety functional issue too.
Yeah, I if I put them, like, the solids are too thin to properly print.
You sent me the solids a long time ago.
And, I mean, like, I'll send them to like individuals that I know who aren't gonna like just release them, but like they're not safe to just release.
No.
I mean, hell, that's a lot of things too.
And I'm excited that you fixed your line issues. That's super dope, man.
Totally brute force.
I believe that. I know, man. I have the utmost respect for what you do and the time that it took. And
that was all just like actually fixing it all, man. I finally got
line issues.
Because it's the only thing I could see.
So you don't see it on like most of my patterns, like the standard, the small coral, engraved, but like some of the patterns that have like larger repeats, trippy, hex, they have very visible lining where there's like face changes. And for the longest time, I couldn't figure out how to get that out of there. And I'm a pragmatist, so my solution was ignore it and release anyway.
Minimum viability.
Yeah, exactly.
I learned that term from you.
And so once I like
not from Jeff Rodriguez.
In the past 2 or 3 weeks, I figured out how to finally fix that, but it was a slog. It was, you know, very time intensive to fix. But once it was possible to fix, it was like, all right, I got to fix it. So it's fixed. It's out there. Gigapack is finally
as
perfect as I can currently make it.
there was the joke that I think you might have actually posted this. It was specifically there was someone in K that said something about, oh, why is all the 3D printed files about some like, oh, someone made a funny looking Glock type of a thing, or oh, someone made a couple of things. I mean, in all honesty, I mean, stipples are very, the grip. I don't know what the right way to describe it. The Glock, or at least your Glocks are specifically just. They're nicer to hold. I've made a couple of Glock frames. I've never used them.
They're super functional. So it's more than just stippling. It's the undercuts and the angles and the swells that they're ergonomically superior, in my opinion.
Oh, no, they feel so much better in my hand. Yeah,
in my opinion, it is beyond OEM. I think what Chairman's got going is better than OEM.
I went directly to the source for that. Like I didn't invent any of the ergonomic touches that are in my Glocks. I did the practical thing, and I reached out to Battlecock Tactical. I messaged Battlecock. I said, hey, I'm trying to like make the best ergonomic 3D printed Glock. Can I get some of your advice? Like, can you help me? And it turns out he was 2.5 hours away from me. So I just drove up there, and literally I brought some frames, and we talked for a couple hours, and he took some Sharpies to the frame and helped me. Like, he was like, oh no, move this cut here. Like, you need a little more palm swell, but it needs to be higher, like shit like that. And yeah, I mean, that's what people don't understand about like doing the ergonomics and the stuff that I do is it's much more difficult than just taking a mechanism and just making a minimum viable frame for it. And the people who do that, I have the utmost, you know, those are the people who are like pushing shit forward.
You got to like, start somewhere, but then
well,
you can.
I approach everything from my perspective, and my perspective is the perspective of an industrial designer, which is desirability and aesthetics over everything. So like I'm gonna put all the time and effort into one very specific facet of Glock. Other people are going to have other priorities.
No, I refuse to believe that you are a form over function guy. You marry the two, brother.
No. I mean, function is function. You can't degrade function through form. But
I disagree. As a maker of the Zip 22 XL, I promise you
that wasn't a statement that said like physically you can't. That was a statement that was like, as a designer, you should subtract from function just for form.
I mean, it's a Glock after all. Isn't Glock the whole thing is it's function over form?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like if you make all
right?
The internals the same.
What's the question?
Or form over function.
Oh,
function over form. Function over form.
Absolutely. Durability and function over form. I don't give a shit if it looks like a fucking brick.
Hey, Evil SD in chat. Go to my Odyssey.
I was going to mention that too. I'm glad you
all
got
of my V1 Glocks are just standard bricks with no finger grooves that have all my stipples on them. That was the first thing I did with Glock.
So, I mean, I have to thank Mr. Snow specifically about this because he helped me out a lot because I don't have any money whatsoever. But he gave me a nice G19 kit. I printed out one in, or I want to say it's nylon copier specifically for at least or one of your, I think it's the most simple one. I'll say it's the coral one. But it's one of your coral frames, Chairmanwon. I'm really looking forward to that. So the issue is I just don't have a frame for that. I'm waiting for a decent sale on that.
I sent you everything except for a slide.
You sent me everything except for a slide. That is correct.
What slide do you need?
A G19.
All right, I'll find a G19 slide for you.
See, done deal. You just gotta have more streams, AG.
How do I learn this power?
Meet the right people.
No. If only I learned JSD well enough. I've sent them a couple of emails. I guess maybe they don't like me. Maybe I'm too anonymous for them. I don't know. I think JSD is fantastic. But I do think. I mean, even still, I think they're.
I have 7 JSD slides that I didn't pay for.
You lucky bastard.
I don't have any. I don't have any JSD slides that I didn't pay for.
You lucky bastard.
I don't have any.
I will say this specifically just because I mean I do I've had several people. I mean, I think Gats is still here too. Gats has been
Plastic Gats is cool. I like
it
it.
was fantastic. I
Side
love
Charger gang.
yeah. I like Plastic Gats too. I've done a couple of streams with them as well, but mostly on Twitch actually. But I've spoken to him several times. There are a lot of people I know use JSD stuff. It's fantastic. It's just, I mean, you and Bulligan are the only reason why I'd ever use a Glock specifically, because I just hate Glocks. I
like Bulligan a lot. I'm glad Bulligan came up because people in chat when we were talking about who should be the figurehead for 3D printed guns, people said Bulligan, and I actually kind of agree. Kind of agree. He's basically middle America.
His video, so that was the fun thing about the Everytown video, where they're basically, oh, these are the far right people, we need to stop. They chose Bulligan's video. I want to say it's the how to 3D print a gun.
Well,
it's specifically about it's his video titled, I want to say, how to 3D print a gun. I'm pretty sure, I feel like almost everyone here has probably seen it at this point, but it's one specifically where it talks about, oh yeah, here's all the guns I've 3D printed type of a thing. Oh yeah, I do these type of, it was never really specific, but he talks about, oh, these are the guns I've 3D printed. That one has like over 1 million views, and it was on
Bulligan is the person responsible for me, like, completely. The only reason I got into 3D printing guns was because he posted something to our guns. It was like a 1022 Charger build that he built, and I looked at that and I was like, okay, yeah, actually I want one of those.
Do you mean the Cricket build?
I'm not sure what he called it, but it was like a white.
Was it the one that had the
1022
suppressor
Charger
mounted underneath it?
No. It was just a 1022 Charger.
The G19, he has the basically the Halo Magnum one. That one is just.
I worked on that.
I will say, oh god, I would love to fucking. I have a G19, so I know I heard. I was watching the stream that you had with I want to say Sis and Hush and with our 3D Print General 2.
Oh right, yeah.
I watched that one where you're saying something about how the G19X is a little bit different in that, like, you can get all this, like, or all the measurements for that one.
That's what Hush was saying. So there was a little bit of confusion there because, like, I call my G19X like the G19X, but it's not really a G19X. As far as I'm concerned, a G19X is just a Gen 3 19 slide on a 17 length frame.
So a G19X, if everyone's wondering, the reason why you would know why the measurements of that, like, it's like similar to an M4 of it was submitted to military trials, and if you're submitted to military trials, I want to say you learn, like, specifically the measurements. You get the
okay, yeah. So this is actually huge. So Battlecock and KM3 Solutions we talked a lot about this. This is one of the reasons why Glock is so fucked. Is there's no official dimensions out there.
They never released the design package.
Exactly. Right. And so for, like, one of the reasons AR-15 stuff is so ubiquitous is because it was adopted by the military. So the actual, like, dimensions down to whatever you would need to manufacture it are all public knowledge because it was released into the public. But
I've been measures a lot. Yeah, it's the M4 measurements.
So there's no official Glock dimensions. Like, basically anyone who's making aftermarket Glock stuff is just taking OEM Glock, taking calipers to it, and they're not getting any of the tolerancing or anything. They're just making a guess based on what they measure. And yeah, there's zero official dimensions. So because the G19X didn't get adopted, well, we may or may, I mean, so those dimensions are in the public record. We don't have them yet. Fingers crossed we get them, because that would be a huge boon to aftermarket Glock. But it's
they're doing all right without it. But I mean, yeah.
I mean, there's so much aftermarket Glock anyways to this point.
Well, but there would be so much more. That's the point.
It's not so much more. It's just all of it would be so much better.
Yeah,
because, like, you never throw, like, a fucking AR-15 BCG in your upper and are like, oh, like, is this gonna tolerance? And with Glock stuff, well, fuck you. But you know what I mean. Like
I've had many things break.
Sure, but with Glock stuff, like, you know what I mean.
Yes.
Like, it's much more loosey goosey on, like, what actually tolerance as well, and that's because there are no official dimensions.
You obviously have not bought enough Bear Creek uppers.
I know a lot of people that have though, and they're part of the Side Charger gang.
Side Charger gang is
They
still
like
here?
to
Is Matt
use
still
soldering irons on my prints. Like they do a lot of fucked up shit.
Yeah, they're gonna
Hey,
make
if it
work.
works, it works,
That's
my
right.
friend. all right?
I love those folks.
Oh God, you should see my set me. Dear God, I'm terrified to shoot that thing. Holy crap! It is literally held together by soldering iron and love.
Yeah,
Dude,
that's a string test.
We will shoot
Take
it
a
together.
video when you shoot it, AG.
I will wear my
almost brought it with me. I was
protective
terrified.
Back to the Future coat.
Yeah, wear your plates.
Oh no, I'm just gonna wear this.
That was a fun video that I had planned at some point. It was a fun DIY plate kit or video where it was someone that made one out of like fiberglass. If you use resin fiberglass, apparently it's able to like mimic 3A. The issue is, of course, 3A is like you have to test that type of a thing. And yeah, you really can test that for each time you do it. It's one of those things where
it's my understanding. It's my understanding milk jugs are fine.
Oh yeah, well, that's you have to melt it because it's like I think it's or I've spent a lot of time looking at that stuff. It's a lot of fun actually. A lot of because I mean I like to do the fun poverty build type of things.
Yeah, you and me both. Poverty for life.
Well, yeah, that's what actually.
Fuck you, Mr. Snow. Don't give me that look.
Oh, Mr. Snow's not the fan. Oh God, Mr. Snow is he's a person we all strive to hopefully have eventually, whenever we get to that wonderful age of 40. But
well, whenever I think about Mr. Snow, I just think about a Florida man, but if instead of meth he had money.
I mean, God, I would love to have his bolt action kit. Dear God, it's beautiful. I'm not sure. Did you take down the streams, by the way? Because he did kind of go over a little too much, I would say.
No, I don't think so. I think they're still up there. There's like tours of the shop and stuff like that. Yeah, I think there was some tours where, some live streams where I got into like genuine gunsmithing. Those did not stay up.
I remember I watched some of those. Those were. I mean, I thought those were the most interesting ones out of all. I mean, of course, because it's so interesting. You actually cover really important. You cover like actual good topics. Of course, YouTube's not going to let that.
No, so those came down. Those live streams came down about epoxy bedding bolts inside of Remington 700 actions to take up tolerances, and yeah, that's some cool stuff, man. I see Dianexus in the chat too. I'm not sure if you guys remember Dianexus well enough. He's the guy that is actually, if you look at that wonderful Everytown lawsuit with FPC, that's him. That's his fireball.
Oh, dude, you're named in that lawsuit?
Yeah, no, he's the one in that lawsuit. That is his firebolt. In fact, that is it was a Brownell's 1800, which I think you uploaded those files right for the firebolt, specifically the one with the no buffer tube, right? The BRN? Yeah, it's the BRN. His one is right now actually in the lawsuit. In fact, he's
I think that lawsuit. I thought that lawsuit got killed.
Yet?
You would hope so. I don't think it is actually.
You'd be surprised. I allegedly killed a lady with a chair in 2018, and they still haven't been able to serve me.
Yes, you never. I mean, the legal system here in the U.S. is just a wonderful system. In that regard,
it's not about what happens, about what you can prove.
They can't prove shit.
Exactly.
They haven't even been able to find me. Like, I'm like honestly embarrassed for their process server at this point. Like, how have you not been able to serve me?
Well, you'd be shocked. I mean, these are government agencies after all.
No. Process servers, that's like a private thing. Like, this guy is being paid at fair market rates to find me, and he still can't fucking hand me a piece of paper.
Maybe he's just a real big fan of you, and he's just like, I can't give. I love this Glock too much. What if I would have give this one? It's like,
no, I absolutely. I love the folding assault chair memes are just some part of my favorite. Somebody banned that spam in chat.
I got it. Don't worry, I got
it.
Nice,
well done.
I was right on it.
Let me click on it before you ban it.
It's not going to get you.
He wants to try.
No, you need a VPN. It's going to grab your IP and it's going to do the fun little haha.
He's at his parents' house. He doesn't care.
Okay, well, you got a good point there.
I mean, I'm at my parents' house too. His IP.
Yeah, dox your parents.
I just need to know how to strip without clothing.
Dianex
It is
says,
a
my
curious
lawyer has
question.
advised me not to speak on this issue. That's a good response, Dianex. It's a very good response. I mean, it's sad this response because it would have been fun.
I haven't even got a lawyer for this yet because, like, dude, product liability is so fucked. It's like that. They'll fucking find anyone who fucking put a bolt in the liable product and subpoena them. So it's like, you know what? Subpoena me and then I'll get a lawyer. But it's like, dude, these guys are so incompetent. Like, they know where I live and they still haven't been able to serve me.
So when you come over here, can you give me an Chairmanwon or injury chair? I mean, or the fun chair?
Do you want the chair that killed a lady?
Yes, I do want that. I want.
AG, I will literally bring you at the murder. I will bring you a murder chair.
This is on the table. I've been like wanting a chairman murder chair for a while. We've had Twitter. This is on the table. Listen,
but Chairman's moving over here. He's moving next to me. I will go to his our housewarming.
I'm not moving to Florida. No, I'm moving to fucking San Antonio.
Dude, I can pay for it. Doesn't matter. It's fine.
No. I'm paying for it.
No.
If you guys super chat enough, guess what?
Snow,
I can outbid Mr. Snow.
Snow. I'll make a deal with you.
Don't do that. It's a bad idea. Don't do that.
I need a 17L slide, and JSD doesn't make one.
I can buy you one.
The chair itself is probably cheaper than the 17L slide.
It definitely is. The Fate streams will afford everything.
There's only 2 of them that I know of.
So Zephyria and I are going to work that out.
If you can get Zephyria to send me a slide, I will fucking drive to Miami with the murder chair itself and fucking bring it to you.
No, I'll pay for it to be shipped. It's good. Yeah, I will talk to them about that when they come back in stock, because I'm looking at the potential for $150 17L slides.
I'm more looking into to be honest.
I'm gonna buy a lot.
I personally hate Glocks. I just think Glocks are stupid. I just hate the way they look. I think they're ugly.
17L slides on a Glock. 17L.
You get a point. You get a good point there. The only reason why I wanted 17 slide specifically because it was digital or Nimbus. That's the guy with the fun looking PD or the Invader PDW, right?
Yeah.
That's the only reason why I would ever want a 17 slide, because I'll tell you this is a fun sneak peek for everyone that's here, the 46 one of you guys. So everyone's making, Glock video. Of course, everyone has a Glock video out there because it's a Glock. Everyone knows what a Glock is. I'm actually intentionally going to make the worst possible Glock possible. I have the New York trigger, the NYPD trigger on my Glock, so I'm intentionally trying to make the worst possible Glock you can make. So that's going to be my fun little twist for it.
Wait, no, leave the cop up there, because that's the cop trigger.
Yeah, no, it is the NYPD trigger. Actually, you know what, Chairmanwon, you and I, we can both test to see if we can actually outcompete against NYPD police officers.
That's a 34 slide.
So yeah, so on this, the 17L slide comes to the very end. But 17L, 34, and 17 all fit on the frame.
Is the rail still the same?
Yeah.
I know the G19 or 17 rails are
17, 34, and 17L are all the same.
So the reason Nimbus and I settled on this is because there's a length of pull issue. So you have the actual shit that pops
rails
out.
have to come all the way forward and hit up here.
Exactly. So we figured we'd basically make something that covers any 17 slide compatible. And yeah, I mean, if you really wanted to look, Jesus, how blurry am I? Is my camera as drunk as I am?
Nah, not that bad.
Okay, hey, there we go. So yeah, so a 17L slide will come to the very end, but you can use any 17 compatible slide on it. It's just a choice we made to have the length of pull that we wanted to get. You know what I mean?
Oh, I know he's working on a G19 slide as well, actually, with his
Yep, we're working on it.
That's the one that because I mean that's if I'm going to buy a kit, I'm going to probably buy a G19 kit specifically. But I mean,
well, listen, as far as rails go, I literally have a mountain of rails. Like,
if you have an extra
I
17 kit, by all means, I would gladly also.
I
take
will
that.
give you all seriously a mountain. I have way too many rails.
We'll gladly take those as well in case if you
I
also
will.
have any
I will absolutely help you out with some rails.
Actually, if anything, I mean, hell, if you just let me borrow Glock, because personally, I don't actually want a Glock in all honesty, but
So like there's a 34 up top versus a 17L. It's 3/4 of an inch longer on the 17L.
okay, because I almost actually bought a 34. I remember my range was the gun store I go to. They were showing me the 34. I mean, it felt very nice in my hands actually. I almost bought it. The issue is I just don't like Glocks.
Yeah, so let me catch up with chat here for just a second. Evil, that was a Cobra, a Venom from Vortex that was on the PDW. That was a Venom optic from Vortex. Yes, the 17L is the longest Glock slide that is made. So that's a 6-inch barrel on the 17L, and the 34 is 3/4 of an inch shorter. Yep.
Those Hollisons? Okay.
Yeah, those are Hollisons. That is because I had to Cerakoted white Hollison.
It's beautiful, by the way. Yeah, it's a nice Hollison. I'm too poor for that. I don't even buy Hollisons. I buy the cheap Chinesium ones that are even cheaper than the Chinesium Hollisons as well.
Well, that bottom one, that's my competition gun for the Maker's Match coming up next year.
If only I had money and I could fly over there to Florida. I'm still sad that they didn't do the Bear Arms Bitcoin in Texas again. I would have been really excited to do that. I just don't have the money to fly over there. Someone's saying I'm currently waiting on the FNS Nimbus PDW as well. Love that as well.
I know that there is currently in the works the SIG 320 Nimbus is in the works. There's a 19 Nimbus. When we say digital Nimbus, that's digital Nimbus is the creator. The actual design, if you're going to search for it, would be the Invader PDW. It's on. I can give that information away, right? I'm not giving.
Oh no, he's not doxing. No, you're
okay.
Good. No, by all means,
I don't want to screw up your channel.
Also, but the fun thing too is apparently from what I've learned, after 2 hours, you can swear, you can say whatever the hell you want, as long as you're not showing nudity and things like that. YouTube does not care.
Put it away, Chairman.
Put back your cock, man, friend. Oh, no, sir. Selman, I would totally drive to Florida. I was actually planning on doing that. The issue is, I'm taking the MCAT. If I didn't have the MCAT, like in a couple of
stupid responsibilities.
Yeah, no, it's one of those things where it's just, hell, that's the fun thing we learned out of all the main, I guess, a fun takeaway about the whole fun thing about the Huffington Post articles. Basically, don't expect that you're safe if you're just following all the rules. I'm not going to. I've accepted, if anything, the money that I do make out of this, it's solely going to go for either a better camera. Hopefully, I'll be able to get more range time, if anything, and then some other fun things. But
I just got my first YouTube check.
How does that feel?
I've been doing this for a year, and I had my so I started my first video was like October of last year. Was when I put my first YouTube video up, and I just now got my first YouTube check.
This was go ahead.
Yeah. So I had a year in review from YouTube that said, I had 500,000 views as a channel, and my content took up 1,000,000 minutes of watched content. So how much
you got? $3.50.
$100 and 104.
Oh shit, that's actually a decent bottle of scotch.
104.
You'd be surprised. So this is a fun thing. So I'm pretty sure
I should split it with you when I come to Miami. I will bring a decent bottle of scotch, and we will still celebrate our YouTube earnings.
So this is the thing. Go ahead.
I don't make any money doing so I hope to make some money soon, but I don't know. I
can't talk about that yet, I don't think.
Well, no, I totally can, because
it's your project.
Yeah, but I don't know. Like, I have a huge problem with I don't know, like 5 years of fucking watching Jim has turned me off e-begging.
Jim
Fair.
himself even or e-begs though to some extent too, because this is a thing though that people should understand though is it doesn't. The grift is going to happen either way. YouTube itself is going to do it. They've already said, "Oh, we're going to put ads on your videos anyways. Oh, we're going to do all these things on your videos anyways." That's even why Jim does super chats to begin with, because super chats are probably the best.
So my whole idea was like, you know, I don't want to sell like t-shirts or patches or anything like that. Like really, like I don't want to offer people something that's like essentially useless. It's just not in my nature to want to do that. Like,
Yeah, I see what you mean. I completely, I understand.
I don't want to do merch or anything like approaching like the
That's
idea of
why.
merch. Like I really don't.
I
mean,
love merch.
I don't disagree with people who do it, but for me, like the whole idea is very strange and foreign, and it's not something that I want to like. If I'm gonna take money from someone, I want it to be for something that's very like concrete and real. So
Yeah, I mean,
I totally hear what you're saying, but at the same token, I love buying T-shirts and stickers, and you know, I buy stickers for. I bought a sticker from Digital Nimbus. I bought a sticker from RK Spookyware.
yeah, and like
Yeah.
maybe one day I'll do some actual branding.
Well, you and I have
but
talked about that too.
That's not going to be like the actual first thing I do. And if I ever do anything like that, it's going to be at like a margin so slim that it only pays for like the amount of money it costs to print a sticker and ship it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
If I wanted to make money, I'd be making Cobra boats.
Yeah, exactly.
oh
like,
god, actually, let me mention that specifically. So that was one thing someone in the stream or last stream that I did, like it was a test stream. They specifically told me, "Oh, you should get the Cobra bolt." I guess they were demanding I join the alpha specifically so I can join
After
that.
January 1st, I'll make you one. I'll send it to you.
I will gladly do without it. That's so this is a thing. I mean, I think that's probably why this channel even grew to begin with, specifically because I was going after. Because I mean, I'm still very much poor. If anything else, it's the fully DIY build type of a thing. It's the FGC9, the mod 9 a little bit less to some extent, but I mean, you can still do it. It's not necessarily designed specifically for fully DIY, but you can still, if you want to, you can do an EMC barrel. You can also use the control group. Hell, you can even use the Mendes mag if you wanted to as well. The thing was specifically like if you search up FGC9 videos, there are really not that many videos out there. There's my video, there is the a couple like mag dump videos, and then there is I think the Printed General's like melted video. I built my FGC9 pretty early on. It was more a fully DIY. There just wasn't many out there. The Mod 9, there's like there was the only video out there of the Mod 9 was Derwood's video, and then he took down his whole channel, mostly. So
no, you actually like understand the whole Derwood Muzzy thing, like.
You want to really do this one? Do you really want to do this?
No. Like, I'm not trying to be controversial, but like,
I mean,
like,
I don't know myself either, but go.
Like, where are these guys actually? Like, are there beta groups that these guys like? I mean, Muzzy, like, I've been able to connect with, and like, he's super cool. But like,
go ahead.
No. I have nothing actually to say. I'm just asking. Like,
I was told specifically to join them. Like, someone told me, "Oh, go ahead, talk to the alpha group and everything." I mean, personally, I think what they do is fantastic. I think the Mod 9 and the FG or the Cobra 9 specifically, it's a very unique. It's definitely pushing the limits of, I guess, what people are doing with printed stuff altogether. It's a unique design. I mean, the Mod 9 in of itself is it's a bufferless. it stands out completely differently. Most people haven't even seen it. If I ever post a video of a Mod 9, no one even, just people don't even recognize it. It's one of those things where it's very, or the FGC 9, I would say, if anything, its big thing is it's very easy to follow. The Mod 9 documentation itself, on the other hand, is very different. From what I remember correctly, you can whether agree or disagree with this. I think Muzzy's
I think we agree.
Muzzy's idea forward was if you don't understand how to do it from the guide, then you can't make it.
His idea is if you can't figure it out, you probably shouldn't be making it.
Right. And like to some extent, I guess I kind of the Mod 9, or I think it's actually the WT9, or it's a WTF 9, which depending on how much well into the lore you are of the Mod 9.
And
lore.
wait, Snow, that stands for wait forward 9, right?
No.
What the F9?
Well, yeah, it's WTF.
Oh, that's just what it stands for. I thought it stood for wait forward.
Yeah.
I don't think it is.
WFG. So Muzzy and Derwood are kind of, so there's a fringe group of the 3D printed. There's another 3D printed group out there called the Wait Forward group, which Muzzy is a gem of a person. He's one of the most inclusive people.
I like Muzzy. He's been very, if anything, I would say he's been very nice to me, and I have nothing against the guy himself.
Well, he's in Romania, so
I've seen a couple. To be honest, I remember him posting a couple of videos about that. But yeah, him and Derwood they're just a very interesting group, if anything. Like they're kind of their own separate little thing.
Yeah.
Derwood's
a legend that will never be named.
I mean, hell, like the things that he has done. I mean, the AP9. This is the kind of we've already kind of covered some of the controversy stuff of it. The AP9 itself was the thing with the FGC9 is I want to say it was basically based off the AP9, but the FGC9 was more or less I want to say clean, or it kind of cleaned up a little bit of the models of it, and also changed a lot of things from like imperial to metric type of a thing.
So we're drunk enough. Like, do we want to go full bore on just
might as well
hot takes on this?
I don't want to. I mean, to be honest, I like both groups enough. I view them as two different things. Of the FGC9 is the most. It's one of the easiest things that anyone. Like, if you're brand new, you have no idea, you've never drilled into metal before. It's such an easy thing that it's a good first project. If you do know what you're doing, the Mod 9, it's just a better gun. In all honesty, it's just better.
Well, Snow, you go first. But like, I'm ready with my very uninformed drunk take.
So both the FGC9 and the W2F, the Mod 9, are innovations or evolutions of the AP9, which is Derwood's design.
Right.
So I mean, honestly, so the FGC the Mod 9 is basically the FGC9 bolt in reverse. They just flipped it. That's all they did. And I think Deterrence Dispense is probably some of the best documenters out there. I love their documentation, love their iterations. I think they nailed it 100%. The FGC9 is a work of brilliance and timing. You took Jeff Rodriguez's work on the ECM9 via Ivan that was married with Stark's work to create the FGC9, and it's fantastic. Based on where Stark was and what he was doing, it was the mother of necessity based on what he had and what he could create. And then you've got the Mod 9, which is once again just derivative of Derwood's work, same as the FGC9 of the AP9 shooty. And then you've got coming up is the Cobra, which is kind of the mother, the eventual evolution of what has become from the AP9 through those two branches is coming the Cobra. So I mean that's all it is. In terms of drama that's out there,
drama. That's what we're here for.
I mean, in all honesty, it's one of those things where I just feel like it's honestly just not really worth it. I feel like they're just too, or at this point.
Well, none of us are involved. I mean, Snow is slightly involved.
I mean, no. I mean, I'm involved in the fact that I claim to be a member of the Are We Cool Yet group. I mean,
Well, no,
that's
I'm a member of the
you're
Wait For It
more
Club,
you're
group as
more
well, too.
involved in that. I'm not.
You actually
I'm
have the capabilities of making a Cobra 9 bolt, which, from what I've heard,
I
yeah, but
wasn't
that's
gonna-
not Are We
very
Cool
common.
Yet. That's Way
Right.
Forward.
That's right. It's Wait Forward. This is a different altogether type.
Just like I'm making an Amigo Grande, because the Amigo Grande is a fantastic design that, I'm sorry, is completely different.
Of course.
It's totally different.
It is. Yeah, it is.
From the Are We Cool Yet group, and I mean, yeah, it's
different.
The timing of it is contentious, but I get it. And it's a funny thing that a good idea is still a good idea. If you look at the cheapest 308 battle rifle parts kits out there, it's the Set Me. So why would you not use that for a basis of a platform?
All right. But what about the drama?
The drama is nothing more than it goes back to that 3% thing we talked about way earlier.
No. But like, I get it if you don't want to like.
Spooky, you have your mic unmuted. Go ahead, Spooky. You have your mic unmuted. You have your mic
I'm
unmuted.
just prepared. I'm ready.
Okay.
All right.
I'll do it.
Hot take on the drama. Fucking Stark and Ivan should have credited Derwood and Muzzy way more when they did the FGC 9, but they overreacted like shit, not because of the actual work, which was substantial, converting all that shit to metric and like integrating the ECM barrel and doing the fucking documentation was at more than 100 hours worth of work for sure. So they fucking like tried to paint it as
Theft.
I don't know, this like pure derivative thing that like
it wasn't derivative, it was theft. I think that's how they painted some of that.
So I don't know, like both of them are totally fucked. And that's why I hate this fucking drama, because like neither of them have a good take. Like it's either this whole thing was just stolen and there was no attribution, which is wrong. I mean, there was a ton of work that went into it, and there was attribution, not enough in my opinion.
I agree with that.
But the flip side,
yeah,
I'll
like
say this. I mean, I'll just say this just because the fun thing of having the Mod 9 video and the FGC 9 videos, I get a lot of wonderful comments about from people with very strong opinions on both sides. A lot of the time, it's very interesting. But it's the way, I mean, being completely out of the whole situation. Like, I have no real stake or dog in any of these fights.
I don't either.
It's one of those things where I understand I can understand the problems with it to some extent. A little bit of me also in the open source community kind of sees it as like you see this enough where it's like okay. The one thing I will say though is, I mean, Derwood himself and Muzzy too, they have just been they've innovated in their own right, where the Mod 9 in of itself is just you can't really compare the difference between them. I tried the new recoil spring and everything. I've been meaning to finally get that thing fully working perfectly so I can get a good update video on the V2 version of it. It's better. It just is. It's like it's a much smaller profile. The buffer, I mean, there's no buffer tube. You can attach, whatever brace you want. If you want a stock tube, that's also a thing. I mean, the bigger issue I would say with, I mean, like the V3, I would say the bigger issue with it is that it's less, I guess, maybe like when the FGC 9 is released, it's going to stay as it is. It's very simple. It's not necessarily the best design out there, but it's reliable enough and it's simple enough.
The Mod 9 update history is hilarious.
It is very complicated, and that's an issue that I will say. I mean, this kind of goes to the whole thing that Muzzy said. If you don't understand how to do it, you probably should
go somewhere else. Go build an FGC 9.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I see why he says that type of a thing, because I get a lot of messages myself personally where I get DMs specifically like, hey, I don't get how to do this thing. This doesn't make any sense. It doesn't, because a lot of the documentation is actually for the WTF9, which is it's a lot older of a design, but it's not necessarily the same. and people don't know how to make the bolt by themselves. I really don't know myself how to do it either. You kind of, depending on what generation you're doing, one of them requires a lathe. I think someone, I'm trying to remember exactly the guy. He's doing the Evo bolts as well. He's been making his own CNC bolts, which has just been, if you can get that. Yeah, that he's been doing incredible work. I recommend getting those bolts if you can. I think I've recommended a couple people doing that. The bolts themselves. So Mr. Snow kind of described it very well. It's like the FGC9 bolt turned upside down, slightly, just a little bit different, but there's like enough of a gap where it's like you can't really do it just the way you think it would. The V2 is very simple in that, okay, you don't need a special extractor type of thing. The V3 is just voodoo magic in that the only person I've ever seen use it was Derwood for a couple things, but no one really has actually been able to manufacture it in and of themselves properly. Because I want to say when the V3 came out, Derwood just started working on the Cobra 9 immediately afterwards, which it's just the calm, or that area is a little bit less documented in that just it's very complicated. Like the files keep changing too. It's very every couple of months I have to go check back to see, okay, what have I missed? What did I not get properly? And that's kind of, I guess, somewhat of an issue. If you're a newcomer, that's going to be a bit of intimidating. I'm just not going to lie. It's just,
It's not for everybody. It's not, the FGC, I think, is that this is the gun for every man. That's what they wanted to design it for. And I think they did a very good job of that.
The documentation of it itself, I would say, is it's the issue whenever you're starting something. Like, so that was one thing I kept running into. My first gun I built was the FGC9 was, if the firing pin's just a little bit too long, you're not going to get extractions. If you don't know that, like if you don't understand that well enough, you're going to keep getting you'll keep having weird issues where, okay, well now my bullet's just stuck there. I don't get it. I don't understand why. You start to learn those basic things of like, okay, well maybe these little minor things can change just a little bit. That's the issue with a fully DIY gun type of a thing. Of
20 thousandths of an inch is the meaning of failure or success. There's no question about that. You get to that level where 20 thousandths of an inch is work or not.
Right. In that, it really can, or the FGC9 documentation does a very good job of explaining, hey, if you're having these specific issues, take a look at these things, and here's like a nice little flow chart about it. Like I tell people, hey, just download those files if you're going to build. If you have the ability to make the Mod 9, but you've never made a gun before, at least you can kind of like piece together these type of things, because these issues still kind of, I guess, they'll persist either way. It's one of those things where I do like the Mod 9. I think it's still one of my favorite guns I've ever built. The issue is just trying to at least trying to tell people how to make it. It constantly I think
it's okay. In 6 months, neither one will matter.
Right. That's the thing. Like in Linux, it's a term of rolling release. Like
in Linux.
Jeez. Yeah. Open source. Like it's a rolling release where it just constantly just keeps changing. So whenever you want
tech in chat.
Shit.
Oh shit. Right, now talk about
I guess glasses back on.
The other grip man himself here. We have the stipple man, we have the grip man here as well. Absolutely.
You'll see a meeting of the minds soon enough.
Yeah, a meeting of them, that would be a wonderful time. But yeah, it's just one of those things where I really don't, because again, I'm not into this long enough. I haven't been around enough long enough to know enough of the drama myself. I've kind of to piece of it together. I mean, the first thing that ever happened to me was I joined the FOSCAD stuff like a week before January 6th, which if you guys remember that, January 6th is the week that just everything just disappeared.
Did something happened on that date? I'm not sure.
No,
I forgot.
No, block party.
Probably something. I don't know. Maybe someone at a pizza party. I forgot. But the point was, I joined that. I remember I took a picture of my FGC, like, oh, look how cool this is. Oh, isn't it great? I built my first gun. A bunch of people started tagging like, oh, this is a stupid gun, or shunty knockoff type of a thing. The only reason why I joined the Wait For, because at least one person said, oh, well, if you're able to do that, here, let me show you these other files. Yeah, we're up to this point. You can, if you were able to do that, you should be able to do this type of a thing. I have like I have all the Wait Forward files right before everything just disappeared. So like there's some fun files there too. Like someone was working on a weldless bolt type of a thing. It's just not out there because it just wasn't tested enough. It just isn't released yet. You can see kind of some of the things about it. Like if you look at the FGC9 Mark II bolt, you can see some of the similar things of like, it's an ingenious type of a thing. Like you just put like a little square rod, JB welded, and it just works just as fine. It's something similar to that type of. It's very. I don't know the right way to describe it, because when I tried showing people, you just make this type of things, I realized like the actual Mega Pack doesn't have everything that I did. It's kind of complicated, and I really do. I guess, it's not for everyone, but the way the Cobra 9 sounds, for at least from what I've been hearing, I don't like the idea of, you can't fully DIY it, but to some extent, if you can at least get a good enough version of it, like you get a good bolt, you get a good enough barrel, at least you'll have a good enough experience to it where, all right, fine, as long as the price is right.
You totally could DIY it yourself.
Could I do without a lathe?
Yeah, totally.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, no, totally. You can't do it currently without a well.
You made it sound.
How close is it to January?
Yeah. I mean, you don't have to. By all means, you don't have to. I mean, you've already told me so far. It's not the easy. I mean, like, can I do it with a basic hand drill? I mean, keep in mind, I'm a guy that can barely drill a straight line inside a bolt.
So let me put it this way. Derwood, but that's part of the problem. Is Derwood is unique. Derwood can make a complete Cobra 9 with a hand drill, a welder, and an angle grinder by hand. Derwood does not have the machines that I have.
And he does it somehow too. That's it's not.
So, that's where I came in with Derwood, was to take what he's doing and put a little refinement on it and make, engineer drawings that can actually be used for production. That's what I did with the bolts.
Put a little bit of that snow stank on it.
Yeah, just a little bit. And said, hey, I love what you're doing here, but there's a better way. Just little thousandths of an inch differences. Derwood did all the work.
Do you still use inches?
We do.
He does. No, yeah, he uses Imperial. That's the fun thing about the Mod 9 too. Is that was one of the controversies. That was one of the controversies originally.
It should all be metric.
Well, here's the problem. Go to any actual manufacturing machinist in the United States and look at their lathe, look at their mill, and we've got a digital readout, a DRO, that'll read metric, but all your hand dials and all your machinists that have been doing this for the last 50 years, they're doing this in Imperial.
Right. And
poor bastard.
This is kind of one of the things I want. This is why I kind of want to speak to Derwood myself, because I find what he does just absolutely incredible. What he does is just like, you're saying he's using an angle grinder and like a welder by himself, and you're using a lathe. Like you're actually trying your best. It's incredible, like what he does. Like it is like he is like, he's just doing stuff that.
No, I refer. So I call Derwood in a completely total loving way. Derwood is Da Vinci with an angle grinder. Nobody can be Leonardo da Vinci.
The meme is like, he's doing. Like, he does the meme.
There's probably some Italian who can,
I'm sure somewhere. Yeah,
probably someone can do it, but like, I have,
probably in Venice.
Possibly, yeah, but the work he does is just
direct blood relative.
It's incredible.
Yeah. Leonardo da Vinci.
Yes,
but
Beluli again.
Eh? Yeah,
Beluli again.
There's too many Uli and Ghoulies in there. It's like trying to spell banana.
And someone actually I read something. He's infidel. He says, "Don't worry, I'll let you sober up just a tad bit. Don't worry, you're good." He says, "And using high quality steel, not Chinese DOM tubing." So this is a fun thing I actually spoke to with Jeff Rodriguez specifically. Was
Jeffy?
We found out.
Hefe.
Well, he actually.
I call him.
He told me this. I mean, this is kind of the thing. I mean, a bit of like, I guess it's a bit of Ivan's work that he's done. I mean, I forgot. Oh, you can actually get Imperial tubing in the U.S. The issue is with a lot of the tubing you're going to get, you're going to want to get the the 16 millimeter. You're going to want to get the one for the FGC9 type of a thing, and that one comes from China. There is some domestic tubing in the U.S., but the issue is it's Imperial. It's not the same.
Oh yeah, I mean.
And
Right.
that's part of the issue is, you know, it's using imperial parts and that kind of stuff. Yeah, that's
In the
all
US,
part
it's
of it.
fantastic. It's great for the US. Like for me, I mean, my original FGC9 bolt, the original one, I think it's supposed to be 18 millimeters. I got 3/4 inch steel. That was in a beautiful time before, you know, before Brandon, where you're able to get literally 3/4 steel for 3 feet under $4. It was fantastic. I can't find it anymore, actually, sadly, but it's beautiful. I was able to get like, I messed up so many goddamn times, but I was able to finally get.
You should just steal Glock sides from people from Pittsburgh.
I mean, I could do that, but it's just I don't, you know, I'm not shifty enough, I guess.
You need to travel to Pittsburgh and yell at people.
I mean, I can go to the certain parts of the bad parts of San Antonio, and I can probably, you know, probably
What
pick
are
some
the
up.
bad parts of San Antonio? So
Well, see,
what I'm understanding
I'll tell you
is
the trick.
everything
You
south,
know,
east, and west.
this is the trick for anyone that visits San Antonio. If you want a ward of crime, you want to avoid any sort of issue, wear a Spurs jersey everywhere you go. It's fantastic. It's like a spell. No one will attack you because like, oh, you like the Spurs? Okay, well, cool.
So what I understand in San Antonio is we have like a V thing going on, like starting in
We only have one
Southtown.
sports team, and it's the San Antonio Spurs.
Oh, well,
It is
yeah,
the
well,
only thing that unites. It is the only thing that unites the city. It is what unites the city.
AG, I'm staying a Ravens fan, but like,
You're not going to
from
win.
what I understand in San Antonio, like it's a V, like starting in Southtown and going up. There's a V where you want to live. Encompasses Almo Heights, Chavano Park, fucking Beacon Hill, all that shit. It's like Terrell Heights. Like it's the V that goes up, and everything outside of that V is like Mexicans with way less cool guns than we have.
Yeah, so Mexico, yeah, San Antonio's a lot more Mexican or gangs type of thing. Houston's the fun part of you have the Mexicans versus the black gangs. It's very
Okay, so this is gonna be really weird for me because like I'm totally not hip to this. Because
San Antonio has a lot more Mexican gangs. Like I said, if you wear a Spurs jersey, you're safe.
Well, no, well, also like I'm coming from Baltimore, where like there's no Mexicans in Baltimore. Like if you call someone Mexican in Baltimore, it's a slur.
Puede hablar español.
Well, no, it's not like, oh, do you speak Spanish or not? It's like, well, obviously this person is El Salvadoran or Guatemalan.
No, you mean Mexicans, yeah, no.
Yeah, because there's no.
It's a weird thing in because I have family over there too. Yeah, it's a weird thing where you'll meet like Salvadorians. I remember my family that lived in Falls Church. Fuck, they had a bunch of.
Oh, really? You have family in Falls Church?
I have a lot of family in DC, actually. Yeah,
really?
no,
I'm basically from Falls Church. That's
basically,
that's where the family house is.
You live in DC, basically.
Well, I was born in DC. My parents are so I'm in Cabin John right now.
Yeah, if you don't know, for those guys that don't know that, Falls Church is like the nice little suburb of DC where a lot of, I guess, politicians.
Well, that's Virginia. That's Virginia.
It's Virginia. It's very, very close.
I'm way cooler because right now I'm in Maryland, which is where you actually live if you know.
You guys can't get Everclear though. You guys have to get like you can't buy 95% alcohol. You have to buy 94.5%.
Yeah, but you cons have to drive an hour and a half to cover like 2 miles just to get over the 495 bridge.
I spent a couple of years in college in Virginia.
Yeah, my family has. I remember visiting. Oh God, it was beautiful. I visited my family every other year, and then just each year it's gotten progressively worse and worse. They had to move eventually out of Falls Church. It's just. Like the neighborhood they lived in, it was apparently the way they were describing it to me is like because they could speak Spanish perfectly because they're my family, and they were able to hear.
Are you Mexican?
I'm not Mexican. No, not at all.
Well, you said
Jewish.
You're
wait, don't you dare say that, eh? I'm Puerto
Rican. No, because no, okay, so this makes sense because like my wife and I were just visiting Puerto Rico as white people. I mean, I don't know if you can tell, but
yeah, I can tell you're an Irish. You're a potato boy.
I'm somewhat pale.
You're a potato boy. I can tell by the little red hair.
No, I had a DNA test done. I am 0% Irish.
Really now?
Yeah. No, I'm all French and English.
Oh, okay. So you're Welsh.
I'm basically a perfect mix between French and English, which actually squares very well with the family history.
French Irish myself.
Okay, so
you
you're
look
black.
Very Irish.
French Irish.
So you're black.
Black Irish. That's correct.
Yeah.
That's what that
Tariq
is.
Nasheed has taught me that.
It's secure.
Or-
You're not. It's exactly what it is.
The Irish are the honorary Negro, if I remember
The
correctly.
Black Irish. You're right.
Oh, is Sonam in here? Please tell him. Oh God. I don't know if my Twitch, my number one Twitch chat or mods here. I don't think so. He's a New Yorker and he's Irish. That's the joke I make for him. Was that?
I am super upset that someone in chat, Mr. Willie Wanty, said that all metal is metal and there's no difference, and that really upsets me.
That's true. I mean, bronze is my boy.
Yeah, we all make our guns out of bronze.
Oh yeah.
God. You know, I was playing
Aluminum
Minecraft.
is-
I was playing Minecraft. Why don't we make stone guns?
Yeah, there you
You
go.
can make a stone sword. Why can't you make
Concrete lower.
In Minecraft, yeah.
And a bit of me. Oh God, I'm re-downloading Minecraft specifically for the.
Hey,
my
that new
January
caves
6th
update
video.
is fantastic.
So you have to let me join your server. I will help you enslave all your villagers.
It's going really well. It's going
Are you
great.
making nice centralization camps as well for them too, where you can keep them?
Yeah,
nice and
he's
nice
making a
aggregated
fucking.
area?
He's literally making an Amazon warehouse. Wait,
No, I made an Amazon warehouse. It's done.
you're a
It's-
mod.
Yeah.
Fucking share the screenshot.
I'm gonna
What
get
are-
the screenshot.
My next video, yeah, the January 6th video is going to be fun. I'm looking forward to that. That's going to be the next upload.
Oh, shoot, man. I'm gonna log in. I got streamer powers. Your stream's about to go off the rails.
Oh boy, no, don't worry. No, by all means. I mean, hey, we literally.
It's after 1 in. It's time
12.
to go fully off. Oh no, yeah.
Oh,
for
if
your
my Twitch
fucked
stream
up
is-
Texas time.
If my Twitch stream is anything to go by, we're going to gain like 30 new viewers at like 2 in the morning. That's usually how it goes on Twitch. It's fucking weird.
It's probably all Californians.
Is Selman here? Is here? He's a different name on YouTube. I forgot. Oh boy, we have a lot. Yeah, I have a. I'm trying to figure out how many of them are Californians and how many of them are just Europeans with horrible sleep schedules. do I have a Kiwi? Like, do I have an Australian audience that just appears at like certain times? That's what I've been trying to figure out myself. It's interesting to say the very least. I mean, if they can hear me mispronounce words like for 4 or 5, 6 hours straight playing Fate of all things, they can handle this. I love my followers. They're wonderful.
Fate.
Fate Stay Night. It is
Right.
the
They made a Fate video game.
oh
no.
boy! All right, guys, give me a
Oh,
second.
no.
Okay, allow me this. Okay,
Oh,
so Fate
no.
Stay Night. Fate Stay Night. It's originally a visual novel. In fact, imagine this. Think about
like,
Marvel. Think about Marvel. Think about Spider-Man. Imagine if it was originally a porn video.
Get Fate. Fate is like the one anime franchise that like I don't understand.
So
at all.
you're not supposed to understand. So the way I would describe it best is think about like the Marvel Avengers, but it was originally porn.
Yeah,
that's
like,
basically Fate.
For the longest time, I thought Fate was just like an
It's porn.
hentai tag.
It is. It is. So Fate is originally a porn. It's the correct
God
the
damn
culture
it.
term. The culture term is an eroge. Basically, yeah, porn game. Look at Mr. Snow's Fantastic World, everyone, while I describe Fate to you.
Somebody
But-
grew trees in front of my building, and I'm really upset about that.
You're gonna have to burn those down. You're gonna have to clear cut this.
Get some or be happy they didn't use TNT. But yeah, basically Fate is
Oh, we actually can't see your Amazon warehouse thanks to the
That-
trees.
Is super upsetting.
I am not fulfilled. I do not feel fulfillment after this. I'm gonna give you a very low rating. Yeah, let me finish Fate though. So yeah, basically Fate is it. There are 3 routes in the game. The 3 routes are in fact actually which girl you choose in the game.
Got you. Who's the best girl in Fate?
Ooh, boy, you're asking a real tough question there. So do you choose, or would you rather have, I guess, the King of Knights, King Arthur herself?
Well,
Herself.
like
Or-
let's start this on familiar territory.
Would you pay full price for used goods? Is a better question. That's the
Well,
real question to ask. Would you pay full
I-
price for used goods? Would you buy
no,
used
no.
underwear for full price?
I guess what I'm asking is like, let's get us onto familiar grounds.
Go ahead.
So let's like ask the most basic of waifu war questions, and then see where that translates to Fate.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right,
I'll-
so Asuka versus Rey.
Oscar versus Ray. Ray is obviously the best choice.
Oh, I mean, obviously Asuka. I mean, Rey is only for like weird Zoomer incels.
That's a interesting take, but I'm just going to say you're wrong. But go ahead, keep going.
Oh, Ray. So, Ray is essentially God. Like, what, you want to make your waifu fucking God and just, like, get fucked all the time? That's bullshit. No.
Do I hear? I mean, go ahead. I mean, if you want the emotionally damaged person right over here, by all means, go ahead. Keep explaining yourself how I choose the most emotionally disturbed person.
Well, also, I mean, when I was, like, a teenager, I mean, obviously Asuka. No question. But
I mean, I was young, too.
As I grow older, I mean, Mitsuko,
Misato?
Yeah, Misato.
Are you gonna go with the Reddit answer? Okay, great. All right, go ahead.
That's not. I don't think that's a fucking.
What's the
Reddit
fucking
answer.
4chan answer, AG?
The 4chan answer is we've been literally arguing this over 20 fucking years.
Yeah,
I don't think there's an answer to
Is there
this.
an answer yet? No.
There isn't an answer to this. We've been literally arguing this for okay, when did it come out? Like the 80s, I want to say. So yeah, at least
No, like 90s. But like
okay, so
what?
30
But
years.
like, how does this translate to Fate?
So Fate,
I still don't understand Fate.
You have Rin, which is the tsundere, which fine.
Okay, so she's like the shy.
Not shy. She's the head. She's the most popular girl in school, except she's the most popular girl in school, except she has an interesting attitude. Once you get to meet her, though, she shows her true self, in which she can't actually show her true self. She's mean to you, but she likes you. Then you have Saber, who Saber is probably the ultimate waifu. She's the king of night. She is King Arthur herself. Yes, King Arthur's a woman. Yes. She is stern. She has pure loyalty, and she does not view herself as a woman. She views herself as a knight. It's not the same thing. And then you have the worst option, which is worms. It is used goods. Her name is Sakura. She was basically violated by worms at a very early age, and she's just unable to basically choose herself. If you have problems, you choose her. No one chooses her, but she's one of the options in the game. Really, it's between Saber and Rin.
Wait. Let's move away from Fate because, dude,
you're not gonna get it.
Fate.
Yeah, no, don't worry.
Like, that's a whole thing that like I haven't even begun to broach the surface of.
Oh, do you want me to get into Fate Go lore, which is even
I do not.
more expensive?
I do not. I absolutely do not.
I have a.
But can we agree that this season fucking kind of sucks?
Oh, you missed. Okay, so first off, let me first mention this because you were actually horribly wrong about Mr. Snow. You were horribly wrong. Like horribly wrong.
Is he not from Florida?
No. Mr. Snow, what was your first anime you watched again?
Oh gosh, the first?
You told me on the Twitch stream, which I didn't want to tell Chairman yet.
No, I was telling some of the animes that I had watched that I do actually enjoy.
Go ahead, do this.
Yeah, I do enjoy the Sword Art Online stuff. I enjoy the Gun Gale stuff. I
like that one
stuff.
a lot. You and me are unique in that one. I'll give you that. But
yeah, I enjoyed those storylines. I have actually watched them more than one occasion. Yeah, I
grew
grew up.
Third season is actually not bad.
I watched them all. I grew up watching stuff like Silverhawks and Voltron. There were some questions of whether or not like Silverhawks or Voltron are actually anime or just 1980s cartoons. But the one that took AG back is, as I got to know this culture a little bit, as I was watching the High School DxD.
Do you know what that is, Chairman?
Absolutely no idea. I don't watch action. I don't like action anime.
It's not.
It's not action anime.
Oh no.
I'm not a shonen fan. My wife goes in for it hard. I'm a slice of life boy. Like give me that
Have you watched K-On! Yet?
Of life.
I would define it as like, well, gosh, highly inappropriate, but great story.
It's okay. So it's a harem anime.
There you go. Yes,
it's a harem anime, which
I didn't have the words.
Don't worry. Allow me to use my experience. And Spooky, feel free to jump in at any point.
Please continue. I am not nearly as cultured as you guys. I watch the same 3 anime every fucking year.
What are the
Slice of Life, MOP Breezy.
God, no. Jesus.
It was on Netflix.
Oh God, we got the chat read. Oh, the chat's coming back alive now. Okay.
Wait, it's Waifu Wars.
Well, so High School DxD, I have actually not watched it myself either, because from what I've been described of it, it's basically a very there's a the term, I guess, wish fulfillment's thrown around a bit, but it's like a self-insert character of a harem. So basically, I want to say the guy is surrounded by demons or something, and these demons are usually very attractive high school 17-year-old somethings.
There's a lot of loss of clothing.
Yes,
in
it's
battle.
actually it's very very
Battle.
the term I believe correctly is etchy, if you want to go that far. Etchy, if I remember correctly, if my translations are proper. It's another way of saying
but
perfect.
you're speaking my language now. I'm starting to understand.
So it's one of those shows where when I heard that, I was taken aback of like oh wow, okay, that's not a well then.
But I've watched things like Neon Evangeline, and I mean I've watched Trigun.
So which Evangelion then? So which one do you prefer, red or blue?
Oh, I don't. I mean, I watch them, but I don't buy them.
No, Alsco or Ray.
Yeah, red or blue. That's the better way.
Don't even really remember the names. I mean,
so the red hair or the blue hair one?
Yeah, the
red
crazy
hair.
red hair or the
okay,
blue hair.
Okay, so we're objectively okay.
Oh man, what was the one I've been watching recently?
Canary and the Coal Mine.
Dang it!
I'll speak about this. This is actually the one thing I wanted to talk about earlier, though. It's a Mushoku Tensei. So this is a fantastic question to ask you guys specifically. So have you ever heard the term isekai before?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, dude,
the term is it's being born again in another world.
It's good. It's so fucking good.
So I just recently every single person on my Twitch stream has been telling me, okay, you think the season's trash? Watch this show. This is the better. So isekais have this terrible tendency of being exactly the same.
They're literally the only good thing that's happening this season.
So it's considered, this derivative. Everything is basically off.
No, it's not derivative at all.
This show specifically, it's called Mushoku Tensei. It's like jobless reincarnation.
Born again in another world, basically.
So this show is actually considered the prototype of literally all of these ones.
Yeah.
So this is the original one of that basically caused whenever you think of isekai, this is the show that it's all based off. This is the one that started it all.
So
it is.
No, if I shot you in the head right now and you just like woke up in a fantasy land as a little baby,
let me
had
describe.
all
Don't worry.
of your knowledge, like you'd wreck shit, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, that knowledge is always power. Yeah. I mean, I
so
love those concepts.
That's what's happening.
So this is the thing that like this show is incredible. So like a lot of the times, okay, some people will just the meme is, oh, you get hit by the truck or you try to save someone from the truck and you die and then you get sent to another world. So this show, I mean, this is the one that started it type of a thing. So the guy gets hit, he basically gets sent to another world. Usually the thing is, okay, the person just basically just appears in the other world. They don't really describe how it happens, what happens. This show goes the other way around. It basically just shows the long part of all the things that are skipped over. So the guy he dies, he gets sent to this other world. He has the exact same memories, everything he has. He's basically born again, and he has to basically relive that his early ages as someone that knows literally everything. And like, this is something that I've always thought about myself too. Like, what would happen if you were to go to high school again, or go to elementary school, knowing exactly what you know now? How would that go?
Buy a lot of Bitcoin.
Yeah, no. Well, for me, my thing is like, okay, if I go to high school, I already know, like, I know so much about chemistry, so much about physics. I would basically just, I've told myself this already.
It's not about how good you look; it's about how low her self-esteem is.
Well, see, this is the thing: I know what I would do. CRISPR, I think, I was in high school before CRISPR was announced. So if I'm a freshman, I basically describe how everything CRISPR works. I can maybe get a couple of like universities that have already known about this. They can probably throw me on. It's like, oh, this is that one kid that's a genius. Okay, great. We'll throw him on here for like publicity thing. And then I become a published author and like some of the biggest goddamn like discoveries that have been figured out in the most recent like decade.
So what's the names of the show? Is it Full Dive? Because I've watched this one.
It's called Mushoku Tensei. It's called Jobless Reincarnations, the English title. It's the joke, the meme term I use is the Coomer anime because
this guy. I was meaning to ask you this. What are you looking forward to most in 2022? Because 2022 is going to be a
Chainsaw Man.
Chainsaw Man's the big one that everyone's caring about.
Really? That's what you care about most?
Well, so to be honest, I didn't really care much this season at all.
This season fucking sucks.
Well, no, so that was the thing was for me. I mean, I've watched people. I posted
Tensei is the only good thing this season. Everything else
posted
is trash.
my anime list before to a couple of people. I mean, everyone, if you've seen what it is, I basically watch trash. I watch shitty shows. I don't know why. You can't appreciate good things unless you've seen garbage. You know, if you only see good things, how can you really consider something good if you never seen what is the opposite side? Right. So I watch complete
I love my garbage anime.
Gutter
But
tier
there's
garbage.
just nothing good this year. But dude, 2022, we're getting Mob Psycho season 3, getting fucking the new Konosuba project, whatever it is.
Are we getting that actually?
Yeah, it's confirmed for sometime in 2022. They haven't said what it is yet, but Konosuba is, I think, my favorite anime.
So you are pushing with the chat. I will give you that. But it's a good show.
Dude, I love Konosuba. Like, give me.
It suffers Rick and Morty syndrome of me.
No,
I liked it a lot.
No. Rick and Morty is terrible. I think it's always sunny. It's anime. It's always sunny. It's 4 terrible people who hate everything and hate each other. I could watch 10 seasons of fucking Konosuba.
So there's the issue. This is the issue that I've fallen in myself. There's a lot of good shows, but the issue is, is it really good, or do you just want something funny? You want something that's going to laugh about. You want something you're going to enjoy.
No, but most
Konosuba is one of those things. Oh, Konosuba is a good one. It's a good comedy. I completely agree. I find it hilarious.
No, but where does the comedy come from? Because like a lot of comedy animes get their comedy like situationally. Like, oh, like look at this funny setup we made. Konosuba, I think, is different, and the comedy comes from the interaction between the 4 main characters. So you can throw them in any situation. You can throw any season at. I would watch those 4 characters going at it in any situation. You know what I mean?
So, I mean, I agree with you completely. This is something that actually I had a good conversation with one of my friends that I have specifically, that we were talking, or it was specifically about when I was watching Mushoku Tensei, was more or less of, there are very few shows where I feel something, like you can actually feel something that isn't like, oh, this is ironic humor, oh, this is funny type of a thing. Like, this is like an actual, like, oh shit, I actually feel emotional about this type of a thing. Like, I've watched enough comedy animes. I've watched enough, like, that's basically what I watch mostly, because just a lot of the serious stuff is it's just never good enough. I just don't care enough.
I agree. I 100% agree with you. I love keeping it light.
This is one of the very few shows where I'll actually just tell people right now, like it's very much worth it. It's a light novel that's existed. If you really want to read up on it, go ahead. It exists. Basically, Jobless Reincarnation is the English title of it. It does everything that you would imagine if you've seen if you've been around long enough, you know what an isekai is. It's basically does all of it, except it shows you. It's all of the tropes, but it's done very well. Like, think of, like,
what's the
when you think about this, like, if you get sent to another world, like, Lord of
How
the Rings.
do you actually play it?
They have Lord of the, like, think of Lord of the Rings. The elves have their own elvish language. The orcs have their own language. They never really explain that in much of these shows of, okay, well, here's all these people of different races and different things. They all just speak the same. They all just speak Japanese magically. Well, not in this show. They speak different languages. They have, like, actual different languages for everything, and the main characters learn it. It's
AG. I'm fading, and I got to drive my brother to the airport pretty early tomorrow. So
don't worry.
Thank you so much for having me on, but I got to bounce. Snow.
Don't worry. We'll
peace
play
out,
each other.
man.
Always
we'll see each other soon. Always.
Spooky, fucking excellent to fucking have a chance to finally talk to you. And I mean, Asuka best girl, but I mean, we really know who the best girl is.
You're
Masato, dude.
preaching to the choir. All right, but
we know it's Masato.
Yeah, but we'll have to talk about Twitch stream for anything, especially for Halo Infinite.
Dude, I'll just literally, like, 3 weeks from now, I'll just fucking catch you where you live.
We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, no, don't worry. We'll figure it out soon. But yeah, I'll keep talking a little bit Mushoku Tensei a little bit. Then we could probably kill it soon. But have a nice night, my friend. I had
somebody recommend the movie to me, not anime related, but the movie Fat Man with Mel Gibson. Has anybody heard about this?
Fat Man?
Fat Man.
Fat Man. Fat Man.
Never heard of
not.
that.
Let me just read the synopsis for this for you real fast.
I might have to watch it. So the fun. Oh, go ahead, keep going.
2020 release. Mel Gibson.
Okay.
To save his declining business, Kris Kringle, Mel Gibson, also known as Santa Claus, is forced into a partnership with the military. Meanwhile, a precocious 12-year-old hires a hitman to kill Santa after receiving a lump of coal in his stocking.
Okay, what's it called again? Tell me again.
Yeah, that's right. Fat Man with Mel Gibson. It's on Amazon.
Okay, so this is actually a fun little thing. You know, a bit of me always wants to talk about this. For me and my parents, you know, like I kind of mentioned before, we don't really agree a lot with gun stuff. Well, we have been agreeing. So this is something that we've done recently, I guess, to get along very well with me and my parents. We've been watching really old movies, just a lot of we watched Blade Runner together, we watched Terminator a lot together. Been having a lot of fun with it. I'm going to watch that now with Amazon Prime with them, but that sounds like a fun movie to watch.
I just learned about it last night, and I am super excited. I think I'm good to show a movie poster here. I don't see anything wrong with that.
So, actually, Snow, do you have Twitch?
I do, but I never actually used it.
So so there's a fun little thing. If you have Twitch and Amazon Prime, you can actually do a watch party on Twitch.
Fat Man, 'tis the season to get even.
I'm gonna watch that. Totally, it looks incredible. By the way.
The synopsis had me. I'm super excited about that.
You've won me over with that synopsis too. I think my parents would totally love that.
I haven't watched it yet, and The Matrix came out today.
Oh, I've already seen some things about that.
Do we really want to watch the Matrix?
We don't.
Do they need it? Do we need? I
want to see how they ruined it. Well, I want to see how it went woke. I'm excited about that.
I saw something about it. I forgot what the account was. I think it was Extra Credits, the one that does the CinemaSins type of a thing. Like one of those big channels was saying, "Oh, you know what's different? You know, anime isn't woke. They don't have political themes. In fact, they do. It's just different. The difference is, you know, it's not just like thrown in your face of like just nonstop, and it doesn't tell you, oh, you're a bad person if you don't agree with this type of a thing. It's one of the. How many more times do I have to see the same like remake of a show where it's just the same exact thing?
I haven't been to Asia a lot, but I have been to Hong Kong, and I've been through, you know, Shenzhen, China. I've been to those places. In Southeastern Asia, probably the most racist place I've ever been.
Oh God, no! This is a fun thing to tell people when I was living in Japan. First off, I had a really nice Korean friend. The issue was they couldn't live in certain places because they just wouldn't rent out to Koreans. They just don't allow. Like they just certain hatred towards them.
No, it was incredibly impressive. Like I was blown away. Like I thought we had cultural problems here in the United States, but you know, travel around the globe and you will see what.
That's why I've always found the term Asian has been just silly to me. It's like the idea of saying Hispanic. Like, oh yeah, because a Cuban, a Mexican, a Puerto Rican, they all have the exact same ideal. They're exactly it's hilarious. The only way you could actually think that is if you just never spoken to anyone else. It's just,
and I mean, I'm the 6-foot white guy walking around in Hong Kong. It was the first time I'd ever felt like I'm a minority. And it was really interesting.
I was viewed as like a petting zoo for me. I was like, oh, what the hell are you type of thing? You're not necessarily white, but you're not Arab. You're not. What are you? It was always really fun. Yeah, they hear me speak like, oh, so you're American. Okay, great. Okay, well all right. I guess that makes sense. And it was really interesting too, because you know, the weirdest thing was it's April 15th, I believe. That's the day we dropped the nuke. April 15th or April 12th. I visited Hiroshima. I still remember I had my Korean friends. They gave me a high five that it's saying, "Good job, you didn't go far enough. That you should have kept going with it." And I'm just here at like the peace music. Like, oh no, I don't know how to respond to this type of a thing. They're just like, you should have kept going. It's an interesting thing to say. It's like, no, I'm serious. Like, I'm not joking. I'm serious.
There's a really interesting argument that I heard recently about the genealogical reason of racism is that the idea that, like, you know, when the Europeans came to America, what happened to all of the indigenous people? They all died because of the germs, because they had, you know, unexperienced health issues. So the idea of potentially there's a genetic disposition to fear the different due to that idea of genealogy and germs. It's interesting.
As a genetics major, I'll say you can get a lot of fun things about there's a lot of fun things about it. Someone mentioned MacArthur intensifies about Japan. Oh boy, MacArthur literally almost created his own fucking empire over there. Everyone says Code Geass is a fantastic story about some guy basically just creating his own little special empire over there. It's basically stole a little bit from MacArthur, in all honesty. But there's specifically, I want to say, like, at least in East Asia type of a thing, it's this idea of I don't know the right way of describing it. I'm not sure how many of you guys are aware of, I guess, World War II and the Pacific type of
Listen, I'm not that boomer.
Yeah, you're not that much of a boomer. So
what about the Pacific?
What did the Japanese do?
In what terms?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is
their war crimes, their strategy.
War crimes. War crimes.
Okay, I know.
The sex slave trade industry. I mean,
that's the tip of the fucking iceberg.
Yeah. Just fucking. Oh God, no. Yeah, that is my favorite thing I've ever heard was the German that was in one of our groups explained to me specifically. It's the story of the time that the Nazis were the good guys in World War II, where it was in the rape of Nanking, where the German embassy basically saw what the Japanese Imperial Army was doing and then said, "Oh, this is fucked." And they just basically brought a bunch of however many people they could see, just directly into the embassy. They wrote telegrams to like Hitler himself saying, this is not okay.
Bad. This is bad.
I can't agree with this type of a thing.
I don't know if you understand what's going on here, but this is not right.
Yeah, it is like one of the, I guess it's one of the situations where the Nazis are considered the good, undoubtedly the good guys in the situation for this one. It's one of those things where oh shit, and then oh God, ask a Korean specifically about what happened in World War II, and you'll find out a lot of Koreans will have Japanese ancestry for some strange reason too, despite not really living in Korea their entire life. There's a reason behind that.
Man, you got Russian spammers now too.
Oh, we got Russian spammers. Well, that's
I just blocked it. Sorry.
Oh, okay, you got him. Okay, yeah, you done goof when the Nazis are concerned. Yeah, you were correct. It's a German explained to me. It's we like to tell the story specifically because of that reason. I found it hilarious. That's why it stuck with me so long. Yeah, nobody cares about the Pacific War, not even Americans that fought there do. It was just an excuse to get us to attack Germany directly. Fucking, there's one thing I like to always describe of this is what my one Korean friend explained to me the most was because in Japan you'll still see the rising sun flag constantly everywhere you go. The way they describe it to me is imagine going to Germany or going to Europe and you just see a bunch of swastikas just flying around. That's basically the equivalent of seeing the Japanese imperial flag. They'll still fly proudly.
Come to the southern United States and go look at the Dixie Cross.
To some extent, I would say, but there's less rape and murder and war crimes.
That's a hard line, man.
It is a hard line. However, that's the issue. Is we just Americans do not understand the sheer ridiculousness that was the Pacific War. I guess slavery.
Yeah,
But we're arguing what's worse, slavery or I guess,
there's no winning there. Yes, Taylor. Most of those 3D printers come from Shenzhen.
Yeah. Well, that is true. I think a lot of the Ender 3s are from there.
Yes. Creality is based there. Well, most of the products you buy come through there.
Right. But yeah, the main point, it's one of those things where it's all right, yeah, it's not, there's probably a good reason why it's not taught so well. I mean, it's actually, a lot of it is based actually from MacArthur of the reason, or the Japanese, so what makes the Japanese different from, I guess, the Chinese, because there's a lot of shared culture, is the Chinese, every dynasty changes every time, or it changes every time a dynasty changes. It's a big deal. The Japanese,
history is written by the victors.
The Japanese, however, they've had the same dynasty forever. And MacArthur made sure to keep it that way. So the emperor, it was never the emperor's fault. It was everyone else around the emperor.
I did not know that one. I don't know if that's
Right.
true or not, but in the
it's-
chat there, did you see that? FDR was mailed a letter opener made from a human femur.
The Pacific
nice.
Theater is my favorite thing was my professor, the guy that when I was over there, when I was taking classes, one of the guys that was teaching the Japanese classes, or specifically when the Japanese history class was it was like pre or war or post-war, around like post-war Japan. I was the only American in the class, so he made sure to call on me always as, "Oh, you're the American. Well, let me go ahead and talk about this." It was always there was some really just messed up shit. One of the interesting things too was it was the Emperor Hirohito, I believe. That was the emperor at the time. Because MacArthur basically decided, I'm going to basically make Japan my fiefdom. He was going to keep MacArthur. He was going to keep the emperor. He had his own way of how he was going to reconstruct Japan, and that's kind of, I guess, I think he was sent to Korea soon afterwards. After that, but it was his idea. Like when the emperor was going around, he was just kind of he didn't know what to do for most. Like when he visited Hiroshima, he was like, the only thing he had to say was, "Well, it appears there was a lot of damage." That was his only thing to say in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Well, that's unfortunate. It caused a lot of people that were there. It was I guess
look at what you made me do.
Yeah, it's even weirder too, because like the Japanese Liberal Party and the Japanese Conservative Party is like there's oh god, what is the guy's name? Like you would learn. It's really interesting. I'm not gonna lie. I'm condensing so much down, but like there was also a large movement in Japan right around like the end of the war, because basically when the war was ended, we made their own constitution. Like the constitution the Japanese have now is based off of the U.S. Constitution and basically all the other allies in the war. The Liberal Party, I believe, is actually, they're very, very pro-Constitution. It's the Conservative Party that's very much against the Constitution. There was a conservative, I want to say, a terrorist attack back at like around, oh god, it was really early. I think it was Mishima something. His main thing was he basically overtook he created his own Defense of the Emperor, like special guard, and he overtook a command center from the Japanese Defense Force, and then assassinated pretty much everyone there to take over and hopefully, in theory, have the Japanese people join him and to basically retake the country over for the emperor. It didn't work, and he basically committed suicide. But it was like he was one of the biggest writers at the time. Like the way I think they described him was the Ernest Hemingway of Japan. Like there is some post-war history of Japan is some of the most interesting shit you'll learn. Oh, someone's actually mentioned me as the first Americans that wanted to get rid of the emperor, but the Americans realized that the communists are going to gain a shitload of power. That is true. Yeah, MacArthur was a very interesting individual. I'll just say that he had a vision, and he's viewed very well over there, surprisingly. But the Japanese Constitution is kind of destroying the royalty because it removed the families and clans. That is also it kind of, I want to say it used similar to like I guess the UK style of the royal family is basically just a figurehead type of a thing, because the emperor over there is viewed very highly.
Yes, Chairman is still here in the bottom right corner, always here in our hearts.
Is he here?
No,
Look,
just in the
look in the bottom right corner.
Bottom right corner. Oh, Chairman, I'm sure Snow. Oh, you're seeing the little picture of Chairman angry, the upset Chairman.
The despair Chairman.
The despair
Chairman. I mean, he had to get it off his chest. He did.
I have to get going, boys.
It's 1 in the morning for you.
5 hours.
It's actually like 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah,
for
it's
me.
4.
It's a 1:45.
Oh shit, you're right. Yeah. Okay.
It's
well,
okay.
we managed to go this long with, I mean, a consistent amount of viewers too.
No, I had a good time. Yeah, it's like I said earlier, it's amazing that you guys kept like
all. Yeah, no,
40.
we have that very strong base, and I respect every single one of them. I love all of you guys too.
AG, that Christmas treatment is still happening. Just letting you know.
All right, Spooky. All right, you tell me, and we'll actually, believe it or not, my Christmas is actually the 24th, so I can actually do the 25th. All my
I have the 24th and 25th Christmas, so we'll figure it out.
I'm gonna do a You Don't Know Jack trivia stream with Chairman.
Well, we can.
We were planning on doing a Jackbox.
Yeah, I think that'd be a blast.
Yeah, with the chat, with the stream, with the viewers.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, first, let me say thank you so much for showing up, Mr. Snow. I think we went much longer than I guess. I mean, I was expecting to finish around 11ish, but I guess I kind of. Yeah, that was a fun idea, right? It was a fun idea, but
Chairman and I have done several 6-hour plus streams.
Ralph literally went to 3 one day. I remember that one very well because I had
Him
fire
and Suckboy Tony, literally fired up
Tarkov, and he was playing it. He was playing Tarkov.
It was an amazing stream.
Tarkov.
But the issue is his connection was terrible. It was so laggy. It was horrible. Yeah. But I remember that was a fun chat. But yeah, so Mr. Snow, thank you so much for showing up. Spooky, it's literally, what is it? It's like 11 for you. So I'm not so worried about you as much.
Yeah, but I got a kid. Okay.
Yeah, your father. I forgot. Yeah, Mister, look at me. I have responsibilities. Okay, fine.
Which, hey, I'm sure he is gone by now a long time ago, probably 2 hours ago. One of the people in chat lifted you up that Spooky would walk away from the chat, walk away from a stream to go put their child to bed, and that it was a super strong dad moment. So they recognize that. I recognize it too. So good job on that.
Well,
I mean, I respect Spooky. Yeah, Spooky will randomly say, "I gotta go." It's okay.
No, man, priorities, and that's awesome to see.
Yeah.
Obviously,
he's sleeping next to his personal Glock right now. He's doing good.
I respect you being a good father, Spooky. Don't worry. We all do, Spooky. We all.
Yeah, I look forward to having a new puppy tomorrow, and my kids are just second-class citizens.
Absolutely.
One of these days, I'll find the one.
Get him digging that basement.
I'll find my cute tomboy GF. We'll figure it out eventually. But who knows? So either way, I want to thank everyone for showing up. By all means, Spooky, we'll talk about that wonderful. We'll talk about the wonderful Christmas stream. Mr. Snow, you could talk probably about some fun Twitch streams or with the good old chairman now, considering that seems like a fun idea. But I had a lot of fun today. Hopefully, you guys did.
Yeah,
too.
Absolutely. Always a pleasure, man.
Well, either way, we didn't even finish the article, but that's fine.
Well, it was a terrible article. It was really doesn't.
I mean, we already.
It doesn't deserve our time.
Basically, finished it. And all. You've read a couple of words. You figured out what it was. But either way, thanks for everyone that showed up, especially on YouTube and Odyssey specifically, because this is a co-stream on Odyssey as well.
I don't know how you did that. I'm gonna be amazed. I can't wait to figure it out.
I'll tell you about that actually. I'll tell you about it once I had it. But it's very. Thank you so much, everyone, especially everyone that super chat. You guys are even bigger pros. Even the guys that gave me the nice Libre coins on Odyssey too. Don't worry. Let me pull that up just before in case someone did it again. Oh, someone did do it again. Oh wow, someone gave me 200. Oh shit. Okay,
that's like $5.
I will take it either way, and I do not give a shit. They said, "Merry Xmas." It's a nice little sticker. Thank you very much, friend. I appreciate it greatly. So, thank you, everyone, for showing up, and have a nice Christmas, and hopefully see you soon later again.
See you later, gents.
All right.
Yeah.
And I'm going to